I must say, I didn't do much. I got fully involved in Ghost of Yote the last days, and while I have my online training for the higher qualification every Tuesday and Thursday, other than that, I'm basically just chilling out the last days of my vacation. Have you thought about the last talk we had? Have you had time to like sort of reevaluate or just think sort of in more detail about your goals? I actually have news. Mm, I finished two like there's these online courses you can take at like sort of like any type of university usually has like an online hub where you can take some courses. And you can get like certificates for them if you pay extra. So you can like do the course for free. But if you want to have the the actual certificate, then you need to pay. So I don't have the certificate yet. I didn't decide whether I want to support capitalism in that way or not. But I finished two of those courses actually. Um, one was about the general concept of like counseling, and the other one, I still don't like the word. Like I feel like it has such a bad perception in our society. um, and the second one is stress management. And now I'm starting with like a bigger course, which is about like psychology in general. So I'm so, oh no, what happened? What is this? Ay, 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 ay. So I'm sort of getting into it. Yeah, maybe I need to fix that later. I'm not that happy with work at the moment, as I think the leadership isn't entirely enough structured. Kind of sucks because it brings so much bad vibes into the colleagues. So everyone is stressed and is getting sick. Don't like some changes, etc. Kind of annoying, but I like one colleague and just do stuff with him in our free time. Yesterday I was going with him to the lake and we just talked for hours. It was amazing. Yeah, actually, you sort of like found a person you can talk to. That's good to hear. Considering you're more of the like solo player person apart from that. With the management, do you think there's like a like I don't know, like it's really annoying, right? But like some bosses apparently are like really like those things being pointed out because they sort of like lost touch with the rest of the workers. Um, but I don't know, it sort of like always highly depends on the boss. Like some bosses are also like really touchy about any type of negative feedback. So I don't know. Like, do you think there's like some that like something's being able to like changed or like talk about or bring up or something like that there's a possibility for feedback on this? Because I mean, if it influences like a lot of the colleagues, then I feel like it's maybe worth a shot. But of course, depends. I did. Oh, nice narrative. Or at least I think I did. I'm not stressing out about that stuff anymore. But I kind of want to make a list of the day with smaller stuff I want to do that day. For the greater stuff, I'm kind of honing in on one stuff, and after that is finished, I'll start the next thing. So for now, that would be the qualification thing because everything else kind of works automatically at the moment. That's good. Have you sort of noticed, like, have you noticed how there's like a change of the pressure you feel, or no? Like, do you still sometimes feel like, oh, I'm not doing enough? Or have you sort of, has this like decision already, sort of like gone gone to your heart and you actually like feel like, okay, no, this is fine, and you've made your peace with your new approach. I think I call like Zach, for example, I also call a solo player. Um, it doesn't mean that he's playing a single player game, because as we all know, life is not a single player game. But Zach sometimes plays as if he was playing like sort of like League as like a solo player, like League and low elo. Um, and it doesn't really mean that he's like always playing like this. Um, but it sort of describes this like different level of like cooperation, and not only cooperation, because then it's like cooperation is usually interpreted in this way that like to work on something that you like stand sort of in the way because you don't cooperate. That's not really what I mean. What I mean is that you don't either use resources around you which are there. So, for example, you don't talk to friends which would be there to help you. You don't use those resources because you yourself decide either like I'm a burden or they don't understand, or like all of these like different sort of like monologues which can go on around this. And sort of the second thing is that, and that is, I think, that's more with Zach, I think. Or like for him at least, one of those things is as well that he doesn't. He's like really insecure about sort of like connecting to others, and that sometimes also leaves him to like do things alone, even though he didn't like need to, just because he was like sort of like insecure for asking, or just sort of like couldn't really make up his mind and then was stuck with, well, with not including the other person. So I don't know how that maybe portrays is already in like little things, like we walk here next to each other and then he like stands up and says like I'm gonna go make some food, but or I'm gonna go eat. But it doesn't mean that he's like making food for both of us or anything, you know? It's like sort of like he doesn't even ask if we want to eat together, or if, I don't know, if we want to cook something together, or like any of that, right? So it's sort of already this like statement, where technically there's an implied question there, because if it were only a statement, he wouldn't share it out loud, right? Because it only influences him. I don't need to do anything. So sharing it out loud doesn't really make sense if it's only a statement. So technically there's like a hidden question in there of like, now you know what I want to do, and you will ask if you want to join, right? But it's like there's too much insecurity to like ask for himself. Um and those are the moments where he's like a solo player. He like there's like insecurity standing between him and actually integrating himself and engaging with others. At the moment, not really, but to be honest, I really don't think about it, because even if I can't do one of the smaller things that day, I'll just take it over for the next day, because it will not break my neck if something doesn't get done on day one. All right. I think it's usually nicer to make goals you can like surely achieve, and then have like more in like the working, like even like having more in this list of like, if I'm really good, then I'm also gonna achieve this, because it has like a different meaning to it, right? Because it essentially like shifts the way of like, oh, I have to do all these things and I might not get all of this done, to I am enough because I get all of this always done. And then I'm maybe like even better because I do extra things. But it sort of depends on the person. So if that's like already like a good approach for you, then just try it, I guess. But if you notice that this sort of the inner voice of like, oh, I'm not doing enough, I'm procrastinating, like things pile up. There's like more pressure piling up with that as well. Um, then just know this might need adjustment still. Because I don't know, to me at least, um, this way of thinking is sort of like it doesn't come from nowhere, right? Like it's something you develop because you learned it and you trained it. And so it's like sort of like hard to beat. Um, and in the beginning it can feel like, oh yeah, I like easily change it with this and that. But then it sort of like still remains. Just it sort of like changed the area or got into like like on a smaller level, but like it's still there. Um, so I guess what I'm just trying to say is like try to be aware of like if that comes up again, and then like sort of notice and find out how you can make it better for yourself. I already told my bosses that I don't like the changes that they won't work how they think they will. Now everyone just gets sick and nothing works anymore because they didn't listen. I meanwhile do my own shit at work to don't get stressed and just see everyone around panicking. Like the meme of the dog who sits in a burning room and says it's fine. Hmm. Hmm. Those things are really stressful though. Like I think it must be like really hard to be in an environment where like everyone around you is like panicking to like not panic yourself. No? Or is that like easier for you? I don't share much personal stuff, but I do not think it's based on insecurity. No, that's also what I do. Like, well, actually, now that I think about it, could be, but I didn't expect it in a that was the part where I sort of meant like this more about like how Zach is like turning into solo player. Um, I think you're more of the person you don't want like you don't use the resources around you. Um, so simply don't talk much. Some people are confused if they don't instantly get an answer. Hmm. What do you mean some people are confused if they don't instantly get an answer? How does this connect to the sentence before? Because it doesn't seem like talking about feelings, for example, would be something where people need answers instantly. But I kind of mean the things where there's still like outside stuff that can get in between. For example, my laundry, I know that I can't turn on the machine after 7 p.m. because I know my neighbors will go crazy because of the vibration. Oh no, my washing machine stands against the wall. What, they have the living room behind? Oh damn. There's these there's like puffers for this though, right? Like I don't how do you actually like call them? Um but like you know what I mean, right? Like they're sort of like mats you can use to like put the washing machine like on. So it like less vibrates. I guess you can also put that against the wall, for example. Like or like you probably tried that. But what are the walls then? Like, that sounds really wild. That the washing machine is that loud. Yeah, exactly. It's like isolation mat or whatever, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, if it's only about like small things like those, I definitely also I don't really have a plan for these. Like my plan is essentially like usually um just like it's like three things for the entire month, like three bigger things I work on. And then sort of like the rest of the so it's like three bigger like new things I work on. Um which was for example doing like this course I did, but it was only one, so now I already like overachieved on that goal. And then the other one was like finishing one of those like shelves, um, because I really wanted to get that done. Um, and actually, another one I didn't have for this month yet. Uh, but usually I have like three goals like these. And then I have the goals which are sort of like keep me in green. So, which are just sort of like keeping like a healthy daily routine. So, and actually, I wrote on this yesterday. Let me. Ah, there's my phone. Um. So, oh, oops. So my general goals, for example, I noticed that they are actually like they make real sense. So the things I sort of like need to stay in green are many different things. But I can put them into like a lot of different groups, and then it sort of makes sense why I need all of those groups. So, for example, my general goal is to read or learn or study more about psychology or society, or like it doesn't necessarily um, need to be psychology specifically, but just like learning about something. And this is sort of like the intellectual growth, progress sort of group of like things I want to do. Um, then I sort of have like my purpose group, which is sort of like this stream, but it doesn't technically need to be the stream, but it's like be there for people, help people. Um, and this can, for example, be the podcast, be the stream, be just like being there for somebody like here in the community, um, or making like a really like nice post or whatever, where I talk about something. Just like creating something of value, sort of like, and not only like creating it, so like making something of value for society, I guess. Like that's sort of like the purpose group. And then I have like, for example, like crochet or like do like household chores or like handiwork like this, which is sort of like, but handiwork like this is not really it actually. Like it's more like household chores and like crochet. And this is into the like, this is the flow sort of group, which is like I do something where I don't really need to think about it, but I can just like it's something I physically do where the expectations are really clear in my head and I just know what I need to do. It's like an easy task. Um and but it's like physical. It's like I do like something. I don't need to move like a lot, but like somewhat. And then there's like gym, bouldering, yoga, whatever. Which is like physical movement, like exercise. Then I have like friends. Okay. The postman just threw something for like whatever. It was super loud. Then we have like friends, D&D, painting minis, board games, like all of those things are things I do with friends, so it's like social. For example, also gaming. And then I have nature and meditation, which is like feeling grounded, sort of like getting back to roots. Um, then just actually one of those groups is also like, for example, like intimacy or like connection, just like genuine connection. which is just like the love group, like feeling like really well connected to somebody. This can be, well, this can go from like actual intimacy to just like a really, really nice deep talk with somebody, you know? But it's just like these like this like feeling of like intense connection. I guess sometimes stream also is that. And then I just have like creative stuff. For example, like the Minecraft tutorials I was making, or the merch I'm making, and this sort of stuff. Like anything I do like this, or like the emotes and the like D&D dice, and all of those things are just like creative stuff. So the groups I have are intellectual, purpose, flow, physical, like exercise, essentially, social, grounded, love, and creative, or like connection, I guess, and creativity. And those are the things I need to keep doing to stay in like a green area, to feel good about myself, to continuously do stuff to be healthy mentally and physically. So I have all of those things. Then I have 3 goals, which are just something like physical to like do. Like for example, like do this course or like finish that shelf. Um, and then there's sort of like within these like general goals, there's also like spontaneous stuff, right? So example with the physical things, like I don't need to go to the gym all the time. I can also go bouldering. I could also do like play tennis with like friends and stuff like this. Like with the social part of it, like we could play like board games, D&D. We could just like go for a walk. Like it doesn't really matter. So there's like a lot of room still to really sort of like attach it to my life in that moment, and to really live the life I am living right now, and not to force myself into a structure which is independent of, for example, like uh winter, autumn, like season or weather or stuff like this. Like this is all adjustable to time of the year, to how I feel, to like all of this. This is sort of how like the goals I have, I guess. So it's definitely like some of those categories are like more ambiguous. So it's not that I have like a plan for like every single thing or something. That's not it. But there's like sort of like guidelines, I guess. Um I go with, if that sort of explains it. Yeah. Actually, I guess one of those general goals, but I didn't put it here. Um Maybe it goes with like nature meditation or something. I'm not entirely sure, but it's not on here. It's, for example, having like a clean space to live in. That's just, yeah. I guess rest is not one of those goals. And like the place to live in is, I guess, also rest. Um, or just good sleep. But yeah, I guess those are the things which you like usually do right. So that's why I didn't think of them. So it just gets uncomfortable to always have stress around me, even if it doesn't affect me much. But it is a reason for people to go elsewhere. I like my work and the people are fine, but the leadership really sucks. I don't understand how this one person could have gotten into this position. Maybe vitamin B? Who knows? But yeah, I can imagine. Hmm. Is there like a boss of that boss or something to do like a real Karen move? I don't know. But I bet. Do you think if it keeps going this way, then like so many people leave that maybe like your work doesn't feel the same anymore, or like your job won't be available anymore? I could end his career if I wanted. Okay. I mean, I don't know, like if he's really bad, like you know? You told him. If he just ignores the needs of his employees, things happen, you know? I don't know. I don't think it's like. Hmm. Well, I don't know why you could like end his career if you wanted to, right? So I don't know like what exactly you mean by that. But if it's something he did, what's like for a reason can end his career, and for like a good reason because it's for example I don't know like personnel safety neglect or something. I don't think we should keep people from their consequences. I genuinely, I sort of like don't believe in it. Like I feel like there should be like warnings first, of course. But if, for example, with that safety neglect, I don't know, like he got a warning beforehand, and then he still chose to do so. I feel like he was aware of the consequences and he opted in for those. So like, you know, it's sort of like Loki would be unfair to like keep the feedback from him because it's like how we learn, right? Like we learn from mistakes. And if you keep feedback away from people and keep their mistakes away from them and the consequences they have, it's like they don't really learn that it was a mistake. Um, and I genuinely feel like that's, I don't know. I think it's some people on this planet have had too little consequences. And that's why they don't really get how life works. And that's why they are then later on in life not independent. Because they don't know how to deal with consequences because they never had to deal with them before. And now all of a sudden when those consequences actually have like hold any value to them, because like in school usually like consequences are like not that bad. But then like later on they need to like all of a sudden handle consequences and now they don't know how to. It's like way harder to learn. And I don't know. I don't think it's mean to, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Like I feel like learning to handle consequences is empowering. Because once you find out that you can't and there is nobody who will handle those consequences for you, you won't do anything which might hold consequences. Or you will be rolled by the consequences if they do happen to come around. So I don't know, like I really like I don't think we should be mean about this. Like I don't think that we should let people just run into consequences without like telling them because it can always be the case that you just like oversaw something, you know? So I think like if we can just give them a heads up, but like with that heads up, if they still want to like do that because they, for example, don't listen to you or don't believe you or whatever, let them run. Let them find out. If they're so confident, find out. Surprise me, please. um, and the other thing is, I think there should be the possibility definitely to like, if you have consequences now, to ask for help. Like, I don't think the help should be you take now full responsibility of my consequences, but the help can be just, you know, like, I feel like asking for support in a moment of need is something we should learn. and it's something where we also should learn that it's like people don't really mind usually, and it's like you shouldn't like overdo it or anything. You shouldn't be like, oh no, like weaponized incompetence, I don't know what to do, fix it for me. But I feel like we should learn that there's like people who can help us carry those consequences, or like help guide us how to handle those consequences best. I guess the guidance is more like the help I think we can definitely like ask for, or like just sort of like very specific help where it's like you still have the responsibility yourself, you know, and you realize that this is like not optimal, but it's okay once in a while, sort of. But I tend to go overboard with this. Oh, I like the reap, but I only bring the reap for everyone. Oh, okay. um, well, I mean, is there a way how you cannot go overboard with this? You know? Like, if you're aware of this, like, balance can be learned. Hmm. Exactly. Like, it's genuinely like it's sort of the topic we had in one of the last streams as well. It was one of those things I read in that book. How's it called? The Drama of the Gifted Child, where there was this example of sort of like this very complicated example of a mother getting a son, and having gone through sexism and having like fearing sexism is basically unconsciously keeping her son in a dependent position to her, to not feel like to be sure that her son can't oppress her like other men can. And this is all like entirely unconscious, which is sort of like this book is sort of about how like parents like usually have baggage which is unconscious, and if you aren't aware of that baggage, you will sort of like let it out on your child, and your child will, well, take it on and have those expectations and fulfill those expectations. So with this mother, for example, because she fears sexism and she got a son and she doesn't want to be in that oppressed state to her son, and because she has now the authority over that kid, is unconsciously using that authority to maintain that authority, to make a system where she maintains that authority so that her son can never oppress her, because she always has like something to like put him back in place, which is, for example, can be like just like taking your love away, or can be to make him incompetent, to make him dependent on you. So, i.e., like always like washing his laundry, cooking for him, all of those things. Because if he can't cook and if he can't do his laundry, even if he lives somewhere else, he will like once a month, or like maybe even more, like if he lives closer by, like even if he lives somewhere else, he will still come to you to get all of these things done, because he can't do them and he never learned how to, and usually also low-key discouraged to do them. And then later on, exactly this sort of switches from like the son now is like either he's like at some point when he finds a wife, he's like switching to that wife to fulfill these tasks. And now he's dependent not on his mother anymore, but on his wife, because like she's cooking and she's cleaning and doing laundry and all of those things. And like once, like if she would ever like go on vacation like alone, like it's this typical story of this like dude who's eating like the same dish the entire week and is like begging for his wife to come back because he's starving low-key. And the other thing which can happen is if the mother at some point is like not able to do these tasks anymore, and he doesn't have a wife, that he's just falling into this hole of, I can't take care of myself, and I don't know how to. Like, I only learned weaponized incompetence. I don't know how to actually be competent. And, well, these are usually the ones which then get really angry at women. And are like, oh yeah, fuck women, and like, they should like be our slaves again, and they shouldn't have rights and whatever. And because they desperately need a woman. They desperately need a woman. And because they couldn't pull anyone, they're like, I need a system in place which basically guarantees me a woman who will fulfill these tasks. Because I can't do them, and there's no chance of me doing them. Like, I need a woman who does so. Which, of course, if we look at this, is extremely problematic. And especially also extremely problematic for that dude, right? Because like, we can look at this example and be like, oh yeah, well, he should just like stop whining and learn all those things. But like, if you go into that perspective of that man, and he has been discouraged to learn those things, and there's maybe even like a little bit of toxic masculinity like put into this, where it's like basically like unmanly to know cooking and to actually be able to cook and like these sort of stuff. And he never learned how to actually solve a problem on his own like that. It's a lot. And if it's then also connected, for example, with this picture of you can only do things you're good at, and you can never like, that you don't have this motivation to start new things because like, oh, then you would be bad at them in the beginning. So you never start new things. You only do the things when you're either like a natural in them, or you have been doing them, and that's why you sort of just keep doing them. You will also just never learn new skills, and it will be super scary to learn new skills because you will be bad at them in the beginning. You will have messed up laundry, so you rather pay for like a laundry service. And if you can't pay for this laundry service, well, it's like, it's a problem, you know? Like, this is something where this is scary. Like, this situation is scary you're in. Especially because you usually can't talk to anyone about this. Because if you are in this circle, and if you have those friends which sort of like make fun of you for like being bad at something, and make fun of you for like doing household chores and stuff like this. I mean, there's literally like, sometimes in society, we literally blame men for having like a nice looking apartment. Where it's like, are we crazy? Yes, confirmed. We are. Because this is something good, right? Like, we blame them for being unmanly because they actually can take care of themselves. Like, are we crazy? Or like, because the dish of like they cooked looks like really well, then like all of a sudden they're gay. Okay? Like, a man can cook for himself and now he's gay. Oh, all right. That makes sense. Yeah. Like, we rather have like men who starve. That's really manly. Like, manly is starving. Yeah. And like, it's thankfully society is changing, right? So we have like a lot in society where this is absolutely not the case. By the way, thank you for the follow. Thomas Galactus. Welcome. So we have a lot of space in society where this is not the case. But usually the spaces where this is the case are really like encapsulated, and there's a hard wall to the outside. Because it's genuinely low-key like an extremist group. Like, it works the same. Like, the mechanism is sort of the same. Like, you always blame the people around. So, like, anybody who's doing better than the people in this circle is, like, either they're gay, or they're, like, unmanly, or they never get bitches, or, like, you find reasons to, like, hate them and dislike them and to humiliate them. So, you need to stay in this circle. And then usually what keeps you in this circle is if your parents and your family in this is in this circle. Because these are like really, really important connections to you. Like, breaking free of those connections is really hard, right? Like, I noticed that with my dad. Like, thankfully, like, not everybody like that is in my family, but also with my mom, like, the connection with her is like low-key has been toxic, and like, it still stayed because, like, bro, there's my sisters. as well. Like, I can't break contact off with my mum and then not have contact with my sisters anymore. Like, there's connections to this, right? And especially if you then don't earn a lot, it's like you might actually be financially dependent on them as well. So there's like even less of a chance to actually get out of this capsule. So you're dependent on these people in this capsule liking you. And then it's like genuinely like that's fucked up. And there's like it's so hard to get out of there. And because you can't even like you can't talk to anybody with them like around like, oh, can you show me how to wash your laundry? Can you show me how to cook this? Can you show me like can you give me the recipe even? No. So the only chance you essentially have is living like an imposter within that group and like learning these tasks on your own, and then essentially like at the end probably breaking free of this group because you don't want to be like them. But I don't know, like it's tough. Like it's tough to learn all these things. Especially if there's like so much shame and blame surrounding this. Like I feel like honestly we should have low-key, I feel like we should have courses to like free community center courses to empower specifically like men like these, to show them how to like properly cook, how to eat proper nutritions, to like, you know, like show them how to make laundry, all of these things. Not only show them all of this, but also like break the stigma around it at the same time. And I don't know, like you need to make it in a way where it's like accessible for them. So it's somehow you need to advertise it as like as manly. So I feel like maybe you start with it's like a barbecue cooking course or something, because barbecue is manly, I think, for those toxic, like even for toxic masculinity men, I think barbecues actually is a men's job. In that group, right? So I think maybe this is like a way to go about this, but the easier way to go about this would be just to give therapists, like to have therapists in school, to have the option to talk to a therapist in school. Because as a kid, it's usually like kids have the drive to be independent and autonomous. So they usually also have like a lot of frustration if they can't be autonomous or independent. So I think if you would have like a therapist in school where those kids could go to and be like, hey, my mom doesn't let me do like all of those things. And then you maybe have a talk with the mom and are like, yeah, you know, like kids need to learn consequences actually. Like, I don't know, I think it maybe could help. But yeah. How do we go in this? Ah, yeah, with the consequences, exactly. It's like a profile. I do have a person and I can share that or not share it, but it's hard to put some confidentiality clauses in there. Oh, well. You do you. Maybe there's also other options. Maybe there's options of like getting your coworkers to also complain about the new changes. And if you guys are many enough, they'll change them back, maybe, hopefully. Who knows? But yeah. Humus Galactus, you want to take part in a mental health check-in? And welcome to the stream. I try my best with not Scorch Earth level options. I think that's not a bad idea. I mean, you never know when you see the person again, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of reminds me of one of my ex-girlfriends. She lived a long time with her parents because of her studies. Inherently, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but her mom did everything for her and she never learned the basics. So when she moved out and in with me, she didn't know any basic house stuff. After the whole learning process, she actually found out she liked to bake. So not only did her mom keep her kind of incompetent, but also never let her learn what she liked to do. Yeah. That's the other thing, right? Like, even if it doesn't hinder you to a connection to another human, because what also like plays a role, like with the example that like is in that book that I talked about, right? It's like there's sort of like a hidden resentment too, and it's sort of like an entitlement to those things too. So it makes it like actually like really like harder to find somebody, right? So like, and also actually to like take the step to like get out of it, because you first need to see that you're missing something and that this is not the way it should be, right? So I'm glad you're like, your girlfriend was actually like able to sort of like be like, okay, but actually I want to do all of those things. But yeah, it just, there's like so much stuff you could actually like about this. And it feels good to be able to cook. Like, let's be honest, having good meals, having nutritious meals, this is important for mental health. Not only for mental health, for physical health, for like, it can be really something where you feel good about yourself. Like, I don't know, for me, being able to cook well and being able to cook like basically like anything I wanted to, it feels powerful. Like, I can like look through social media, see a recipe, and then be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do this. And I don't know, I couldn't imagine life to be like, to look through social media and see like other people like eat nice food and then always be like, oh man, I could never eat that nice food. Like, oh. Like, it's such a hack. Like, I can make restaurant delicious food at home. Do you know how much money I save and how much I eat like well, you know, like tasty? I don't know. It's like, food is so important to me. Like, you literally like, oh my god. If I wouldn't be able to make delicious food, Jesus Christ. Like, I would maybe have like an eating disorder. Because I only like, I don't have the feeling of hunger, right? So I only eat for appetite and for and then for pain, because I have like, I get stomach pain if I forget to eat. So it's like, I would have pain the entire time. Like, it also like low-key food which doesn't taste nice to me, I get nauseous really quick from it. I just would feel nauseous the entire time. And basically like don't eat, like I would probably be like so unhealthily thin or something. I don't know. And it's like like eating actually like low-key works out for me, because I'm able to cook good and like do stuff I like, actually. So I don't know. She didn't even know how to use an oven or the microwave. Damn. So the first 2 months, if I didn't cook, the best she made for herself was to make a sandwich. I mean, that's something at least, right? Like, there is variety in sandwiches, genuinely. Like, there's a possibility to eat different sandwiches and not the same meal. That's already something, you know? But yeah. It was so funny to me when I left for Germany, I work colleague of Zach. I told you guys this probably already twice or something, but it's, I don't know, it's just so funny to me. My working colleague of Zach actually invited him to like his home and was like, you know, if you ever need like a change of like tapestry and like, or like any like, you know, like good food or different food, you can come to us for dinner, you know? Like, we got you, buddy. We got you. Like, you know, I'm here for you, buddy. I'm here. Well, I just feel like, damn, you guys. Oh. Like, I don't even know if he actually like found out then that Zack is actually like capable, and is not like dying because he's alone. But yeah, I don't know. And oh yeah, I just remembered the other thing. Like, when I was like at my mom's place, so my stepdad is really, really into weaponized incompetence, and he's coming exactly from this. He doesn't know how to do all of these things, and he also doesn't really get that he needs to do them. Like he doesn't see them as work, because he had never had to like thank his mom or anything for these sort of things. So it was always expected as like, yeah, this just happens. Like I just have a housewife at like all times. You know, like this is just how life is, sort of. Like none of this takes time, none of this takes effort to make, none of this takes like actually like knowledge to do well and stuff like this. And it's leading to serious relationship issues they have. It's leading to serious relationship issues. Because it's leading to this like dynamic where essentially my mom is like believing him that he's incompetent. Because he says he is, right? Like weaponized incompetence. Like every time he needs to do something he doesn't want to do, he plays really fucking stupid. And my mum is like, at the beginning, she's like annoyed and like, well, you can do this. And then he plays like really fucking stupid again. And then she's like, okay, well, then I believe you. You're really fucking stupid, apparently. And all of a sudden, he doesn't get responsibility for all the things he actually wants to take responsibility in anymore. And he gets made fun of because he's really fucking stupid. And like all of those things. So, you know, like there's a lot of like humiliation going on. He doesn't like, but he's also not seeing the connection to weaponized incompetence. Like he doesn't get that if he's playing stupid here and opting out of like that 50-50, you know, everybody's like doing something, then he doesn't get to do 50-50 here. Like he doesn't get to decide what like happens with the house and how the like interior design of the house is made. Because you don't do 50-50 here, you don't get 50-50 here. Oh, no. Leave. I don't want the vacuum cleaner here. So it's... And like my mom is like blowing up over like little things then, because she's like so overwhelmed by all of this, and it's so much more work, right? And she's also working full-time, even more than full-time. She's like self-employed. And it's then like blowing up when he like has like when he's playing like really stupid again, which I absolutely get because he isn't stupid. Like she knows he's bullshitting her. But at the same time, he just like if she doesn't do it, the stuff is just laying around. And he just keeps laying around. And she's the first person to be like pissed off by this. And now, because my sisters are old enough, like, and because they know they like a clean house, if she doesn't do it, they do it. So it's really like, it's so bad, but he doesn't get the consequences of his own behavior. He doesn't connect that this is entirely connected. Like, this is his feedback for his bullshit, weaponized incompetence. And it's honestly really sad. Because they fight the entire time. So often. And it's essentially only because they don't properly cooperate on everything. Because of this. And like low-key, I don't know, like maybe they're gonna, you know. Exactly. No, this is also what I sometimes think. But the other part is, my mom is like the same amount of like guilty in this, right? Because she does. Like she's annoyed in that moment. She's blowing up. But in the end, she's still doing it. She's not giving him the consequences of his behavior. That's why he's still there. But it's a toxic relationship for both of them. And it doesn't matter who's like more at fault or whatever. I think it's sort of like, it's just this, you know, it's just a toxic sort of circle. It's like she's like blowing up, turning like vicious and humiliating because he's behaving incompetent again. But it sort of becomes this habit. So her habit is like blowing up, turning vicious and humiliating, where he doesn't have a chance. And he doesn't really like, he doesn't get to like be equal with her because, well, he opted out of equality before, right? So now he's not equal and he can't really do anything against that. So now he's resenting her for this behavior. And then the next time he has like even less motivation to actually help her or do something for her or like, you know, like take accountability for the relationship. It's sort of like this thing of like, if you don't do enough, I don't do enough either. Like there's no good people out there, so I can be a bad person. Like everybody is selfish, so I can be selfish too. Like I would be stupid not to be selfish because everybody is selfish. Like everybody is a bad friend, so I can be a bad friend too. Like this is sort of like this the sort of like the mentality which is sort of like underlying in this situation. And it's like they could have better. They could fix that and have better. They could have a better relationship. They could entirely fix that. But my mom is putting more time in her business, and I think he wouldn't. Like, he would need to actually be honest in these conversations, to actually stop bullshitting. That's why they sort of like, they run in together, they have this huge fight, this huge talk. But then they fall into this old pattern again. They don't really change anything for the future. This is like, they know how to have conflict. They don't know how to make consequences. They don't know how to make proper boundaries. Like, essentially, this is a lack of boundaries. Like, my mom is letting him run over these boundaries the entire time. Like, she's complaining, but she's not making consequences. Like, there's no consequences except the complaining. Like, there's payback, but no consequence. The same is with him. Like, he lets her humiliate him and like scream at him, and he doesn't like this. And there's payback, but no consequences. There's no boundary being enforced. Like that's the thing about boundaries we like oftentimes we don't really get. You didn't enforce a boundary if you just complained or if you paid it back. That's not enforcing a boundary. Enforcing a boundary is that if that person talks to you like that, you leave the room. You hang up. You say you don't talk to me like this. Call me if you're ready to talk normal. Boundaries would be if somebody of your friends is toxic while playing with you. They don't even need to be toxic to you. Just if you don't like toxicity, you tell them. For me, toxicity is a hard no. If you want to be toxic, you play alone. I'm not going to play with you. That's enforcing a boundary. And that's also leaves the other person a choice. That's the other thing about boundaries. There's always a choice. Nobody needs to acknowledge your boundaries or accept them. But then they're out of your life. Like, this is sort of how it works. Like, nobody needs to adhere to your standards or do what you ask of them or whatever. You can ask for the moon. Like, 90% of people probably would be like, no, sorry. And that's okay. But the people who will stay are the people who actually respect your boundaries. And there's gonna be people who will stay. But yeah, we learn, like, especially I learned conflict from my parents. I didn't learn boundaries. I learned complaining, I learned payback, I learned screaming and being angry. I didn't learn how to not be in this situation again. This is why this like toxic cycle with my dad kept on going for so long. Because it's like, I complained to him about it the entire time. I said, please don't go. Please stop drinking when I'm here. Just stay home today. Just go somewhere else. Like, I complained about this. I begged him to not do it.
日々の言ってた雑誌どれだよ。
今月表紙なんだ。あ、5周年特集。顔がいい。はあ、今年は日々類摂取しまくれる。ジャンル現実最高すぎでしょ。5周年ツアー絶対チケット確保しようね。あ、てか今日の音声うちで一緒見る？行く。今日新曲だよね。今夜は新曲を披露していただきます。ホームルームで春泥棒。
立花瑠衣24歳、アイドルデュオホームルームの一人として爽やか系お兄さんアイドルやってます。
原作𝔹℃𝔻
B ピルツコミックス、俺たち生ものです。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
テレビの前のみんなもありがとう。
続いては
はいはい、春菜くんです。日々類終わったからってチャンネル変えんなよ。
なんすかこの手。
それでは春菜さん、スタンバイお願いします。
音捨てありがとうございました。春泥棒どうだったかな。もちろんこの曲も5周年アルバムに収録されるから楽しみにしてってねと。よし、今日も頑張った。あ、響、お前また俺の投稿引用して。少しは自分の言葉で打てよ。
よろしくってつけてるし、一応俺の言葉っすけどちゃんと見ました。
そうじゃなくて、こいつはホームルームの H の方、新庄響。2つ下の22歳。デビュー当時から変わらない寡黙でやや塩対応なところが女性に人気だけど、俺には結構生意気だったりする。
はあ、じゃあルイさん文章考えてくださいよ。俺打つんで。
全然意味ねえじゃん。
適材適所ってやつっすよ。
もう吉川さんもなんか言ってやってくださいよ。
ああ、響くんはいつまでもルイちゃんに甘えたさんでちゅからね。仕方ないでちゅね。
あ、勝手なこと言うのやめてもらっていいっすか。
はいはい、怒んなって。そうだ、それより明日の迎えいつも通りルイからでいいか。
はい、お願いします。
10分で着くんだからな。お前もちゃんと起きて支度を済ませておけよ、響くん。
分かってる。
日々、今日も俺んち泊まってくか？心配だし。
起きれますって。
つって、この前も本当に起きただけだったろ。着替えてもなかったし、部屋で立ったまま寝てたし。
余裕持って言ってて本当によかったな。響、夜予定ないならそうしろよ。俺も朝楽だし。
いやでも最近泊めてもらうの多いし、いいっすよ。
俺は全然いいって。遅刻の心配もなくなるし。
じゃあお邪魔します。
なんでため息つくんだよ。
俺の服どこっすか？
俺のと一緒にしまっちゃってるから自分で探してな。あとは適当にしてていいから。ほい、じゃあ俺も風呂入ってくるわ。
そうだ、ちょっとパソコン借りていいっすか？
いいけどエッチなのはダメだぞ。なんてな。明日は一日ツアーパンフ撮影か。5周年 高校の時、同じサッカー部の響をダメ元で事務所のオーディションに誘ったら。
は？オーディション？別にいいっすよ。
いいの？
うるさ。
なんとあっさり OK してくれて。
いいね。君たち二人でデビューしちゃおう。
は
まるで漫画みたいに、あれよこれよとデビューが決まった。だけど。
ほら相手も帰れねえぞ。さっさと切り替えろ。響20セット追加な。
テレビでなんとなく見ていたパフォーマンスの裏側は、こんなにもきついものなのかと衝撃を受けた。最初の頃は、とにかく与えられたものをこなしていくので精一杯だった。怖かったなぁ。デビュー前の合宿の吉川さん、鬼というかヤクザだった。5年なんてあっという間なんだな。今年は俺たちにもファンのみんなにも一つの節目になる大事な年だ。みんなに喜んでもらえる特別なものにしたい。
今年は日々類摂取しまくれる。絶対チケット確保しようね。
いっぱい摂取させてやるからな。
日々、ココア飲む？牛乳使っちゃいたいんだけど。
うい。
どうもっす。てかすみません。いつも俺が先に風呂もらっちゃって。
そんなん気にすんなって。
ほんで、さっきからパソコンで何見てる？
お前それはエゴサじゃないのか？吉川さんにダメって言われてるだろ。
うるさ。いやなんか帰りに春菜さんからメール来てて。
おっつー、日々類で検索したらめちゃおもろいの見つけた。ルイと探してみて。って言おうとしたのに、お前ら帰んの早すぎ。
お前、うんちスタンプで返事すな。一応先輩だぞ、春菜さんとはいえ。にしてもよく見れるな。俺怖くて無理。
まあ想像の範囲内ではありましたけど、ほとんどはファンのブログとかっすね。日々類で検索だと。
ほー。なんか照れるというか、すげえ嬉しいけど、見ていいのかな？ほー。
待って今なんか、貸して。関係者の閲覧禁止。
なんだこれ、怖すぎるよ。
怪しいな。
いや怪しすぎるだろ。やめとこう。ああ、お前もう少し慎重に。
パスワード制。
怪しさの塊。
以下の質問の答えを入力してください。
もういいだろ。ほら明日も朝から仕事だぞ。そうだ、響の好きなロボットのアニメ録画してあるぞ。そっち見よな。なんで解いちゃうんだよ。
いやでもこれなんつうかコアな俺たちのクイズっていうか、普通こんな質問します？ PV で着てたシャツの色とか、ジャケット写真で使った小道具とか。
確かに質問の時点でかなりありがたいファンってことはわかるような。悪いサイトではないのかな。
とにかく問題はここに何があるのかなんすけど。ノイさん近い。
だって怖いんだもん。下打ちすんなよ。これ
漫画？
すげえ。
こないだのミニライブのレポか。へえ。
うわぁ、めっちゃ細かいとこまで覚えててくれてるな。こっちの絵はなんか猫耳ついてる。
これアニパに出た時のっすかね、ゲストで。
ああ、つけたな猫耳。この漫画は？これ PV の衣装か。
多分去年城みたいなところで撮ったやつっすね。
そういう解釈もあるのか。でも確かにあれ俺と響が兄弟でも面白いかもな。
斬新っすね。面白いは面白いですけど、なんかちょっと思ってた感じと違いました。
いや、でもこういう感じのブログサイトとかもあるんだな。
ここはおかわり。
関係者禁止とか書いてあったから俺超ビビっちゃったよ。なんでだろ
てかルイさんいつでもビビリじゃん。
う。いや、だってさ、あんなん書かれたらなんかすげえもん載ってるのかとか。こっちにもまだあった。
ルイさん。ここはもうすぐなくなりそうっす。はいっす。どうかしました？パソコン壊れるでしょ。
なんもないですよ。
そんなブレながら言われても。
なんも。何今の何なの？何今の？短歌になっちゃった。いや、てか多分見間違えたと思うんだけど、なんか俺と響が裸で
付き合い。もう少し演技力どうにかした方がいいっすよ。
見ちゃダメ。
なんすか。うわ、エロ。びっくりした。
反応して。
さっき自分でエロいのはダメとか言ったくせに。
違うっていうかお前、なんでそんなに冷静でいられんだよ。
うるさ。
いや。
ここ気持ちいいんですか？ルイさん乳首責められてる。
バカ！お前もどうしろよ、俺の乳首！
俺の乳首で。いや、せっかくだし全部読みません？
読みます
はあ、面白。うわー、すげえエロ。
俺の乳首返
あんたほんと仕事とのギャップすごいっすね。
せ！っていうか、なんで？
入れますよ。
なんで俺が抱かれるかなんだよ、やり！
まあでもルイさん可愛いっすから。
いや、時ってなんだよ。可愛い？俺が？かっこいいじゃなくてなんで
って検索した時よく書かれてたんで。
そうなんだ。なんか今言われると複雑だよ。
はあ、そうっすか。
っていうかもうそれ消してくれよ。
なんでそんなに嫌がるんすか？
なんでって。
面白いじゃないですか。
響き。
ルイさん、俺。
ダメ。
なんでって。漫画の中の俺がエロすぎて気まずいんだよ。こんなにあんあん言っちゃうもんなのか。ケツの穴だぞ。っていうかそもそもこんなとこに入るのかよ。痛くねえの？俺と響が？
だってこれこっちのルイさんも興奮させちゃうんすよ。
違う。
自分のエロ漫画読んで興奮しちゃいました。
違う。
俺とセックスするとこ想像しちゃいました。
してない。トイレ行くから話せ。
俺たちも漫画と同じことしちゃいます。
って話せ。またそうやって俺のことからかって変な動きすんな。なんか言えよ。明日も仕事なんだぞとか、俺たち男同士なんだぞとか、つかさっきの漫画は何なんだよとか、突っ込むところたくさんあるのに、ケツに指突っ込まれてて全然それどころじゃない。
だいぶ柔らかくなってきましたね。ちなみに今って気持ちいいんすか？
なわけ。
今完全にありましたね、いいところ。
ない感じてなんかない。
確か今この辺を違ったかな、角度が悪いとか。難しいっすね。
待って。
シャツそのまま加えててくださいね。じゃないと乳首触ってあげられないんで。すごい。乳首責められてケツん中いじられてチンコビンビンになってる。
他のやつだったら絶対無理だけど。
はあ、なるほどな。それでやっちゃったわけか。だからエゴサスになって言ったのに。でも確かにこれはエロいな。すげえ。
とりあえず着替えたけど、なんだろうこの状況。気まずすぎて思わず正座しちゃったよ。
まあでも他の事務所の女に手出したわけでもねえし、仕事に支障ないならある程度は好きにしていい。まあつまりね、勢いでやっちゃった気まずいよつって仕事に支障が出るようなら困るって意味なんですがそこでだ、お前らには明日から恋人同士になってもらう。
は？
響くん、体の向きをちょっとだけルイくんの方に。
こうですか？
そうそう。
俺と響きの撮影、いつもこんなに近かったっけ？
おーい、ルイくんどうした？今日表情硬いよ。いつも通り。
すみません、そいつ今朝から変に力んじゃってるっぽくて。
すいません。今までこんなこと思ったこともなかったのに昨日のあれのせいで響きのこと変に意識しちゃう。付き合えってちょっと意味がわからないっていうか、全然わかんないんですけど
そうだよな。これお前ら特にルイには言うつもりなかったんだけど、しょうがねえよな。そそのかした春は今度説教だな。まああれだ、お前たちのファンには腐女子が多い。
何ですかそれ？それは女の子の方が多いけど。
まあ端的に言えばこれだな。
ルイさん、
響き。
細かな説明は省くが、世の中には男同士の可能性に気づきを見出す女性が結構多いんだよ。
気づき？
他のアイドルやモデル、俳優なんかにもそういう楽しみ方をしてるファンはいるんだが、お前たちは特にもう本当にすごい。めっちゃ多い。シェア率ナンバーワンと言っても過言ではない。
そんなに？
そこでだ、今回のうっかりセックスで気まずくなるっつうなら、いっそそういう仕事としてしばらく過ごしてみたらどうだって提案だ。
いや
それってつまりそっちの需要に向けて路線変えるってことですか？
お前は話が早いな。だが仕事の方針はこれからも今まで通り何の変更もしない。むしろ付き合ってることは隠してるぐらいでちょうどいい。いいか、お前たちの人気はルックスもそうだが、ちょっとポンコツだけどお兄さん気質のルイと 常にドシオの響きっつう二人の絶妙なバランスだ。
ポンコツ。
ちょっと黙ってて。
それに加えて中高一貫の同じ学校で部活の先輩後輩。つまりもうすでに豊かなんだよ、土地が。
土地？
豊かな自然が求められているところへいきなり商業施設を建てるのは得策じゃない。そういった方面でも人気だからこそ逆に露骨な売り方は避けたいんだよ。今まで通りだけどふとした瞬間に垣間見える二人の距離感や反応、仕草、つまり自然に生まれるものが何より強いんだよな。そしてそこからちょっと待ってよ、何？もしかして本当に付き合ってますか？いやでもさ、これはさ、
やばい、さっきから吉川さんが何言ってるかちょっともわからない
つうことなんだわ。
はあ。
でも今まで通りなのに変化とかわかるもんすかね？
ああ、それは心配いらない。彼女らの嗅覚は探偵並みだから。
へえ。
まあだから付き合えば？
はあ。
軽い。いや待ってよ、響純能力ありすぎだろ。何へえとか納得してるんだよ。てか説明の意味全然わかんないよ。
ルイさん、純能力って言葉知ってるんすね。
またそうやって知ってるわ。
いや、俺だってびっくりしてますよ。
してんのか？相変わらず表情筋死んでんな。
でもこれでルイさんと変に距離空くの俺は嫌です。だって俺らこっからじゃないっすか。
響、そうだよな。俺たちまだまだここから
ってこういうのがいいんすよね。
ちょっと今のじゃ臭すぎるがつかみはいいぞ。58点。
そういうわけでこれからよろしくお願いします。ってことで寝ますわ。
おやすみ。結局よくわかんないまま話は終わってしまったんだけど。これからよろしくお願いしますってどうしたらいいんだ。っていうかマジで付き合うのか？
ルイさん。
びっくりするじゃん、急にいたら。
いや、控え室一緒だし。
ごめんって。
はあ。昨日のことで戸惑うのはもちろんわかるんすけど、今仕事中っすよね。
わかってる。休憩中にはちゃんと切り替えるから。そうだ、響はちゃんと切り替えてるのに。
ならいいんすけど、昨日言ったことあれ嘘じゃないんで、俺これからもルイさんとこの仕事続けたいって思ってますから。
響、
お疲れ。いい男じゃん。次ルイの骨折か。
はい、今からっす。
いいねルイ君、その顔いいよ。よし、じゃあ次抜いちゃおっか。
はい。
とりあえず休憩終わってからは調子戻ってよかったわ。焦ったわ。何あの顔とガチガチのピース。
そうっすね。まああの人良くも悪くも単純っすから。
何お前ルイに何か言ったのか？
別に何も。近い。
おっと。
じゃあ俺先戻るんで。
いいよ、今の最高。ルイ君大好き。ルイ君も OK。
お疲れ様でした。
最初ご迷惑おかけしてすみませんでした。
大丈夫だよ。あの後からはすごいいい顔してたし、まあそれにルイ君がいつも全力で仕事してるのみんな知ってるからさ。響君もあんな感じだけど仕事は真面目だしね。
ねえ、そのギャップがいいんですよね。
そんなわけでさ、俺たちも5周年楽しみにしてるから頑張ってね。
はい、ありがとうございます。
あれ、ルイ君もしかして泣いてる？かわいい。
泣いてませんよ。お疲れ様です。すみません。でかっ。お前
あれ、ユン君どうしたの？
ああ、 なんでもね。じゃあな。
は
なあ、B スタジオどこ？ここ無駄に迷う。
ユンくんの実家の方が迷いそうだけど、広すぎて。
ユンって。あ、俺も早く戻らないと。響にも謝らないと。響！
お疲れ様です。
さっきはごめん。あと、ありがとな。
ほんとっすよ。最初の写真なんかひどすぎて一生笑えますよ。あれ事務所のホームページに載せたらいいんじゃないですかね。でもちゃんと切り替えられましたね。偉い偉い。うわ、顔やば。もしかして今のドキドキしちゃった感じっすか？
違う。手が痛い。せっかくいろいろ忘れてたのに。
おう、お疲れ。うわ、さすがにこんなとこでやんじゃねえぞ。ドン引きなんですけど。
やっ！
まあいいや。渡したいもんあっから帰りにちょっと事務所寄ってくれ。
吉川さん、これは一体。
ラブソングは終わらない。アイドルだって
やめろよ。
参考書？
参考書？
こんな形の薄い本屋で見たことないっすけど。
確かに。どこに売ってるんですか？
秘密。まあいろいろあるが、ありがちなのは響が高校の時からルイに片思いしてたってやつだな。
いや、どういうことですかそれ。ありがち？よくわかんないけど。響、持ってっていいぞ。
いや、俺この後春菜さんたちと約束あるんで押し付けないでください。
そういえばなんか言ってたな。この間のドラマの打ち上げだっけ？
いや、打ち上げ自体はやったんすけど、春菜さんが男性陣で飲みたいって聞かなくて。
春男だけで飲むの好きだもんな。
で、結局俺が持って帰んのかよ。っていうかこれほんとこんな重いっけ。腕が死ぬ。疲れた。なんかもういろいろありすぎ。出てた。すげえ通知来てる。全部響から。
好き
ってなんだこれ。
すみません、春菜さんが勝手に触って。
なんだ、びっくりしたと。
っていうか本読みました？
読んでない。寝ちゃってたし。
読まないの？
やだよ、怖いし。
ビビリ。
何よ。またうんちスタンプ。じゃあお前が持って帰ればよかっただろ。既読無視。もう10分も経ったし、この野郎。まあいいや、シャワー浴びて。こんな時間になんだ？
よいっす。
お前飲みに行ったんじゃなかったのか？
行きましたよ。
俺の尻のバカ、思いっきり自分から誘った。いやどうしよう。俺の尻めちゃめちゃ感度良すぎじゃない？また40点。 っていうか響寝るの早くね？こういう時まで塩なのかよ。女の子に嫌われるぞ。なんだよ、さっきまであんなに俺のこと可愛いとか言ってたくせに。いや、この反応もどうなんだ？何が正解なんだ？そもそも付き合うって。でもお尻ってこんな気持ちいいのか？いやでもな、もうなんもわかんねえ。
もう一回見ていい？うん、確認しよう。
今日発売。俺はマンゴー味、響はまたブラック。 CM 今日からだよ、見てね。
現実最高。わかる。 SNS 感謝。
私名探偵だからわかる。抱いとる。
わかる。
絶対抱いてる。だって新庄響の顔つき確実に男になってるし。
わかる。
橘瑠衣は世界の彼女かなってくらい最近可愛い無理好き。
わか
る。てかこないだのオフィスサビんとこコマ送りしたやつ見た？
見た。矢端に。
待って今動画出す。すみ
ません、うるさかったですか？
いえ違くて、僕も好きなんです、響類。
そうなんですか？びっくりした。
すみません、いきなり。最近好きになって話せる人いなくて、つい隣から話が聞こえたから。
すごい素敵。じゃあコンサート映像とか見ました？
まだ一番新しいやつしか見れてなくて。いやー、いろいろお話ししてくださってありがとうございました。
チケ取りお互い頑張りましょうね。
はい、ぜひ生でホームルーム見たいです。それだ。
後でリプしますね。
はい、それでは。おお、タイムリー。
皆さんこんにちは。橘瑠衣と
新庄響です。
僕たちホームルームの新曲が8月10日に発売されます。
かっこいい。響の浴衣姿やっぱ。
俺の姉ちゃんもハマってるわ。
すげえね。
本当にすごいな。若手アイドルユニットホームルームの新庄響くんと橘瑠衣くん、通称響類。今彼らを見ない日はないくらいノリに乗っている。デビュー時からかなり注目されていたが、最近2人のコンビ感が女性の人気を集めているらしい。ほんとすっごい邪魔。
バトルパークのゲストですか？
まあとりあえず座って。
はい。
日テレのアクションバラエティバトルパーク。毎回ゲストを4人呼んで2対2のゲームバトルをするって、まあよく知ってんだろ。ルイずっと出たいっつってたもんな。やっと出れんぞ。
絶対バトバくん人形欲しい。
それはそうと。なんで春菜さんがいいんすか？
暇だから来た。
いや帰れよ。
ちげえだろうが。これゲスト4人呼ぶっつったろ。今回春も出んだよ、響とペアで。
はあ？
春と響のドラマの宣伝兼ねてるっつうか、それがメインなんだよ。
そうそう、祝連ドラってことらしいぜ。
お
じゃあ俺は誰と？
そうそう、そんでルイのペアなんだがな。ヒロイン役の夏目あゆはいるだろ。
じゃああゆはちゃんと。
いや、あゆはは都合つかないらしくてな。あゆはと同じ事務所ってことでユンと組んでほしいらしい。
ユンって背高い子。
19歳の K-POP アイドルで、まあこれは有名だが DSM グループの末っ子っつとんでもねえ金持ち坊ちゃんな。数年前からこっちで芸能活動してるが、バラエティは今回が初で、何でも新しい売り出し方をしたいらしく、向こうから話を持ちかけてきたって聞いてる。
一緒に仕事すんの初めてだからちょっと緊張すんな。
じゃあ俺とペア変わります？ なんでまたこのうるさいのと。
はあ？なんでそういうこと言うん？おめえ俺のこと嫌いなん？
子は普通に嫌いっすけど。
はあ、うるせえ。
あー、楽しみだな、バトルパーク。11シュート、俺らならパーフェクト取れるんじゃねって。あ、違うか。今回響敵じゃんな。忘れてた。
鳥でも散歩は覚えてるのに。
鳥？なんで？
いいです。なんでもないです。は
なんだよそれ。てかあれだな、響。最近春菜さんとの仕事増えたな。ドラマおもろかったもんな。
なんすか？嫉妬ってやつっすか？
バカ野郎そんなことここで言うなよ。もし誰かに聞かれたらどうするんだよ。バカ！
バレたとしたらルイさんのその過剰反応のせいっすね。は
ぁ。なこと言ったってバレたらやばいじゃん。結局あれからお仕事として付き合うことになったわけだけど、付き合うと言ってもここ最近は特にハードスケジュールで、早朝から仕事に行って夜中に帰ってくるような毎日だし、特別何かが変化したわけじゃない。おい、置いてくな！ちょっともう。
ああ、金曜の午後のダンスレッスンちょい遅れそうっす。
了解。俺金曜リタのインタビューだ。
あそこのディレクターさん、なんでいつも変な柄のシャツ着てんすかね。
この間大仏の総柄だったぞ。俺も欲しい。
すみません、ちょっといいっすか？
ん？
俺昨日手なんかよりもっとすごいとこ舐めましたよね。
そう、何も変わりはない。響が泊まりに来ることが増えた以外は。ここ玄関。
知ってますよ。そのまま足上げてて、これ邪魔。
朝の入りが同じ時は響が泊まりに来て、ああだこうだ仕事の話して、あとはなんかまあそのやって来てやって
はあ、風呂だと色々できていいっすね。
おい、もう終わりだぞ。
触ってるだけ。
それがダメなんだって。エッチな本に負けないくらいやりまくってしまってる。この状態に慣れちゃってるのもどうなんだと思いつつ、気持ちよくてつい。まあでも、今のとこ特に何かが困ってるわけでもないし、とにかく今は仕事が忙しくて、あんま深く考えてる暇もないし。
本番いきまーす。
君に天使の口どけ、エンジェルキースチョコ。
はい、オッケー。
ホームルームレディオ。まずメールの紹介から、響よろしく。
はあ、最近よく眠れないので胸キュンなセリフをお願いします。やだ。
本日はアプリリリースを記念してホームルームのお二人にお越しいただきました。
こんにちは、立花瑠衣です。
新庄響です。
っていうか本当に忙しい。忙しい。そしてバトルパークの収録の日もやってきた。
そろそろ行かないとっすよ、ルイさん。
悪い、そんな時間か。
まあまだ余裕ありますけど、俺先行ってますね。
おい、着替えたらすぐ行く。
よ
どうも。ルイさんのペアの。いや、なんすか。
こんなひょろっちいのどこがいいんだか。
はあ。
響ごめん、遅くなった。
ルイさん。
あ、ユンくんだよね。今日はよろしく。
あ
あ、なんか話してる途中だったか？ごめん。
いえ、別に。
さあ今夜も始まりましたバトルパーク。今回はもうすごい今をときめくイケメン男子祭り。それでは登場していただきましょう。本日のゲストはこちらの4人です。春菜くん、ホームルームの新庄響くんと立花瑠衣くん、そしてユンくん。
来たよー。
どうも。
こんにちは。
いやー、もう女性の歓声がすごい。今回ホームルームのお二人は別々のチームということらしいですが。
そうなんですよ。先輩の春菜さんとうちの響が出演していた特別ドラマ不良探偵桐月仁がこの度なんと連続ドラマになるということでですね。イエーイって自分たちで言ってよ。
宣伝どもす。
そして今人気急上昇中のユンくんは今回がバラエティ初ということですが、意気込みの方はいかがですか？
そうだな。一緒に仕事するのは全員初めてだから、まあ楽しくやれたらいいと思う。あ、でもルイには昔会ったことあんだよ。俺がこの業界に入って最初の仕事のスタジオでマネージャーとはぐれて思いっきり迷子になって途方に暮れてた時。
やべえ、どこだろう。君、どうしたの？何？迷ってスタジオわからないの？収録何時から？もうすぐじゃん。おいで。
本当に申し訳ありません。この子とんでもない方向音痴で。
いえ、間に合ってよかったです。
本当に助かりました。ほら、ちゃんとお礼言う。
ありがとな。うん。いつかお仕事一緒になった時にはよろしくね。あったそんなこと。嘘、すげえ。
覚えてるのか？
覚えてる。めっちゃでかくなってる。
あの時お前が助けてくれたから今の俺がある。
それは言い過ぎじゃない？
すげえな。響知ってた？
いや、知るわけないでしょ。あの人が知らないのに。
でもよかった。実はユンくんのことちょっと怖い人だと思ってたから。
怖いか？
ほら、ピアスとかトゲトゲしてるし。いや、でもなんか嬉しいな。今日はよろしくね。
ああ、よろしく。
今ほっぺ
なんとまさかのハプニング勃発にスタジオ騒然です。
ちょっと待って、今の何
って親愛のキスだろ？
クローバル。
そのくらいで大げさに反応するな。
日本じゃそういうことしないから。
じゃあ慣れろ。
なんで？
すげえなあいつ。もしかしてこの流れ俺たちもした方がいいやつ？
ちょっと。
今収録中。顔
すいません。
せっかくだし俺らのも撮っとこうぜ。ほら。
やめろ。
おめえ今ガチで殴ったろ。
じゃあルイ、キスがダメならハグにするが？
いいよ、しなくて。
ちょっともうこれはあれだ、収集がつかないのでゲームの方に移りましょう。
これはひと波来るかもしれねえな。
さあ今夜も始まりましたバトルパーク。今日はよろしくね。
ああ、よろしく。
ユンルイ待って、これはヤバでしょ。ユンルイもヤバいけどヒビハルもかなりじゃない？ルイビは同家大学首席で卒業したの。
やっぱりか。
すみません、これって。
昨日放送のバトパの感想。
ユンルイとヒビハルっていうのは。
まあそういうことだわ。
もうマジで勘弁してほしいんすけど。
俺もユンにはびっくりしてるがしゃあないな。いきなり死角から爆燃えに殴られたら死ぬし。
何言ってるかわかんねえっす。てかこの人半値にヒビ類最愛って書いてあんのに、ほら。
あるある。
あ、ほんとだ。浮気だ。
まあおそらくだが今後そういう組み合わせでの仕事も来ると思うぞ。
新庄さん、そろそろ。
わかりました。今行きます。
ああ、そっか。今日は俺と響別なんだ。
おう、草野。今日は頼んだぞ。
はい。
じゃ、お先に。
俺たちも行くぞ。
はい。
な
あ。はい。
お前ら最近もやってんの？わかりやす。
いきなりそんなこと聞きます普通。してないですよ。疲れてるから。うち来ても即寝てますし。
あ、そうなん？
何言ってんだ俺も。
いや、あれからかなりあいつ泊まり込んでるからてっきりずっぽりかと。
この人ほんと何なんだ。
ま、いいんじゃね？
え？
変に気まずくなるならって話だったわけだし、今後徐々にフェードアウトできんならそれで問題ないだろ
う。そうですね。そうですね。
ま、別に好きでやってんならそれはそれで。最初にも言ったが、仕事に支障をきたさないならご自由に。
はあ。
大事にしたいんだろ？5周年。
はい。はい。
じゃあ今日もバリバリお仕事頑張ってください。
はい。そっか。徐々に戻していけば俺のおけつも元に戻るかな。そして少し経った頃、吉川さんの言ってた通り、俺はユン君と響は春菜さんとそれぞれセットでの仕事が来るようになった。今までも個人の仕事ももちろんあったけど、大体は響と一緒だったからちょっと変な感じ。おはようございます。
おはようございます。ルイ。
ユン君おはよう。今日結構移動長いけど大丈夫？ロケバス慣れてないって。
聞いてる。頑張る。
無理しないで。きつかったらすぐ言うんだよ。
ありがとな。
じゃあそろそろ車出します。
はーい。
おう。
この前の収録であんなことがあって、最初はどんな距離で接したらいいのか悩んだけど、あれっきりそういうことは一回もなくてホッとしてる。
ルイたちがキャンペーンに出てたゲーム、移動中によくやってる。
面白いよな。俺もやってる。
ここが結構難しい。
お、頑張ー。惜しい。体も大きいしちょっと怖く見えちゃうけど、気さくだし案外ノリもいいし、俺様キャラだけど嫌な感じがないというか、これはみんな好きになっちゃうだろうな。あー、やっぱりそのスニーカーいいな。 限定カラー買うか悩んでたら売り切れちゃってさ。
欲しいなら明日持ってこさせるか、ここのブランドに。
いやいや大丈夫だよ、そんなつもりじゃ。
お前が欲しいならいくらでも持ってきてやる。遠慮するな。なんなら今電話してやる。
いい本当にいいから、気持ちだけで十分だよ。ありがとう。ご実家がちょっと怖いくらいお金持ちだから、たまにスケールの違いにびっくりするけど。
そうか。
うん。ありがとね。ごめん、大きい犬みたいでつい。違う、今のもなし。
犬か。
ほんと変な意味とかではなく。
お前の犬になら喜んでなるけど、どうだ。
かっけー。どうしたらそんな返しが思いつくんだ。ユン君はドーベルマンとかかな。シュッとしててかっこいいから。
ルイはポメラニアンだな。
あ、でも俺実家でポメ飼ってんだ。写真見る？あったあった。ほら、かわいいでしょ？
なんでこいつもいるんだ？
響？これ年明け、俺の実家行った時のなんだ。俺と響地元も一緒でさ、結構家族同士仲いいんだ。
あいつとずっといて飽きないか？あいつ不愛想で感じ悪いだろ。ひょろっちいち。一緒にいて疲れないのか？
ひょろいかな。確かに愛想悪いし、可愛くないこと多いけど、一緒にいるのが当たり前になってるしな。でもな、あんな感じだけど仕事は真面目にやるし、物覚えもいいし、勘がいいからお芝居もできるし、半ば無理やり誘ってこの業界来たけど、俺はあいつと仕事すんの楽しいかな。いや、なんかめっちゃ恥ずいな今の。
俺もルイと仕事できて楽しい。
本当？嬉しいな。
すみません、そろそろ準備お願いします。
はい。
大丈夫か？
ごめん、ありがとう。でも、ユン君は優しいね。さっきの響だったら、子供より落ち着きないっすね。って、こんな顔で怒られてるや。
今回もいいの撮れたよ。お疲れ様。
お疲れ様でした。
またよろしくね。
それじゃあ、ユン君はゆっくり休んで。
ユン、行きますよ。お先に失礼します。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。響、もう終わったかな？
全然終わんない。
マジか。よし。
響くんごめんね。かなり待たせちゃって。
いえ、仕方ないというか、機材トラブルだし。
明日も朝ドラマの宣伝で春菜くんと生放送出るんだっけ？
そうっすね。
大変だ。ってあれ、ルイくんじゃない？
すみません、お疲れ様です。
どうしたの？
たまたま近く通ったんで、ちょっと響の顔を見に。
相変わらず仲良しだね。
すみません。10分だけ控室戻ってもいいですか？
いいよ、大丈夫。まだかかりそうだし。
ルイさん。ちょっと。
だいぶ押してんだな。なんか差し入れとか買ってくればよかったか。
なんで来たんすか？
だから帰りたまたま近く通って、まだやってるって言ってたから。ごめん、ダメだった。でもほんとすぐ帰るし。
いえ、会いたかったです。
どうした響？そんな疲れてんのか？じゃあ、ほら充電するかーつって。
します。
もう石鹸の匂いしかしねえ。響があんな風に甘えてくるなんて、ちょっとびっくりしたな。もうちょっとあのままでもよかったな、なんて。生理現象だし、さっさと終わらせよ。いけそうでいけない。これだけじゃ。いつも響がしてるみたいに。
ほら、ここ気持ちいいでしょ。ルイさん、こうするの好きですよね。
広げちゃダメ。
でもほら、広げたら3本入っちゃいましたよ。ルイさん、かわいい。
いやいや、一人で何してんだ俺。吉川さん迎えに来るまでもうちょいか。響、今朝の生放送大丈夫だったかな。
以上、今日のエンタメニュースでした。
ここでゲストをお呼びしましょう。春菜さんと新庄響さんです。
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
お、響ちゃんと起きれたんだ。草野さん大変だったろうな。
そうそう、響くんはかなり朝が苦手って聞いたけど大丈夫だった？
こいつほんと朝ダメなんで、今日俺んとこから来てんすよ。
仲いいんだね。さすが名コンビだ。
寝相最悪なんでもう二度と行きたくないです。
はい、ほんと可愛くねえっすよね。
チカ、うるさ。
春菜さんち泊まったんだ。確かにお家日テレ近いっけ。なんだ、起きれたんならよかった。っていうか、朝から元気だな。もしもし、すいません、もう出ます。はい、いえ、大丈夫です。なんだろう、これ。ちょっとだけ、チクチクするのは。おはようございます。
ルイ、元気ないな。どうした？
元気だよ。
そうか。本当にか？
何どうしたの？
取れた。
びっくりしたな、もう。
ブレイクタイム収録
そんなことないって。
いや、絶対違う。犬の嗅覚舐めるな。
うわ、
熱はないか。
嗅覚関係ないし。っていうか、顔が近いかも。ほら、人が見たら誤解しちゃうかも。何してんのかなーって、さすがに。
ああ、そういうことか。俺は誤解されてもいいけど。
あれ？それはダメ！それはちょっと、違くないかなーって。
俺は違くない。俺はルイが好きだから、そういう意味でキスがしたい。
そういう。
かわいい。
ごめん、大きい声出しちゃって。びっくりしたっていうか、
やっぱり全然聞いてなかったのか。俺結構最初からアピールしてたつもりだけど。
グローバル距離感だとばっかり。
ま、ルイ鈍感そうだし、はっきり言わねえと一生気づかねえと思って。で、返事聞きてえんだけど。
俺もユンくんが好きだよ。
じゃあ。
でもね、俺の好きとユンくんの好きは多分違うんだと思う。だから
うん、わかった。
ユンくん。
でも一個聞いといていいか？今好きなやついんのか？
いないけど。
じゃあ俺諦めねえ。とりあえず今日の夜は延期な。また今度飯行こ
う。待って。どうして俺のこと好きって思ったの？
どうしてっつうのは？
ほら、俺男だし、なんていうか、なんでそう思ったのか気になるっていうか、好きってなんだろうっていうか。
ああ、なるほど。ルイは恋したことねえのか？
いや、そういうわけではないと思うんだけど、高校の時は付き合ってた人もいたし。
ルイに？想像つかね
え。どういう意味？まあ、いたって言ってもほんと数ヶ月だけどね。
どうせ何もしてねえんだろうな。
でもすっごくいい子だったし好きだったんだけど、なんて言うんだろう、良くも悪くもそれだけって感じだから、特別感がわからなくて。まあその後は仕事もあったりでいないけどね。
好きか。まあ俺は思いっきりキスして抱きたいって思ったら好きだと思ってる。
19歳がそんなこと言っちゃダメだよ。
じゃあ何？ルイは俺が20歳になったらそういう意味で好きになってくれんの？
そういう話では。
まああとは今何してるか気になって会いたくなったり、気づいたら目で追ってて、で他のやつと仲良さそうにしてたらイラついたり。
なるほど。
そしてそれを今俺に聞くルイが俺は好きだな。
いや
気にすんな。じゃ俺呼ばれてっから上行くわ。気をつけて帰れよ。
お疲れ様。ありがとう。びっくりしたな。会いたくなる人か。いや、そこで響が出てくるのはおかしいだろ。昨日も会ってるのに。それに俺と響は友達だし。友達っていうか、なんだろう、先輩と後輩って感じでもないし、響があんなだし、あれは仕事だしな。そう、仕事だし。でも仕事仲間じゃちょっと寂しいかな。しっくりくるやつがないな。
お前どこ行ってたんだよ。
すみません。ちょっとユン君と話してて。
別にいいけど、もう時間だぞ。急げよ。
はい。
響、お前さ、いつもそんなツヤみてえな顔で飯食ってんの？
ほんと春菜さんって失礼っすね。生まれつき葬式顔ですみませんね。
ネクラ。ルイもよくこんなネクラと一緒にいられるな。
本人の前で陰口叩くのやめた方がいいっすよ。まあでも最近ほとんど仕事別ですけどね。
そうだよね。寂しいよね。ごめんね、俺で。
だる帰る。 ゴチでした。
ああ、嘘すねんなし。残すなよ。
トイレ。
またうんこ？
子供かよ。
ほんとおもろいな。はあ、まったくもう。もしもーし、俺。いや、違うし。あのさ、ちょっとルイのスケジュール教えてほしいんだけど。そんでさ、悪いんだけど、その仕事の
今日はハードだったな。春菜さん、
おっつー。
お疲れ様です。どうしたんですか？
なあ、お前らもうすぐツアーのリハ入るんだろ？ヨシさんから聞いた。
おー、そうなんですよ。ちょっとスケジュールギッチギチですけど。
そう。だから、差し入れ的おやつでもって思って。
やったー！ありがとうございます。そんなわざわざ。
こっちがルイのな。ほい。
わーい。
ちゃんと赤いテープにしてもらったんだぞ。
テープ？
で、こっちの黒いのが響きな。ほんで、これも渡しといて。こないだうち来た時、時計忘れてったから。渡しそびれちってよ。ケースそのままやるって言っといて。
でも、春菜さんの方が最近現場で一緒ですし、だから別に俺が渡さなくても。なんだろう。お腹の上、チクチクする。
いや、無理。なぜなら俺、福岡前乗りでもう行かねえとだから。ほい。それ、賞味期限早いからすぐ食ってな。行ってきまー。
本当にいつも元気だな。仕方ない。響、もう帰ってるかな。そういえば、響んち来るの久しぶりだな。響！
マヘ。すいません。パン食ってたから。
いや、いきなり連絡してごめんな。
いえ。それで届け物って。
そうそう。これ、春菜さんから差し入れ預かってて、おやつ。
はぁ？おやつ？
あと、これ、春菜さん家に忘れてた時計だって。
はぁ？なんでルイさんに持ってこさせんの？
今日たまたま会って、でも福岡前乗りで行かなきゃらしくて。
ああ、そんなこと言ってたか。すみません、わざわざ。
泊まるならうち来てもよかったのに。ほら、こないだ朝テレビ見てさ、あの日俺も同じ日テレだったから、俺の方が遅いけど。
そうでしたね。でも、いつもじゃ悪いんで、大丈夫ですよ。
そっか。でも気にしなくていいのに。それじゃあ俺、そろそろ。
用事なかったら上がっていきませんか？これ一緒に食いましょうよ。
うん。お邪魔しまーす。来たのいつぶりだろう。
適当にしててください。飲み物入れてくるんで。
俺何でもいいよ。相変わらず物少ねえ。日々って感じ。
何キョロキョロしてんすか？うるさい。
いや、相変わらず全然物がない部屋だなって。
少なくはないですよ。確かここにあった。ほら、これとか。
ケツアゴクマの木彫り人形。キャンプログで俺が買ってあげたや
つ。あとこれとかも。
つながるうんちか。懐かしい。しまってないで飾れよ。せっかく選んだのに。
人来た時恥ずかしいじゃないですか。
いいじゃん。どうせ日々家に人呼ばないだろ。
まあそうっすけど。
しかし5年なんてあっという間だな。
そうっすね。いろいろと。
なあ、日々ちょっと痩せたか？ なんか、前に会った時より顔ほっそりしてる。
マジっすか。まあ最近食ったり食わなかったりだからっすかね。
ダメだぞ、ちゃんと食わなきゃ。倒れたりしたら大変だろ。
でも外で食うの疲れるし。かといって、家帰ってきたからなんか作る気にならないし。
あ、なら俺作ろうか。
毎日オムライス？
それ以外も作れるし。まあでもレパートリー多くはないし、料理教室とか行っちゃおうかな。楽しそう。
それだとなんか、本当に恋人みたいですね。
いや、別に嫌だったら全然。でも、飯はちゃんと食ってな。そっか、そうだった。ちょっと出しゃばりすぎたかな。
ルイさんは、逆に少しプニってる気がします。
嘘。
本当。
やめ。
します。
したい。いい。痛い。
じゃあ、着替えとか持ってくんで、風呂行っててください。
サンキュー。あれ、俺今、何言おうとして。あ、この T シャツないと思ったら日々の家にあったのか。
そうっすか。お疲れ様です。はい。はあ。はい。
おっと。電話中か。どうしようかな。中入っても悪いし。
いや、普通に春菜さんの自業自得でしょ。
電話先、春菜さんか。
もらいました。どうも。てか、なんでルイさんに持ってこさせるんすか？自分で持ってきてくださいよ。
俺、持ってきちゃダメだったのかな。来た時も言ってたし。もしかして響、春菜さんに会いたかったとか。あんな態度だけど、春菜さんのこと信頼してるからだし。実際春菜さんすごくいい人だし優しいし、一緒にいて楽しいし。なんでだろう。考えれば考えるほどお腹の上がジクジクする。
ルイさん、そんなとこで何して？
なんでかな。わかんないよ。わかんないけど、こんな気持ちになるなら、俺、日々と仕事で付き合うのやめたい。
どうしたんですか、いきなり。
カバン取ってくる。今日やっぱり帰る。
は？ちょっと待って。どうしてですか？俺さっき何かダメなことしちゃいましたか？
いつからなんだろう。響に触れられることが嬉しくなったのは。今日は帰るから話して。響、話して。
嫌です。
話してってば。
嫌です。
話せ。
嫌です。
もうなんでだよ。
嫌だからです。俺は別れるのが嫌だから。だから理由聞くまで話しません。
理由なんかない。
嘘だ。
嘘じゃない。
嘘です。
本当だもん。
じゃあなんで泣いてるんですか？
わかんないよ。わかんないけど、さっき春菜さんと電話してるの聞こえて。
春菜さん？
仕事なんだからって分かってても、最近響と春菜さんよく一緒にいるし、仲いいから。
は？
時計も俺持ってきちゃダメだったのかなとか。
時計？
響は俺じゃなくて春菜さんに会いたかったのかなとか。そうやって思ったらなんか寂しくなったっていうか、もやもやしちゃったっていうか。でもそんなのおかしいだろ。だって俺と響は仕事で付き合ってるだけなのに、そんな風に思っちゃうのはいけないだろ。だから
待って、俺死にそうだからちょっと待って。
響、俺今ふざけてない。
分かってます。ふざけてないってわかるから死にそうなんです。くそ、無理だ。これ違ったら俺死ぬ。ほんと死ぬ。
何言って。
俺は最近ルイさんがあの釣り目野郎とずっと一緒なのすげえ嫌です。前に収録でキスされてた時なんかマジで頭真っ白になったし、意味わかんねえ、なんだよこのポットではってずっと思ってました。
ポット？
もしルイさんがあいつを好きになったらどうしよう。ルイさんの隣が俺じゃないあいつになったらどうしようって毎日頭ん中ぐるぐるしてました。だってなんかあいつすげえグイグイ行きそうだし。でももしそうなったらマジで死ぬし。いやてかなんならもっと遡れば、高校の時ルイさんが彼女できたって教えてくれた日、あれ普通にショックで一回死んだし。家帰って夕飯全然食えなくて残したし。くそ違う。こんなこと言うつもりなかったのに。仕事でも何でもただ隣にいられたらもうそれでよかったのに。でもそんなこと言われたら期待しちゃうじゃないですか。ルイさんが俺のこと好きならいいのにって期待しちゃったんです。つまり何が言いたいかというと、俺ルイさんのことが好きなんです。
ちょっと。
はい。
ちょっと頭が追いつかないというか。
はい。
どうやって返事したらいいのかわかんないんだけど。でも今、日々に好きって言われて、すごい嬉しい。
ルイさん。
俺も日々のこと好きって言ってもいい？
好きって言って。俺のこと好きって言ってください。
好き。俺日々が好き。
ちょっとタイム。
響！どうしたんだ？死ぬな！
生きてます。ちょっと足の力が抜けて。あと今絶対変な顔してるから あんま見ないでください。
なあ、響。やっぱり今日、帰らない。あの後二人で話し合って、ツアーに集中するため、終わるまでは、エッチなことはしない約束になった。
じゃないと俺、多分やばいです。
何が？
今まで我慢してたこと、いろいろと。
いろいろ？我慢？
っていうのはまあ、半分冗談で。だってやっぱり、成功させたいじゃないですか。
うん。実際、ツアーの準備やリハが始まると、目の回るようなスケジュールで余計なことを考えてる暇はなかったけれど。そして迎えた、ツアー最終日。はぁ、楽しい時間ってなんでいつもあっという間なんだろう。みんな、今日帰りたい？俺も！響は？
そうっすね。返したくない。
おお！みんな聞いた？デレ響！じゃあ、そんな響くんから、まずご挨拶。
5年経っても、未だにふと思う時があるんですよね。なんで俺が、こんな広い場所で、こんな派手な服を着て立ってるんだって。本当に最初は、どうすんだこれ、なんて、戸惑ったりもしたし、正直楽しいこと、嬉しいことだけではなかったですし、でも、ある時気づいて、俺の前には、応援してくれるファンの皆さんが、後ろには、支えてくれるマネージャーやスタッフの方々が、そして隣には、ルイさんがいて、つまり、囲まれてるんですよね。俺には逃げ道がないって気がつきました。ああ。前も後ろも横もダメなので、じゃあ上に行くしかないかなって思ったんです。上を向いたら見えてきた、知らない世界、知らない景色、知らない気持ち。学校じゃ教えてくれないことを、皆さんが教えてくれました。本当にありがとう。これから6年目、7年目、10年、20年先も、俺が逃げないよう、ついてきてください。そして、こんな場所で、こんな服を着るきっかけをくれた、ルイさん。俺を隣に選んでくれて、ありがとう。
日々。
これからも、いや、一生、俺の隣にいてください。以上、寝ずに一生懸命考えた挨拶でした。
日々。
何泣いてんすか？ルイさん、あれ見て。
え？
お疲れ様。本当によかった。それじゃ、ちゃんと休めよ。
はい。
どうもっす。
終わっちゃったな。
終わっちゃいましたね。
よかったよな。
よかったです。はい。はい。
好き。でもさ、落ち着いたらさ、もう一回しような。日々のチンコ、 まだおっきいもんな。
ほんと俺、ルイさんには一生勝てないっす。
ん？
おう。
ユンくん、今大丈夫？
ルイって、なんでお前までいいんだよ。は
あのね、もしかしたら言うことじゃないのかもしれないんだけど。
ん？
俺さ、好きな人ができたっていうか、いたっていうか、それで、その人っていうのが。
は？
俺とルイさんはそういうことだから、今後一切近づくなって言いに来た。
違う！何言ってんだ！
おいルイ、そいつ頭大丈夫か？
響なのは本当で。はぁ？前にユンくんが俺に言ってくれたこと、嬉しかったから。だから、ちゃんと伝えておきたくて。
ルイが好きになったんなら、まあいいやつなんだろ。
ユンくん！
なんかあったらいつでも頼れよ。
ちょっと強いかも。
離れろ。
何すんだこのクソチビ！
ああ、俺のどこがチビっつんだよ。つか年上だぞ。
俺より小さいやつは全員チビだ。
なんだと？二人ともやめて！
私のゆるい計画が。
すまんな、九重さん。うちのヒビ類が公式で。
あなたはホームルームの。あと少しでうちが派遣だったのに。
いやー、まあ一瞬食われるかと思ったが、やっぱ天然物には勝てねえだろう。うちは養殖やってないんで。
ユンの気持ちだって天然物です。
どうした？
何のお話ですか？魚？
いえ、何でも。
おう、そろそろ出るか。帰りに事務所寄るぞ。
はーい。
おい。
ああ？
ルイ泣かせたらお前を社会的に泣かす。
怖えよ。シャレになんねえ。まあでも、お前が悪いやつじゃないのは分かった。嫌いだけど。
可愛くねえやつ。
本当に良かったんですか？
俺はあの時のルイの笑った顔に惚れたんだ。相手があいつなのは気に食わねえけど、ルイが笑ってるならそれでいい。
ユン、あなたって怖い。
なんだよ気持ち悪いな。くっつくな。へえ。
やめなさい。違います。
ほー。
やめなさい。
なんなんだ？
吉川さんが渡したいものってなんだろ
う？そ
う。よーす、響ルイ！春菜さん！
うっさ。
せい！ツアーすっげー最高だったじゃん。お疲れ！てか、何チューとかしてんだし、もういっそ付き合っちまえば？
そいつら付き合ってるよ。
は？吉川さん？
多分だけど、ツアー前くらいから。
マジ？そうだ。響と春菜さんの関係って。響！おめえやっと男見せたのかよ！
痛いしうるさい。春菜さんがルイさんに時計預けたあの日、まあいろいろあって。
マジ？じゃあ俺ナイスアシスト？アシスト？
ああ、しばらく俺と響が一緒の仕事続いたろ。そしたらこいつがもう超元気なくってさ、ルイさんに会いたいってメソメソしてっからさ。
嘘つくのやめてくださいよ。
ほんでだからヨシさんにルイの予定聞いて、ちょうど私忘れてた時計あったし、ルイと合わせたろうと思って。 いやーでもマジでくっつくとはな。めでたいめでたい。あ、今度4人でお祝い会しようぜ。なあよしさん。
はいはい、そうね。それはそうとして、今後はお前ら2人のプライベートってことでこっちからは特に口を出すことはないが、前にも言った通り仕事に支障が出るようなら少し考えてもらうぞ。
はい。そうだぞ。
じゃあこれは俺からの選別。
はあ。ココアはねりねりすると美味しくなるって。
なんすかその歌。
ココアの歌、今作った。
売れそうっすね。どうも。
何見て。あ、またエゴさしてんのか。
人の耳元にいるってことを忘れないでもらえます？まあ反応とか気になって。
俺未だに無理。怖えもん。
だけどもういいです。
なんか嫌なこと書いてあったのか？
いや、だって今仕事の時間じゃないし。ルイさん。
そうだ、そういえば吉川さんがくれたやつなんだろう。
ちょっ
と取ってきますね。優しい響き、なんかやべえ。何かな、お菓子かな。
っていうか、あの人なんで知ってんだ？
続編出てた。
無限快楽メス行き地獄2純愛ハネムーンドスケベ花嫁編。
なんで？
ドラマ CD 俺たち生ものです。特典フリートーク。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、ということでね、たった今無事収録終わりましたということで、私新庄響役の江口拓也です。
イエーイ。
そして
橘瑠衣役の内田です。
そして吉川真司役畑野渉です。
よろしくお願いいたします。
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でございました。収録を終えられていかがでしょうか？
いやー、今回の作品はですね、
内田個人としては非常にですね、新しい出会いのある作品だった
と。新しい出会い。
新しい出会い。
ユーマにとっての新しい出会いとは。
なんですよ、僕一番でも衝撃だったのはやっぱメスマンコが必ず最も衝撃。
一番そのフリートークのさ盛り上がりの一番本当にあれだったんだろうね。本当に感動したんだろうね。新しい言葉に。
マジで僕の人生で多分2度出てこないことだ。マジで衝撃的すぎて、
台本で見たことないもんね。
ない
そのワードは
これどういう意味なんだろう。これ調べようもないし、どうすりゃいいんだって。もうね、これはかなり衝撃でしたよ。
だってもう興奮しすぎて、これ2回に分けて撮ったんですけど、1回目終わった後一緒に外出たんですよ。そしたらもう外で「いやー感動しましたメスマンコ」って言って外だからさみたいな。
スタジオ内。
そう、スタジオ内だったらいいけど、ね、じゃあ道路の前でスタジオ出たところの道路の前で誰もいないわと思ってキョロキョロしちゃって、ほらと思って、
発言気をつけて。
そう我々ねずっとね収録してるからもう仕事モードになってるんで、もう言葉もねやっぱ一つ一つもなんならね躊躇なく言えるようにはなってますけれども、一歩外出たら違うんで、
一歩外出たら
そこはやっぱりね、
そこは社会人としてね責任取っていただかないとね。
切り替えができなかった。
でもね、2人のやっぱ熱演、やっぱね今回のこの掛け合い多かったと思うんですよ。やっぱ2人だけのシーンとかっていうのはやっぱ集中もしたいだろうってことで、吉川的にはちょっと外に出て、スタジオのブースの外でロビーのところで待たせてもらったんですけども、ロビーってモニターがついてて、中のそのマイクを通した音声がこう聞こえて、他のスタッフさんとかもチェックできるようになってるんですけども、ちょうど僕が休憩してる時に掃除のね、片付けをする作業の、おばちゃんがですね、来てね、2人のもう、くんずほぐれつの 熱演をずっと聞きながらゴミの仕分けとかして僕だからその横のテーブルでどんな気持ちで今燃えるゴミと燃えないゴミをこう分けてらっしゃるのかな。
それはもうプロフェッショナルですから。
やっぱプロにね徹してらっしゃいましたね。無駄口は一切叩かず顔色一つ変えずにエレベーター乗って行きましたからね。
プロの仕事ですね。
ちょっとやっぱ想像しちゃいましたもんね。おばちゃんどんな気持ちで今やってるのか。
なんかエモいっすね。
エモかったね。
なんかスタジオの日常って感じがして。
まあ本当ごくごく日常の人生だと思うんですけどね。
そうですね。
聞きながら。
やっぱプロだな、みんなプロだなと思う。みんなプロね。ここにはプロしかいないんだよ。
そうですね。
そういう安心感が
たくさんのプロに支えられて私たちは作品を作らせていただいております。
感謝ですね。
感謝でございます。ということでね、ご自身が演じられて、まあそのキャラクターだったりとかちょっと感想いただきたいんですけれども、じゃあまずはじめ畑野さん、
僕から
吉川さんね、
マネージャーということでね。でこの BL というねこの世界のことにも結構造形が深いというか知識として結構入ってますよね。でもかといってその世界が大好きで好きだから2人にやらせたいとかそういうことではなくて、ものすごくこうビジネスライクというかクールなところがあるんで、そういう意味では今までやったことのないこうトライができた
新しいですよね。
キャラクターって僕すぐこうなんかこう情熱的になりすぎちゃうんで
熱が入っ
ちゃうんですよ。好きなものに対してそこをこうグッと抑えてビジネスのことを第一にっていうのでとてもいい出会いができたなと思いましたね。
いやだからもう淡々と我々にその解くところというかこの BL というか日々類みたいなことをどういうものなのかって説明してる時の畑野さんのこの淡々としてる感じが後ろから見ててめちゃくちゃかっこいいな。まあ漫画読んでる時もあそこのシーンめちゃくちゃ楽しみで言ってる内容がめちゃくちゃ面白くて僕はここが楽しみだと思ってます。
やっぱね豊かな土地っていう表現が豊かなすごい好きなの。
いやめちゃくちゃ好き。
あの表現すごいよね。
尊みが深いって感じ。
いやとても楽しく演じさせていただきましたね。ありがとうございます。
いかがですかユーマは。
そうですね。でも今回の作品はそのやっぱこう物語基本こうコメディというか割とテンポとかテンション高く進行するところとまあ2人でくんずほぐれつするところのまあ多分二大巨頭というかここの行き来が結構あったのでそういう意味ではなんかこう幅が結構あったのがまあ収録としてはめっちゃ楽しかったなっていう。あと本人そのルイ君がすごいピュアな人だったので割とそのこういろんなものをまあ素直に受け止めたりだとかそういう部分でなんかまあそのシンプルにやっぱその入ってきたまあ僕のさっきのじゃないですけどもシンプルに受け答えをしていくと物語進んでいくっていうそういうなんかこう逆にまあ僕はまあみんなとの関係値とかそういうところを感じながらやれたっていうのはすごい楽しかったです。だからやっぱそこはピュアななんか彼の性格に乗っかっていけたからそこはやりやすかったのかななんて思います。ただほんと一緒にね知らないことばっかり
すげえってね
すげえある意味すげえもあったと思います。なんだそれみたいなっていう発見もありながら
いや可愛かったですよ。
すごいなと思ったのがこのなんかなんだろうな終盤に来てだんだんこうろれつが回んなくなるみたいな表現あるじゃないですか。分かりやすく言うとラメみたいなことあれの自然さっていうかなんか可愛いと思いました。
単純にだからもう僕も相手役としてはすごい気分を上げていただいて収録させていただきましたけれどもでもやっぱりこの響きは基本的には塩っていうことなので塩加減がすごい難しい。まあ最後に告白するところなんかはもう全力でね今までこう貯めておいたものを爆発するということでやっぱあそこは自分の中ではどうやって爆発させようかあとファンのみんなに最後ね言うところあそこの2つはやっぱりこれ抑えどころとしてはどういう風にしようかなって思ってたんでそこは気をつけたのとあとやっぱりギャグのテンポ感その淡々としたキャラのギャグってやっぱこう勢いが難しいじゃないですか。やりすぎちゃうとキャラブレしちゃうかなと思ってたんですけどやっぱりその中でも僕はやっぱこだわりがあったのはやっぱ無限快楽メス行き地獄っていう言葉をどういう風にして淡々に言うかっていう
いやすごい流れるように出てくるのすごくない
だいぶ入り込んでますね。
だいぶ入り込んでるよね。
僕もこれ好きな単語シリーズの一つなんです漫画の中で読んでて いやーさすがだな。そしてあれをさらにオチで持ってくるっていうのも僕は大好き。
確かにね。
まだ幸せだけじゃ終わらないっていうところに
そうだよね
やっぱりクスってなるっていうね。
確かに
だからそのバランスがね、
そうですね
絶妙で僕も
うん
僕自身も楽しみながらやらせていただいておりましたね。はいということなんですけれどもね。さあ他にですねテーマトークあるんですね。俺たち生ものですのタイトルにちなんで、自分たちに俺たち〇〇ですとタイトルをつけるならというところで、
なんか共通点があればいい。
何か
なんだろう。
なんかありますかね。まあ今日は俺たち黒服ですよってますけど、
黒服です。
びっくりするぐらいみんな黒い服で黒い服でみたいな。
今日めちゃめちゃ暑いよ。
光を吸収するはずの
すごい気温高い日にまさかの3人とも真っ黒で来たね。
まるで本当にユニットかのように。
ユニットかのようですよね。今日はマジで暑い。
すごいですね。
何これ。
ブラッカーズ。ブラッカーズ。
俺たちブラッカーズ。
俺たちブラッカーズ。
じゃあそんな感じで共通項はということでございますね。はい、ありがとうございます。最後にですね、じゃあ締めのご挨拶ということで、じゃあ畑野さんまずお願いします。
はい。やっぱりなんかこういろんなねBL 作品いろいろあると思うんですけども、また新たなキャラクターとの出会いであったり、キャラクター性とてもチャレンジングな、キャラクターにさせてもらったなと思いますし、何より2人が可愛いやっぱ公式が正義っていう感じがありますんでね、ぜひ皆さん2人のアイドルをねこれからも応援していただきたいなと思います。畑野渉でございました。
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあまずは僕から言わせていただきます。響き役の江口拓也です。皆様本当にお聞きくださいましてありがとうございました。本当に僕自身もですね、漫画を読みながらクスクスできるBL 漫画だったなと思いまして、やっぱその面白さをどこまで伝えられるかなと思って、楽しみにしたんですけども、やっぱりこのメンバーが揃ったんで、やっぱテンポ感とかもうすごく楽しくて、もう早く次やりたいみたいな思っちゃうぐらい楽しませていただきました。なので皆様今回こうやって聞いていただいて応援していただけたら、もしかしたらね可能性があるかもしれないので、引き続き応援の方よろしくお願いいたします。じゃあ最後にユーマお願いします。
はい、というわけで俺たち生ものですお聞きいただきましてありがとうございます。本当にですねこういうテンポ感だったりだとか掛け合いで生まれるものっていうのをですね今回の作品ではすごくしみじみと感じさせてもらってですね、それがあるからこそ生まれるものがねこんなにあるんだなって改めて感じれる、とても素敵な収録をさせていただきました。でアイドルという世界はなんかきっとこう夢とかいろんなこうものに溢れているんだろうななんて、想像しているんですけども、そういう想像力みたいなところもですね今回の作品では非常に鍛えさせていただきまして、その想像力をみんなで膨らましてですねこうみんながこう聞いてるとちょっと笑う、でもなんか感動しちゃうみたいな、そういうこうホットなホームコメディみたいなものが作れたんじゃないかななんて、そんな風に思っております。ぜひとも皆さんこの作品ですね聞きながら、できれば笑いながら聞いていただきつつ、そして、何度でも楽しんでいただけたら嬉しいなと思います。本当にありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。ということで以上ここまでのお相手は、新庄響役の江口拓也と
橘瑠衣役内田優馬と
吉川真司役畑野渉でした。
バイバイ。
I didn't do any consequences. I didn't tell him, if you do this, if you go now, I'm gonna call my mom and have her pick me up. I'm not gonna be here. And this is something like, okay, from a child, you can't really expect that. So I don't blame myself that I didn't do it, because first of all, I didn't learn it, and second of all, I'm a fucking child and this is my dad. Like, I am dependent on this person emotionally. That I want to keep harmony is understandable. But these are the boundaries we need to learn. These are the things we need to learn. It's not about complaining. It's not about payback. It's not about the other person being like, oh, I'm sorry. But then it's happening again and again and again. Boundaries are things which the goal is they are not crossed again. They are not crossed in the first place. Essentially, you should speak up before they are crossed. And if a person tries to cross them, there's consequences. Instantly. So But this is, yeah, what we really lack, I think. And what is really hard to understand, because I feel like in society in general, we don't really learn it this way. So, but it's, yeah, that's, I don't know, I feel like it's so funny at the same time, because I felt like I have good boundaries. Like, I really believed I'm good with boundaries, actually. Because I get vocal. Like, I have friends who didn't say anything when their boundaries were crossed. Like, I'm already good at boundaries. Like, I complain, I get vocal, you know? But there was no consequences. There was no actually putting in the consequences so my boundaries don't get overstepped again. But I thought I had good boundaries because I complained 100 times. Didn't change anything. Didn't change a fucking thing. But yeah, that's good boundaries, right? My boundaries were the same amount of cross like the people who don't speak up and don't say anything. It's like I'm so freaking annoyed how boundaries are portrayed in our society. Because I made this mistake far longer than I would have needed to. Far longer. It's so annoying to me that I seriously believe my boundaries were good. Even though there was no consequences, even though there was only vocal complaining and no consequences, and they just got overstepped and overstepped and overstepped and overstepped again. I hate that I even felt like actually putting in consequences would be bad, and like that's not something you do. Like, I feel so stupid for this, because that is having boundaries. This is like the most important part actually about having boundaries. Like, it's first of all communication, but then actually enforcing the boundary, having consequences to this. I was so far from it, so far. And it's genuinely hard to learn even now. Like, even now there's moments where I don't know, where I struggle with boundaries. Because it's something which I just never learned properly. My camera says it's overheating. So if the camera turns off, we know why. My stream is unstable because the average stream bitrate is too high. What? That's a thing. Funny. But yeah. So this is my piece to boundaries. I have no idea. I thought it's 6K. And that's the boundaries. What am I saying? And that's the optimum. And what is it? True. Okay. Bitrate. Mm. Hmm. No, it says 6K. Six K is maximum. So I don't know. We only could do 3.5 when you were once partnered. Everything else is always. We're not partnered. What? I don't see it here though. Like here it doesn't say like for partner or like not for partner. So like I don't know if they like openly say that, like maybe they don't. But at least here it doesn't say it. Yeah. I'm gonna make the chat like a tiny bit smaller. Like this, I think. But yeah. Yeah. It's like back then I was like really the funny thing is like back then I really thought like at the beginning I always thought like, oh, my mom is like the annoying person, and then I grew older and I thought like, okay, my dad is the problem, like my stepdad. And now that I actually like read this like book, I'm like they both are the problem. Like their toxic cycle is the problem, and both of them don't break out of it. Oh, yeah. So I don't know. It's of course like it's so annoying to sit next to them, and then like all of a sudden it turns like that loud. It's like a huge stimuli for me. It's like I don't really like loud noises that much. But at the same time, I just feel like, guys, just stop it already. Like it's so. Both of them feel so much in that moment, and still they don't see each other. But just think, oh, like the other person's like unreasonable. They really like they don't believe in each other to be better than this. Because they don't think they have anything to do with the other person's reaction. And yeah. But well, it's always two people. Let's actually come back to the mental health check-in. Because we got sidetracked a lot. I always keep my tension in my shoulders and neck. But how are you guys feeling? Because we talked more about the circumstances before. So I feel like maybe now's the time to actually get into feelings. I can also start, like always, if you guys want to. Let me think. Actually, I invite you all to take part in it. To be honest, even if everything around me is kind of chill and relaxed, but I'm kind of tired a bit at the moment, and yes, I'm actually tired because I'm sitting at home and don't go to work. Sounds crazy now, but I'm kind of excited to go back to work on Monday. But that's good, I think. It's actually, so... This is good timing that you bring up this, because yesterday I learned about stress management, right? And I not only learned about stress management, but also about stress in general. And apparently stress in general, let me bring out my materials I made. So, understanding stress. There's actually, I don't need this. Yeah, it's all, I just found it funny that I have it. But there's actually good stress. Like stress is like we always say stress in sort of like, oh, this is negative, and we sort of also usually mean like the negative stress with this, because the positive stress we usually sort of say is excitement. But yeah, there's positive stress, which is sort of like also necessary in our lives to make us like motivated to, for example, get out of bed in the morning and like do something, get something done, and all of those things. And if we don't have this positive stress, we apparently feel like, for example, like bored or frustrated, and it can actually turn into depression, because what we also know is that sort of like for most people, like on average, before depression actually hits, like if you're one of those people who have like depressive phases, so before one of those depressive phases comes up, we do less. Like we go out less, we meet less with friends, we do less, like there's less initiative to do stuff. And the initiative to do stuff is actually like a lot of like the one thing which is like heavily connected to depression, because there's like a lot of things which can be different for like different people, right? But for a lot of people, initiative and not feeling like doing anything, like not really having motivation to do anything, not initiating to do anything, not initiating to go to the gym, not initiating to meet any friends, like sort of these things are really good sort of like really good symptoms to pinpoint, okay, there's like depression, like another depressive phase coming. And it's one of those things where we know this happens first, and it's hard to say sort of like, yeah, well, maybe, like, where is this like not feeling motivated and sort of like this stuff coming from, right? Like, we don't really know that, like, it's many different things, but we do know that like we do less before the depressive phase hits on average. And I repeat this, like, on average, not every person, okay? If you are different, you don't not have depression because you do stuff, okay? But it's on average. And to me, it's really interesting how it's essentially also like connected to this like positive stress, like feeling excited to do something and looking forward to something. And it can be stressful, for example, like a wedding, but it's positive stress. Or like, for example, like some life circumstance change and stuff like this. But yeah, positive stress is a thing, and it's really, I don't know, it's important for us to have something we sort of that gives us like motivation, and that sort of like induces in us this like this feeling to like do something and get out and do something. I think maybe you can call it like, I don't know if it's purpose, like it can be multiple different things, but I feel like, for example, work, like that you are excited to go back to work, and then you're sort of like tired from like sitting at home and not doing something. Yeah, I think it makes sense. And there's, I don't know, so you're not crazy, you know? This can be like a really normal thing, actually. And especially like, it's not only because you're at home and like you don't do anything, right? It's also, you still have your back injury, right? So you still don't go to training. So like your hobbies are also sort of like on hold, right? Like you've been to your friends already, like all of the stuff you like really look forward to. So all of this like positive stress has more like gone down, I think, right? And now you're sort of like, it's these last few days before work where it's like, you don't start anything like big. And then also on like Tuesday and Thursdays, you have this like thing where you need to learn and stuff. So there's maybe just, yeah, this like absence of positive stress, which is sort of making you tired. Maybe you can do something. Maybe you can find some goal for the time being. Oh, you go to training again? Just half the stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think there is something you can, I don't know, you can have positive stress towards, which is sort of like a tinier thing, or maybe like a preparation for work, like maybe some food prep or something, to then like in the first week or something have, I don't know, have really nice food as well or something? Just sort of like something like that. Or do you think like just sort of like chilling out and really giving your back the like the most rest it can before going to work is like maybe best? But it's funny, right, how our bodies work. Like Like, it was really interesting to read about this, how positive stress and how like actually necessary also positive stress is. So like stress is not necessarily bad, because I always thought that stress is bad and like stress gave me like the chronic headache and stuff like this. And that's also like I told you guys like last week, I think, that I was like low-key like a little bit of like uncertain or scared that I now like do way more things again, and that I'm like that I have these like, well, this positive stress essentially, and that I'm like, is this like all right, or like am I doing too much again? Like, is this healthy? Is this like gonna turn out bad? Like, what's gonna happen, sort of. And yeah, now it makes like so much sense though that I feel better now because I have those positive stresses. And not only those positive stresses, apparently like, so stress is still, like, don't get me wrong, stress is still really bad. Like, negative stress is still bad. Well, not really negative. It's not really positive. Well, the positive stress, okay, wait. So positive stressors are, it's usually like, it's called positive stress because it's positive stresses. It's like a wedding. Stress itself is not neither like good or bad. It's about how we handle the stress. So technically also positive stresses, like a wedding, where we're like excited for, there's like a lot of things to this, right? And there's a lot of things which are probably also going to be like experienced as negative stress. And those stresses, if we don't handle them right, even with positive stresses, like if we don't handle them right, which we usually do with positive stresses, but some don't, then it can have like really detrimental like health effects. Like there's this study which essentially said like in a 24-month period, the more stress you, like stressful events you had, the worse your health was. So handling stress well is a real life skill, I think. I mean, I already washed all my working clothes in there and in order of the day where I want to wear them. Other than that, I really can't do much prep. I can only see my day plan on Sunday for Monday. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's spontaneous. But I see. So now it's this like anticipation moment. I mean, I think in those moments it's just, I sometimes like really enjoy times where I don't do much and I don't have positive stressors. Just sort of like for what they are. And I'm like really like leaning into, because I feel like once in a while I have this need to be really like back like in student life, you know, like drink energy, stay up late, game the whole day, sort of kind of like this. And I just feel like sometimes when I don't have any positive stresses, I just use that time to fulfill this need, sort of. And just really like lean into it and like enjoy that this is like the lazy unhealthy time. And then usually it's one of those needs where like you really feel like doing it, but you know that at the end of it you're gonna feel like crap. Like it's one of those things. Like it's like going to McDonald's. Like every once in a while I feel like going to McDonald's, and every time I'm at that place, then I'm like, this doesn't taste as great as in my imagination. Like it's always a letdown. But it's like, at the same time, it's, you sort of like expect, like if you don't expect a great burger, but you're just like, well, this is just like this like need for this really sort of like for essentially this shitty burger who only tastes like MSG and stuff like this, then it's really enjoyable. So, and then sort of like also the negative, like the usually negative stuff is then also turning like good to me, weirdly. Like also this, like when I like then game the whole day and then like next day I just wake up and I have back pain and it's like, I don't know, like 13 o'clock and I really need to get back into my own rhythm. Like it's sort of like, it's still like, oh, okay, ooh. But it's at the same time like it's with a smile, you know? It's like, damn, like I did this every day back then, Jesus Christ. I'm really like glad I don't do it anymore. But it was also nice to like be reminded of that sort of, I guess, yeah, actually, I guess it's more like you do it for nostalgia, but it's like you're also really like, there's a reason why you don't live like that anymore. But every once in a while, having this like nostalgic sense is really nice. Ooh, 4 a.m. Damn. Okay, that's crazy. Sitting in like an evil scientist room one movie, only without the white cat. Instead, you have the doggo. Yeah. Now you can still enjoy your nostalgic, or like, is it for you nostalgia? Because for me it is, but I just sort of assumed it's gonna be for you too. I can't game anymore after 1 a.m. My concentration is just down. Usually I hang in Discord and watch a movie. Well, I mean, that's also good, right? I just still game without concentration. I'm kind of happy about my sleep at the moment. Kind of fixed it, and I try to keep up the momentum. Nice, let's go. That's good. Doing something to stay in green, I see. This whole concept of like having to do stuff to stay in green was really odd to me. Like I genuinely, I didn't get that I had to do this. I felt so weird for having to do this also. Like I genuinely like, I felt like, I don't know why, but I had this feeling that like nobody else has to do this. Like everybody just regularly is in green. But now I realize actually like everybody who is in green is actually doing something to stay in green. Like my grandma has so many things she's like on a daily basis she's doing to stay in green. And also like the other friends we have who are like a little bit older, like you usually only see it with like older people who, because they already have figured their life out sort of. But there's so many things they do to stay in green. And when I first got to know this concept, like I really felt like, no, like I hated the fact that I had to do stuff to stay in green. Like I felt like, oh, I'm sick and that's why I have to do stuff to stay in green. Or like I'm unhealthy and that's why I have to do stuff to stay in green. And like it's so hard to stay in green. Like it's so much effort. Like, but it's only like, I felt like it's only for me so much effort to stay in green. And I don't know, there was always this like really like, I didn't want to have to do all these things to stay in green. So every time I was in green, I stopped doing those things again because I felt like I don't want to have to keep doing them to stay in green. Like I didn't want to accept it, that I have to keep doing them to stay in green. I just felt like, no, I'm in green now, so this just needs to stay now. So like, you know, like it's just gonna stay. And then I went back into red, and then I was like, okay, fuck, I need to do all those things again. And then I did all those things again, and then I felt like a green again. But then I stopped again. Like, it was going back and forth so often that I finally, like, literally only a few months ago, got that I just need to do those things to stay in green. And everybody does something to stay in green. Like, the people who are in green have done something to be in green. Like, it's not only for me, Hard. I'm not the only one who has to do some things and whatever. And while the things I have to do are maybe, like, low-key individual, there's, like, a general concept which is the same for everybody. And that, fuck it, like, mums were right, we need to go outside. We can't be in the busy all day. And there's all of this bullshit to stay in green, we gotta do this. And we just have to do stuff to stay in green. And I'm so thankful I'm finally at peace with having to do stuff to stay in green. Because, oh my god, I was going back and forth for years. Seriously, for years. And I felt so shitty about it. Because I really felt like, only because I'm sick or unhealthy or traumatized, or I really felt so much resentment for having to do this stuff to be in green, because I felt like everybody else is just in green. Just like that. And it's just not the case. And yeah, I don't know. I just think it's something which isn't communicated as clearly. And that's why I thought like this. So maybe like one of those like autism moments, like nobody told me and this is how the system works. So I assumed different. And hi Pandas, how you doing? Welcome. But yeah, long story short, I'm really proud of you, Fluffy, that you're doing stuff to stay in green. This is good. Keep doing it. You had a meltdown? Oh no, why? Oh, Naradim, same. That's why I usually don't stream gaming anymore, because I feel like for 2 hours, like I don't feel like gaming anymore after 2 hours. And then I don't feel like stream is like worth anything. And I gotta complain about someone. Okay. So, what is happening now? Oh, I feel like I can't wear my glasses the entire time. So weird. I also should clean them, they're so dirty. You want to see like really dirty glasses? You see this? Ooh. So disgusting. Like 2 games is the maximum I can get out of gaming nowadays. I really feel like playing Morgana and Lux since since a week or something. Since I played Morgana and Lux bot lane with Looney, I really feel like playing Morgana and Lux bot lane again. And because after like me and Looney played that, right, like we didn't I played like 2 more games alone and I lost both of them, and with her I won both of them. Even though technically she's lower ranked than me, so I don't know. the mental support or whatever. But Lux and Morgana bot lane, oh my god, it was so much fun. I really want to play it again. But Looney started a new job, and that's why now she's like super busy right now. So I need to wait till she's like worked into it and stuff. But I really have such a big craving for playing Morgana and Lux. It's crazy. Like, I was so close to actually playing League on my own yesterday. Imagine. Crazy. I'm watching Supernatural with a friend, and we're at season 2. For context, I've already watched it for up to season 6, so I kind of know the episodes anyways. He said yesterday that we will watch 1 episode today. Spoiler, we won't, because he's at work now. And we've been in a Discord for like 2 hours and played 7 days with someone else in this time. Okay. I'm like, where's the, you know, like, you set the stage. What is happening now? I mean, is that the problem? I don't think, like, I think that was like setting the stage and the problem comes now, right? That's the only thing annoying about having the stream like this. Because I don't know if there's going to be a next message. Or like when there's going to be a next message. And then there's this awkward like... The minute we started with we're watching a series, I imagine, okay, like somebody watched it without the other person. For sure, 100%, whatever. But like, why is the other one in that story? Like, is the friend now... You know? Is the friend now like jealous? Maybe? And that's why I watched it or not? Pandas, we need more! We're all so hooked! Anyways, I asked him if he wants to start the episode, and he was like, no, you're playing 7 days. And I say, I don't mind, you can start anyways. Because I always watch something when I play games that don't require 100% of my attention all the time. He's like, no, I don't want to disturb you. Ah, okay. Well, I do get that he wants to actually watch it with you. Maybe, you know? Because like maybe it is okay for you to like watch something while you play, you know, but then like if it's like a watch party and he wants to actually watch it with you, and for him it's more about the like sort of like social act of watching it and then like talking about it. I think it can be like really weird to have somebody like play a game meanwhile, because maybe you won't answer his comments on the series, or you won't make any comments on the series like you usually do, you know? So I get that he wants just like your full attention maybe while watching this. Well, it's hard for people to speak up about that they want more from others, you know? Because essentially, he's probably a little bit sad that you don't want more. And he doesn't want to tell you that he wants more, because then he looks like the demanding person, you know? Because people are scared to be demanding a lot of the time. People are scared to be the ones who love more, who want more social contact, you know? So I think it's... So you don't want to? Okay. So that's maybe why he don't wants to impose then. You know? Like maybe he's aware of like that you guys took so long already, so he doesn't, you know? Wait, let me describe it. I don't know if that's impose. Impose is more like, I think it's more like demand, but like different context. It was when it was 1.5 hours from me. It was literally that time. How is it that time? Like, was it like till your date arrives, or like what? How you mean that time? Time I won't be spending my date anyways. Yeah, but time you might want to spend gaming. You know? There's like more things you maybe want to do in your day than spend time with him or your date, you know? Like this is all clear to you, but what do you think is clear to him? Like what do you think he understood? Because it's so we're gonna use this model because I think it's gonna make it easier for me to explain what I mean by this. But so this is you and this is him. This is what's like under the surface. So you don't see this, or probably won't. This is what's under the surface for you, so he won't see this, or probably won't. Like it sort of like depends how aware people are for how much they see. And this is like above the line is the things we do see. And we do say, for example. So it's the obvious things we say and the obvious like, for example, like body gesturing and stuff like this. The story around this, so the story from you about him and the story from him about you can be really different because we don't see this. And if we don't share this and clearly articulate it, we can't really fault the other person for not seeing this because we're hiding it. You know? Or like they don't know if there is something and they just, they just see this picture and all of this is below the water, so there's like no knowing how huge the iceberg is, but sometimes it's really huge. I had these misunderstandings with psychologists, with head psychologists. This is something which happens with any person. It doesn't matter how much you know each other or how skilled the other person is in communication or anything. This can happen with entirely anybody. So the picture we draw about the other person can be wrong in every case. Like we need to know that while we do usually train through our lives to be like really good at this, there's always the possibility that we got it wrong. There's always the possibility that what we see here is actually just not the full picture and not a good implication of what is here. For example, if I feel low-key threatened or offended by something, or sad about something or whatever, I won't show, like back then, now it's a bit different, but back then I didn't show it at all. I turned off my emotion and I answered entirely logical. That other person had no idea they offended me. They had no idea there's emotions. Because I actively was hiding them. And then I was annoyed that the other person acted like there were no emotions. Like, this is nothing personal, this is just clearly only business, you know? Because I can tell you that he will be pissed if I spend my Sunday not playing Baldur's Gate 3 with him, because that's our Baldur's Gate 3 game day. And he literally tried to turn it on me that he decided to play D&D last Sunday and that I didn't want to play Baldur's Gate 3 anymore because it was like 8 PM when he returned, but rather with my date or someone else. I'm not saying this is your mistake, okay? I'm not saying you need to take responsibility for this. Don't get me wrong. Like, we're not trying to only be like he's the good person, you're being too harsh on this, okay? This is not what I'm trying to do. While I recognize that what we said about him is more positive and is more the more positive view. It's not necessarily what like has to be or anything. It's just more that the view you painted to us about him is more negative. So what we tried to sort of like put in a picture is that there is more positive options for this as well. So essentially what we're trying in this chat right now is to sort of make you aware, I guess, that the picture you have from him might not be entirely right. And the story evolving around him, why he does things, why he didn't, whatever, might not be entirely right. But it doesn't mean that you have the responsibility for this. Like, he can also be a whiny little bitch, okay? Like, I don't... Like, he can still be a whiny little bitch, and he can be too demanding and whatever. Like, that's still on the table, okay? We don't want to like defend this person to like the utmost or whatever. Like, you're definitely right. Like, we don't know him. We don't know what there's up. But I'm just saying the picture you have of him might also not be entirely true. And this is interesting because if you act like the picture is entirely true, you push the other person to act, to respond to that, you know? Which usually, if you have a negative picture about the other person, that other person is gonna feel a certain way about this, you know? I agree with Naradim here. I would... Actually, you know what? Don't talk to me yet. Let's think this through. Because I do think there needs to be talking. But I think it's important to know what you want to talk about, to line it in like in a good direction. Because what I get from you, that there's actually many things on the table right now. Like, there's a lot of... Like, this is not only about this situation right now. That's what I'm getting. What I'm getting is that you're still low-key pissed about the Baldur's Gate 3 thing. And are like, how do you expect, like, what are your demands here? Like, what the fuck do you expect from me? And that now this to you seems like he's like sort of like pulling attention and like whining to actually then get you to give him full attention to watch the series with you. Is that right? Okay. So now we know this is a recurring pattern. And this is not about this situation actually. But this situation is the tip of the iceberg, which brought it up again. Right? There's a lot of feelings in this room right now. Pandas, I just want to let you know that we're here to help. We don't try to blame anybody. We're trying to make sense of the situation, and from a third person perspective, there's like a lot of things we don't know, right? So this is why there's just like a lot of questions to sort of try and help you best to grasp the situation better. I have to wander into a semi-half-log in about 10 minutes because my online quest starts at 2:30. Oh, alright. Good luck, Naradum. So I feel like it's actually best to focus on you, Pandas. Because okay, no. Because I feel like it could offer like a lot of clarity to actually focus on you about this. What do you specifically don't like about his behavior? Like you said, you're pissed that he's trying to blame things on me just to have the last word. Like, what are you specifically annoyed about? Are there certain fears, maybe? You know, like, is there fear, for example, of like being the bad guy? Is there maybe the feeling of not being appreciated because you do already spend so much time with him for, I don't know, because you, for example, know that he like really, you know, needs a friend right now. And he's asking for more and for more and for more. And now you're even the bad person for like not spending more time with him? Like, is there more context to this? We can Discord call, yeah. I think it's a good idea. I'm in the live channel. You can not join the live channel directly, but you can join the Voice 1 or Voice 2 channel and then I can pull you in. It's fine. We're just gonna start with basic English and we're gonna walk our way through this. It's gonna be fine. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Okay, what was the question again?
Let me just quickly fix my sound settings.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this should be fine. Hopefully. We'll see. The question was if there's like more behind it. So because you said that you don't really give a fuck whether we play Baldur's Gate 3 each single week or not, I'm pissed that he's trying to blame things on me just to have the last word, because he always needs the last word no matter what. So what
Oh yeah,
specific?
right.
Yeah.
So I don't think that he blames me for not spending enough time with him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I told him that he said that we would watch at least one episode today. Which he tried to turn that we also said that we try to play. So he said we said we always play on Sunday. We said we try to play. We try to always play on Sunday. But if something comes in between, like D&D, for instance, then we can skip. Or usually, like I had a handball match 2 weeks ago, and then we played on Monday instead, right?
Yeah.
So we try to play every week. Sometimes it doesn't work because, like, I don't know, he would get a visitor next week, so that's probably not going to work either. And I was on vacation one weekend, so that didn't work out either. But like, we usually play on Sunday. What pisses me off is that he like tries to frame it against me that I just didn't want it to play on this day, because we could have had played before it. If we look on the history, then we usually play at 6 p.m. For like 2 to 3 hours. Which is what I was kind of expecting, because like, I don't know, like my D&D group usually played from like 3 hours or something. His seems to play longer, which is fine. And I wasn't mad that we didn't play it this day, because like, yeah, I don't know, it just didn't happen. But what pisses me off is that he tries to frame it the way that we didn't play because of me. Right? Because
like he was gone for
that is like
for D&D and it was too late.
Yeah, I don't know, from like 1 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Oh damn, that's a long session. Yeah.
I mean, maybe he probably like made some food before that, but effectively we were in Discord in the morning a bit, or well, not morning, midday, because he usually sleeps until like 11 a.m. or something, and I'm like, my work starts at 7, so I'm usually up rather early. Which also is fine, but like, and yes, in theory we could have played early. I don't remember if he is explicitly asked if we could play early. So I don't know. So I wouldn't say like it's 100% his fault that we didn't play on this day. Because again, I could have also said, okay, 8 p.m. Yeah, let's just play for like 2 or 3 hours. Like, I could have done that, but if I would have done that, I probably would have been awake until like, I don't know, like, because if I stop playing at like 11 p.m., I'm usually up until like, I don't know, midnight or something, right? And then I have to get up at 5, and I was just like, no, like, we can like watch a series, because that's usually way less engaging for me, I guess. So I'm not as much awake after it. Like, I can get tired in the meantime. I can, like, I don't know, brush my teeth when it comes to the end, and then just go to bed and sleep relatively quickly. If I play a game, then I can't do that.
Yeah. If you have cancelled the Sunday playing date sort of before, why is it this time a problem?
That's what I mean. It's not a problem. he tries to frame it against me so that he can kind of say, "Oh yeah, you cancelled. We also said that we play every Sunday, which we technically didn't, because before that we also didn't play every Sunday. We sometimes took the appointment and put it somewhere else, or we just completely cancelled it. And he just tries to frame it on me that last time it happened because I just didn't want to.
So it is a problem.
No,
for
he
him.
makes it a problem. He makes it a problem because he didn't mind.
But why is it a problem for him?
That's
Like,
what I mean.
why
It's
is it
not a
this
problem.
time? Well, for him, it
It's not.
apparently is a problem now.
No. He just takes it because like we could have done that like the last time where we said, okay, we play on Monday.
Yeah.
If that would have been a problem for him. In my opinion, he just takes it as an argument to have the last word on the matter, that he has some kind of justification that he can go back on his word that we would watch another episode today. And like, what annoys me the most is that he doesn't say, "Oh, I just don't want to right now," but that he somehow tries to spin it on me.
So he's essentially like using this, like, so the Sunday being cancelled wasn't an issue until today. So today he brought it up as sort of like, you believe, as an like excuse that he doesn't watch the series with you today.
Yes.
And you do want to watch the series today. Like, you felt
Yeah, well,
like
we said
like
we
you
will
said
watch like.
yeah.
No, sorry.
Like you said, like we watch like you said we're gonna watch the series today, and now you don't show up. Like, what's going on, sort of?
Well, he showed up.
Mm-hmm.
He showed up. He was in the Discord call with me and the other guy I was playing 7 days with.
Yeah.
He just decided that I shouldn't be disturbed while playing 7 days, which is a nice move, I guess. So that, I mean, he kind of like wasn't demanding that we watch it now. But then I said that I don't mind because I was watching like House of Cards in the meantime, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he effectively said I don't that like he kind of invalidated my opinion on this.
What did he say?
Yeah, he basically said like I would be too distracted for the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he would have said I don't want to watch now, I wouldn't have minded.
Yeah. But he sort of made it
I wouldn't have talked about it anymore. I would have probably said, yeah, okay, I don't think it's all right that you effectively tell me we are watching this. So, like, if he would have said I don't want to watch right now, I might have said something. Yeah, okay, don't say that we will watch one episode no matter what, and then I would have let it be. But he didn't. He like always tried to somehow frame it on me why we won't be watching an episode now, which pissed me a bit off. So I was a bit more persistent in this regard. And then, because like what he is doing very often is like we played a game called Wargame Red Dragon. It doesn't really matter what the game is about, but I really enjoy playing it, and he does not so much. And I occasionally ask him if we can play Wargame Red Dragon.
Yeah.
Right. So one day he was pissed that I asked him if we could play Wargame Red Dragon again, something I enjoy playing, and told me, the more often you ask me, the more likely it is that I would say no because I'm just so fed up with it. Which caused me not to ask as often anymore because, like, okay, obviously he doesn't want to play it, and I mean, I sometimes ask him, but less frequently, more when it's like when it's like more relevant in the context. Like, I don't know, we are talking about something and it goes in this direction, and ask him like, would you mind playing again sometime soon? And I don't know, last time he said he deinstalled the game, so I just didn't ask since then. But then again, on the other hand, he has a game he really likes to play, and I enjoy playing it. It's Magic: The Gathering Arena. And I currently am a bit burnt out from Magic because I started to play again physically with real cards in, like, I think April. And then I played really, really much Magic, and also so with real life friends and with at my local game store, and made a lot of deck lists, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And also played a lot of Magic: The Gathering Arena. So he's frequently asking, and since I've played a lot of Magic this year, I currently have, like, I used to play more often with him. Currently, I have a tendency to say, look, I'm not in the mood for Magic. And what bothers me is that if I say I don't want to play Magic right now, 50% of the time he will stay persistent.
In what way persistent?
Well, I say, look, I don't want to play Magic right now, and then because, like, it's a card game, it's like it's not that I say I don't want to play anything. It's just I don't want to play this specific game. It's like if you are fed up with League or something like that, right?
Yeah.
You just don't want to play League of Legends. You're not saying you don't want to do anything with this person. And then sometimes he's just like, he asks me, do you want to play Magic? I say no. Sometimes later again, he asks me, do you want to play Magic? I say no. Again. And then he sometimes later asks me again for a third time or a fourth time, do you want to play Magic? And I always say, no, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. And
is it
I
sort
don't
of like
mind.
the same question? Like, basically, like you haven't been answered, like haven't had answered before, just like the same question without any like new information, without any.
I think it's sort of a semi-joke.
So it's the question covered as a joke.
Yeah. It's like the trend. I really have issues with TH and F. Sometimes I want to pronounce an F like a TH, and sometimes I just can't pronounce a TH as a TH and pronounce it like an F. It's terrible.
Yeah.
The friend I played 7 days with, we played a train simulation game. And he completely stopped playing it. Right? So, and the way it always is, like, if you actively played the game and then someone just stops, and then you ask more frequently if you want to play again sometime soon, and like that got a little bit less. And sometimes if there is like we spend a lot of time in Discord together usually, and sometimes it's just like there's a train, and I just ask, like, jokingly, oh yeah, do you know what else contains trains? And he's always like, no, we won't do that, right? And I wouldn't mind, like that's like jokingly, and I would just say this once, and then I won't mention it again for like a week or something, right?
Yeah.
Or most likely longer than a week. But I'm not like very pushy in this regard. That I like, oh yeah, you have to play this game with me. And I wouldn't mind half as much that the other friend who is so persistent about Magic the Gathering is this persistent. Like I already told him once that like he basically like when he told me that the more I ask about Wargame Red Dragon, the more he is going to say no, because he's just like doing that out of spite, kind of.
Yeah.
Is it spite? One second. Yeah, it's spite. He's basically saying no out of spite because he is annoyed by me occasionally asking it. And I once told him that like he complains that I ask too often for a game. What he asks me like 3 times a day or 4 times a day for a game where I explicitly say we can play sometimes, but I don't want to play right now. And like I don't know, I don't mind telling it again and again and again because that's like one word for me, and I don't bother being pissed about that.
Do
But
you really?
he's pissed, huh?
Do you really don't mind?
In the situation, I don't mind that he asks me this often because it's like I just say no and do something else. What bothers me more is that he, in return, is kind of trying to punish me, at least from his own wording, for me asking too often in his perception.
In his own wording?
Can I say it in German?
Ja.
Or should I try to continue? Okay, also er hat halt explizit gesagt, je öfter du mich fragst, desto öfter werde ich Nein sagen, einfach aus Prinzip.
Well, wait, I'm gonna translate it. So, he basically said, the more often you ask him, the more often he will say no, just out of principle. How does this mean that it's punishment for you asking him, though?
I mean, effectively
so
is
okay,
if you.
no. It's sorry. I know how you misinterpret that. It's not how it's punishment for you asking him if he wants to play that game, but so did you mean it's punishment for you asking him if he wants to play that game, or did you mean it's punishment for you saying no to him asking you to play that other game? And that's why he now is so pushy about this one and is saying no because you say no.
So we played Wargame Red Dragon before we played Magic, and sometime parallel to Magic, but like when we played Wargame Red Dragon more frequently, I was still playing Magic the Gathering quite a lot. Right, so the Wargame Red Dragon thingy is basically older. So I wait a second, I can take
Okay,
a look
so he
when I
was
played
like
the last time.
since the beginning he sort of had this like, let's say, harsh answer as no. So it
was
didn't
before I more frequently said
Okay.
that I don't want to play.
Yeah.
So like it's not that like we're playing a lot of games together. But it wasn't like the I don't play Magic with him, so he doesn't play Wargame Red Dragon with me, which again would be some kind of punishment again, like. And I mean, in my opinion, it's kind of fair to say like look, I have this game I want to play, you have this game you want to play, and we can make some kind of deal that we just like try to have it somewhat equal, and then I can decide, do I want to take this deal, or do I want to scrap it and as consequence can't play the game I want to play, right? That kind of would be fine for me, because like that's not a one-way
Yeah.
Like relationships are not a one-way ticket,
Right. Yeah.
right? Okay, so last time I played Wargame Red Dragon was in July, and I think I played on my own. And the Magic discussion was more recently, I think. But my issue is that he basically decides to somewhat punish me for asking. Not very persistently, but like more or less frequently, like not every day, but like every second week or so. If he would want to play. And the equivalent would be that I just say, no, I won't play Magic the Gathering because you ask so often. You know what I mean? Like,
I know what you mean.
Like, I occasionally still play Magic the Gathering with him. If he has like a new deck he wants to try out, I will play Magic the Gathering with him.
Even though you don't really like feel like it, just because you see how it's important to him in that moment, or
sometimes, yeah. And I don't require him to play Wargame Red Dragon with me. Like, the consequence is that I don't play Wargame Red Dragon because like the other people who play online are just like serious pros, and I'm a noob, so it's just not fun for me. And I get that playing against me might not be as much fun for him because like I'm a bit better, I have more hours in the game, so I get that. But we also played against the AI, right?
Yeah.
So if that would be the only issue, then so I could understand that he wouldn't want to play against me again and again and again, because like I have the same issue with playing the other guys online. So I could understand that, but we also played against the AI. And in Magic, he has like the bigger card pool because he plays Arena more often, so he has more gold, which he can spend on cards. And I have like one deck I just play again and again, which because it's a rather good deck. It's like if you have a proper card draw, then you can overrun most other decks. But he has like a lot of decks that simply are more consistent than mine. So I would say like I probably lose like 60 to 70% of my matches against him. So
yeah.
Which is not the reason why I don't want to play. I just like that's like the same reason why I don't have as many cards as he does, is simply because I don't play the game quite a lot at the time. Like I would get him if I would like constantly grind in the ladder and just say, yeah, I don't want to play with you right now. Then I could understand his frustration, kind of, I guess. But I just don't play it at all. If I play it, it's because he asked me to play it. So
If
yeah, I don't know.
your other game wouldn't be there, would you still play Magic with him?
I think I need specification on that question.
The thing I'm getting is that there's sort of like an expectation of transaction. Yeah. Sort of like I play that game for you, you play that other game for me. If that other game
not really.
If the dragon thing like wouldn't be there, would you still play the Magic game?
I mean, we probably would have played more Magic.
Even though you don't like it right now?
No, because like the phase where we played Wargame.
No, I mean right now. I mean right now.
honestly, I probably, because like the reason why I don't play Magic right now is not because I want to play Wargame Red Dragon. It's just that I played a lot of
That's not what I mean.
Magic.
Would you, with him, for him, play Magic right now? If there wouldn't be a game where you would want him to play?
Probably occasionally, yes.
The same amount, like right now?
Yes.
Okay. So you playing with him Magic?
It's not my issue. It's not that he's not playing Red Dragon with me, because like with the other friends, we play a lot of 7 days, which is a little bit different because like I enjoy playing 7 days a bit more than Magic the Gathering, because Magic the Gathering is not as how to say it?
You don't need to explain it in
like
too much
I
detail.
just have this one deck, right? I don't have a lot of variation.
Yeah.
In Arena, in physically, I have more than one deck, so that's
You can just say it's not as fun.
yeah, it's currently not as fun as 7 days for me, so that's not 100% comparable. But even though I would want to play the train game, I still play 7 days, even though I'm aware that he will most likely never play the train game again. Like I would still occasionally ask if he might want to try it again, and he usually declines it. But that's not a reason for me to say, okay, I won't play 7 days with you because I want to play the train game. And the
Do you
same
play
goes.
7 days for him?
As I said, I enjoy playing 7 days more than Magic. But I mainly play 7 days because that's like kind of the activity we agreed on doing when spending time together. And I enjoy spending time with him. And that's why I play 7 days. If I could choose, then I would play something else.
Mm-hmm. So 7 days is already a compromise for you?
Yeah, more or less, but I don't mind in this regard. Like if the thing is, if we would how do I say this?
You can say like really basic if you want to.
Like that's time where I would spend time on Twitch or on Reddit or something like that. Right? So basically unproductive time, like time I just spend on social media effectively. And that's like time I would just as well spend with a friend, right? And like I think it's just more productive to talk about it with you right now than to shitpost on Reddit, right? So that's like kind of my like priority wise. I kind of prioritize
your free time,
online social interactions over like meaningless Reddit stuff or something like this, right? So I usually go with, okay, let's just play 7 days when he's available. Sometimes we play something completely different if we try out a new game or something, but that's like been quite a while. 1 second. Sorry. But I wouldn't like. Okay, maybe you got that a bit wrong. Because I explained it weirdly, I guess. I don't mind that he's not playing Wargame Red Dragon with me. my issue is that he kind of has a certain double standard
Mm-hmm.
in regards of
Asking for a game?
asking for a game, in regards of distributing how someone wants to spend their own time, like
I actually think I got that very right.
okay.
Because essentially what I noticed is that I think how do I phrase this properly? You're not happy with the compromise and what it entails right now. But I wonder
Well,
if
yes.
I wonder if the other guy is actually like if your friend is aware of the compromise you make and the sacrifice you make, that you would play something else in 7 days if it would be your choice. That you do
Well, the
play
7
it
days,
because you
the
value
7 days guy, I'm 100% fine with the 7 days. Sorry, I'm adding too much information, I think. I'm totally fine with the 7 days, 7 days guy. Like the thing is, like, he is very direct,
Mm-hmm.
which kind of benefits me.
Wait,
Because
so
like
the 7 days you don't play with the person you're asking to
well,
play
he's also
Dragons.
playing 7 days occasionally. Now we're getting in a completely different topic. Holy hell! Like he was playing 7 days with us.
Yeah. No, because you explained how you play like 7 days sort of instead of Magic, and that's sort of like the compromise for you.
No, instead of the train game. Like I was trying to make an example in terms of I don't mind playing like one game someone else prefers more than I do. That I don't like require someone to play the game I want to play in order to play another game that this person rather wants to play. Does that make sense? Like I don't necessarily need like this
Yeah,
I
it
only
makes sense.
play the
I'm just
game you want to
confused
play
because
it.
you compared 7 days to Magic. That it would be like really similar to Magic.
No, the situation is not the game. The games are completely different.
Okay.
The situation for me in regards of the 7 days situation for me personally, I'm not as fed up with 7 days as I am with Magic right now.
And it's sort of like the same situation because you play 7 days instead of the train game because that other guy doesn't want to play the train game anymore.
Yeah, but at the moment I still enjoy playing 7 days enough that I still keep on playing it.
Yeah.
But I'm not like in this like what I wanted to make clear is that I don't have this you have to play the game I want or else I'm not playing the game you want pattern. That's what I wanted to point out with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but long story short, I'm fine with the 7 days guy because he's like always very straightforward in what he says.
Yeah. So the
Like if
communication
something
is
bothers
clear.
him, then he's very like if he doesn't want to play 7 days, and I ask him, do you want to play 7 days? Because I want to spend time on with him. He's not going to come along with, oh, you are too distracted right now or something. He just says, no, I don't want to, or no, I don't have time, and that's it. And the other guy is always very
He makes it about like his decisions about you, essentially.
yeah, kind of. In this example, that was exactly the case. Like he's like, he could have said, no, I don't want to, because I don't know, not in the mood or something, and then that would have been like I might have been like a bit disappointed or something.
Yeah.
But that would be fine, and I wouldn't have mentioned it anymore. But he decides to make it about me, that it's like effectively I'm the reason why we are not watching it. And that and then when I'm staying a bit more persistent regarding, because like if you say like, okay, I don't know, you're ending the stream because I'm getting tired and you wouldn't know what else to do, and I say, no, I'm not tired, you can keep on streaming and I would stay in here, and you repeat, no, I don't want you to get too tired or something, then I would get a little bit persistent about it, because like I know how I feel in this moment, you don't.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a stupid example, but that's like kind of similar to what he did. And so far it's fine, right? Because I can be persistent to a certain degree, and he can try to make this about me, which only causes me to be more persistent, because like if I am the issue, then why shouldn't I be persistent? Because in my opinion, I'm not the issue. If he would say, no, look, I just don't want to, then it's fine. But where it starts to become an issue for me is that he will kind of say like, oh, now you are like basically asking me, so like the completely other guy, that the 7 days guy, basically said, oh, now you're doing the same thing he does, like being persistent, because like he's not only persistent when it's about me, he's just like that's kind of like his thing, I guess, to be like a little bit more annoying. I guess he sometimes considers it as funny to do like the same thing over and over and over again, which is fine to a certain degree, but it's annoying sometimes. Like
yeah,
I don't know, like in 7 days you kind of have to manage your resources, right? So you have like gasoline for cars or something, and in the early game you are usually chronically low on that, so, and on food or stuff like that, so you have to manage your resources. And if you decide that you want to sprint either on foot or with a vehicle, then you are draining these resources faster, right?
Yeah.
So we agree on, we don't sprint, because then you are getting hungry faster, you're getting thirsty faster, you're using more of the gasoline. He sprints anyways. We remind him that he's not supposed to sprint, that we agreed on not sprinting, which is not an issue until there, because he could just stop sprinting.
Yeah.
But he will take that as an offense and will use it as a cause to keep on sprinting. Like some kind of jetzt erst recht, jetzt erst recht mentality. basically the same thing with the Wargame Red Dragon issue that I asked too often in his opinion, and that's the reason why he will say no, regardless of his actual mood to play this game. And that's like the way he is. He's persistent about certain things. Like if he thinks that you are annoying, he would just because of something he would just do it to piss you off, regardless whether you being annoying. Like, okay, look, we agreed on something. You should keep to it, please.
So
That's
he's
like, in my
punishing
opinion,
you in that moment.
yeah, because he thinks I'm annoying and he's doing it to piss me off. And like, I get that it might be annoying, but it's like annoying in a reasonable way, right? Because we all agreed that we don't want to sprint because it's using more resources.
Did he, by the way,
And we are low
also
on
agree in the beginning?
Yeah.
So there was this talk of like, let's do this, and he said like, okay, we're all not sprinting.
Okay. The thing is, he hasn't played 7 days for quite a while because of another issue that, in my opinion, he's at fault for. So I'm not going to say that he did because I don't exactly remember. What I do remember is that he didn't oppose.
Okay.
Like,
but he was
could have
like, he
said,
was there when the decision was made. We don't sprint.
That's like we have a dedicated server, and we only play on the server when everyone is there, right? So with the other guy that I played 7 days with today, we have another server that only we two play on, where he could in theory join. But we specifically made a different server so that he is not missing it, right? So if we play, everyone's there. So he was in the game, he was in the voice chat when we said, okay, look, we are low on certain resources. Maybe we should be careful with them. And don't sprint in this scenario. And he could have stood up, and we often have disagreements on practical things in the game, right? So, for instance, in my opinion, it's not as important to get the achievements fast in the early game because you can always get them throughout the game stages. Because like harvesting certain resources sometimes is more efficient if a certain group member does it because they have invested points into harvesting these resources, right? So some people simply get out more of a certain object than other people, and then the friend I played with today is the opinion, okay, the achievements are worth more. So he is farming from these resources that are limited, very limited, to get the achievements, whilst I would gain more resources out of it, right? So we don't disagree. We don't agree on that matter, right? Because in my opinion, I should be farming all of these resources so that we have more resources because we need the resources at the start, and later when we can produce the resources on our own, he could get his achievements. And his opinion is that we could gather. We would benefit more from completing the achievements because the reward would be so great, in his opinion. So we don't agree on that, which is fine, and we simply keep the status quo so that we both loot everything. So he basically kind of gets his will, but like we didn't agree on me looting everything, so he can loot as well, right? That's not what I want, but it's kind of fine because we didn't agree on me looting everything.
So for you, it's an issue that with the other thing, you all formally sort of agreed in the beginning, and now he's changing the rules later on.
Well, again, I don't remember if he explicitly said, yeah, that's fine with me,
Well,
but
but he was like there and he didn't oppose. Like he
at
didn't
least
say like
didn't
I'm not
oppose
gonna
it,
do
yes.
that or anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Does he give like any explanation for like when he did sprint? Like, is there any like does he
that's
explain why
like
he was sprinting or something?
that's like the next issue, basically. In such situations, he doesn't feel the obligation to explain his behavior.
So
That's
he's
basically the next
just
topic I'm
punishing
going
you.
to open. Is like kind of the reason why he currently, or well, lately the last 2 or 3 weeks, wasn't playing with us, is because he got annoyed because we wanted him to do something that he didn't want to do.
Yeah.
Because like the way this game works is basically you gather you level up with getting experience by killing zombies and completing quests.
You can.
And then you can.
I don't think I need the explanation of the whole game.
Okay, so you basically have skill trees, and you kind of specialize in one of these skill trees, or sometimes two.
Yeah.
So since we are 3 people, we can specialize more heavily than if you would be one person on your own. Which basically is relevant to who loots what and stuff like that. And also relevant to who produces what. Right?
So it's important.
So for instance.
And you agreed on like that everybody is focusing on like a specific thing.
He was doing a specific thing. In this case, it was basically forging stuff.
Yeah.
Right? And when I usually I'm cooking, and when someone tells me, look, Laura, could you please make some food? Then I will either make some food, or I will say no, I won't, because.
Yeah.
Like I
you
don't
give
know.
Clear communication about this. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I say no, I can't right now, or and if the person will ask why, then I would say like I don't know, there's no food available, or we are currently collecting the food because we wanted to do something
Just
something
being
else
transparent about it. Yeah.
And the issue with him in this regard was that we wanted it basically started because the other guy put something in the smelter and initiated the smelting process, and he complained that we have a dedicated smelting chest, and the one that was the dedicated smelter wanted me and the other one to put the stuff into the chest, not into the smelter. Right? That doesn't have any gameplay impact.
Yeah, it's just for organizational purposes.
Yes. That was like the first step of the conflict, where I would say that's where he got like pissy about it. That like someone else did something he deemed his privilege or occupation or whatever.
Did the other person then like put the stuff out of the smelter and into the chest?
Or
like was the other person already gone and then like he had to do it himself?
I think he did it himself.
Was there like more of like an answer of like, okay, like next time we're gonna do it how you want, or?
No. I think it was like it was more like I don't see what the problem is answer.
Okay.
And there was no explanation what the problem specifically was. And as I said, like it doesn't make a difference who is putting the things in the smelter. It was like yeah. Then the second part of the conflict basically was that like complain is a bit strong of a word, but like if something isn't running, like the fire in the smelter or the fire in the cooking pot or something like that,
Yeah.
and someone else sees it, they will quote unquote complain about the situation.
Yeah. They will just alert sort of the entire team.
And then themselves add wood to the stove.
Yeah.
Right? Which is always a little bit annoying because like again, wood is a resource, you need it for other things, you don't want to spend it on stuff you don't necessarily need to. And someone always has to get the wood and yeah. So you don't really want if you don't have to, you don't want to spend wood on it. So that was like I think the second component to it, because someone then after that I don't know if it was me or the other guy basically complained, okay, the smelters are not running, but there are resources in it, so they should be running.
Yeah.
I think that was like the second issue more or less.
Yeah.
And the part where it came to the conflict effectively was, and I don't know what exactly we wanted him to do. It basically was a production issue. We wanted him to produce something, and he just said no.
Okay.
And there were resources for it.
They just said no, like there was no explanation, just like no.
Yeah, he basically just didn't do it, which effectively caused us to say that's your fucking job. Not with the fucking, but
yeah, just like it's sort of like also like if there's no reason, like like what the fuck, like why are you not cooperating anymore? Yeah.
Yeah. And we asked why he isn't doing it, right? Like that's your job. And at this point, he could have said, yeah, if I do that later, it will be more efficient.
But he didn't.
Which is true. And he did it like 2 days later or something. Or not 2 days later. He did it on the same day, because I think later we played Baldur's Gate and then he was like, yeah, look, sorry, I just it wasn't really an issue with me, it was with the other guy a bit more, because he was like putting the stuff in the smelter, I guess, and he was the one with the forges are not running.
So who said sorry? To who?
The guy who was not forging what we wanted him to forge. He basically
Which is the guy who's punishing people around him. Right?
Kind of, yes.
Okay. Just like staying between the two guys we're talking about, because it's like they're only guys, so like we should give them colors or something. Actually,
I just don't want to add names to them.
No, that's entirely okay. We definitely, I think it's better to like not have names. But I think like it's just that's why I like clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So actually, let's get back on this, because I think we sort of like we came down to the pattern, and while I do appreciate that you try to explain to me the game, I think it's like it's a lot of explanation for like the content which is involving the situation.
Regardless of the game, is he's supposed to do something, he doesn't want to do it because he has a reason for it. He is more than capable to explain the reasoning for it if he wants to.
But he doesn't.
But he doesn't. And when we get upset that he isn't doing it just because he doesn't want to, he doubles down on the oh yeah, now I won't do it anyways. And
So
in
then he's
addition
like
to
punishing you guys, sort of.
that, yeah, and in addition to that, he gets like kind of teasing, like we said, it's your job, do it, right? He's not explaining what he's doing. Anyways, that goes down. He's pissed. Sometime later, like someone is requesting me to harvest a certain resource, and I'm like, yeah, not now, because I was occupied with something else, right?
Yeah.
So if someone would ask, I would say, yeah, I'm currently farming this other resource, and he's like, oh, that's your job.
Okay. So what I get basically about him is that there's no transparent communication. He's unpredictable. He either pulls back or punishes if there's any type of critique or conflict or anything. And there's resentment which is sticking around.
Yeah, it's not that it's just like, I don't know, 50% of the time or something, right? In this case,
that's not what I'm saying. This is fine. Like I don't deem him as like such a bad person or whatever.
Yeah. I just want to clarify that I don't want to frame him. It's just that I'm
it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's just like it's those little things which sort of like add up over time, and then they get like bigger and bigger and bigger, and now this is what's coming out. That's all right. But I think it's like really good that we sort of summarized what the issue is, because what you need from him is transparent communication. Because what essentially the whole, like everything you explained to me, always, like your explanation had like a really specific pattern. I don't know if you noticed, but it was always like the thing you don't like, really, sort of like really short. And then there was a whole explanation how, like, this can be seen as okay, and I do understand it somehow, but in this situation, and like this, like there was like a whole bunch of context to then sort of like clarify that it is a problem, and yeah, that it is a problem for you, essentially. So I do recognize that you definitely do like him, and you don't want to paint him like a bad person or anything, but there's some issues which don't go away, and you weren't able to talk about them, and they come up again and again and again, and you're fed up with them. And the entire thing is that you don't ask from him to never say no to something. You don't ask from him to be okay with anything. You don't ask from him to be like a I don't know, like a person who's like fine with anything or like any of that. But what you do need is transparent communication. That he tells you if something offended him, that it did offend him, and that you have a chance to either clarify what's going on or whatever. You need him to clarify what he is doing, that you can cooperate with him, and that he doesn't just pull back or just punishes you or just sort of like has this lingering resentment which then later comes out and is later then like punishing you. Like you need him to communicate what's going on and what he needs from you guys. Like you need him to either like clarify what he expects from you or clarify that he's not fine with something. Like you need him to speak up, because all of these issues are stressful because they're making it unpredictable. Like it's an unsafe attachment style. Like in 1 minute, like he's really nice and he's the friend you really want to spend time with, and the next minute he's behaving like an absolute dick. And you don't know why, you don't really know what was going on, and you try to find like an explanation, but at the same time, this is not your job, and he should just speak up. And he's making it so hard to, first of all, resolve any issues, And second of all, to avoid big issues, because most of these issues are small if you would talk about them.
Yeah.
And it's making drama you don't need.
Kind of, yes.
And I think like there's many explanations to why he could act this way. And you're definitely right that it is his responsibility to communicate properly. But I think if you are like in a relationship with a person, it doesn't mean to be like a date relationship, right? But also friendship is a relationship. And you want to stick to that relationship, you are sort of involved in the progress, right? Like there's like you can always like choose that making boundaries is a hard thing in these situations, and especially with a person who like has to learn something around that still, because it's not going to be like a flip from 0 to 100 just like that, and then that person will like never be annoying anymore. But at least you need that person to make progress towards that. Which also sort of like gives us who are interested in this connection a responsibility, and sort of that we try to, I don't know, explain it in an easy way. For example, like we try to make it especially digestible, we try to make it especially clear, we try to make it especially like just like easy for the other person to accept. There is a possibility though that it won't like it doesn't matter like how you phrase it, but there is a possibility that that other person won't come around to it.
Yes.
Which I think is just sort of life. Like it doesn't mean that you shouldn't speak up or anything. And
yeah, the thing is,
yeah,
like that's what I kind of mean, like that he's really persistent about having the last word about something. So it is like that's the same thing that he kind of turned this whole "we didn't play Baldur's Gate last weekend" thing on me, right?
yeah.
Because like
So you expect him that if you talk about it, he will turn it on you. Like he won't take the accountability or responsibility for it.
Most likely, because it has to be like 100% clear that he is like I need like 100% bulletproof case that his behavior is wrong, that he will accept it. Right? So like with the magic thing, the reason why it stopped not playing, but that it kind of got less frequent that he asked me, was because after he really pushed it, I just simply said, look, I currently don't want to. You told me that if I ask too often, you would just out of principle will say no. Yet here you are and ask me on the exact same day several times if I want to play.
Yeah.
Right?
So you were like, mirror, mirror, fuck you.
Well, I wasn't saying that. I added that I will play with him. I would still keep playing with him. But asking me again and again and again won't change my opinion on the same day whether I want to play this game or not.
Yeah. How did he digest that?
And that was like one of the few reasons, one of the few situations where it was something that I experienced, that it was something in his behavior where he didn't went on this well, I will sprint anyways now because like fuck you guys. But that was like one of the few situations where he then, because I had like this 100% bulletproof case, where he was like, yeah, okay. And that kind of reduced the amount of times he's asking about magic. But if I don't have that, and let's just say I would be like confrontational and be like, okay, look, we won't play Baldur's Gate next weekend, this weekend, and basically, like, from how I understood it, he basically put Dungeons and Dragons on the Sunday again because he started working this week again, so his time schedule is a bit fucked up, and he has like the late shift. So his usual Dungeons and Dragons round is because it was usually under the week on weekdays.
Yeah.
So he had to somehow make a compromise somewhat, right? His compromise was he puts it on a Sunday. So it's likely that we won't play, right? But if I would say, okay, look, we won't play Baldur's Gate because of this, this issue with the we didn't watch Supernatural, and he turned it the question of why we don't watch Supernatural turned it on me. Then he would likely turn it on me somewhat, right? I mean, because it's basically like I won't do that because I kind of feel like it's unnecessarily confrontational. But
is it
would be like,
confrontational?
yeah, I think it's confrontational, yes. Because like it would be basically what, in my opinion, he is sometimes doing, right? It would basically
Is it confrontational to be like, hey, you put like D&D on that Sunday again, and I think it's gonna be too long again. So
No, that's like that was just for context that it is likely that we won't play anyways.
But like, if you would phrase it that way, it wouldn't be confrontational, would it?
Yeah, but then he wouldn't get the message, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the message about the pattern. Yeah, it would be.
Yeah,
this
but the
specific
idea
Sunday.
would be like, how do I kind of sanction this behavior, right? That it would be a possibility to say, okay, look, you basically didn't do what we agreed on, so I'm stepping back from another thing, right? That's what I mean with
that would be definitely, that would be his cycle and stepping in that. I don't think that would be good. Yeah.
Yeah, and like
and you don't have to, you know.
Yeah, I as I said, I don't want to escalate it this way.
Yeah, also I don't think you need to like fix it or anything.
If I would do that, he would turn that on me.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, honestly, like rightfully so, right? Sort of.
Yeah,
because it would be an asshole move, right? I mean, it's the same move like he does. Like, there is some right to being annoyed by this.
It would be an asshole move, but
yeah,
he wouldn't see like the
he wouldn't see the hypocrisy sort of that you're just mimicking his behavior. Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Like, and that's what kind of annoys me. Like this, when like he has this this well, now I'm going to do it anyways pattern.
Yeah.
When you criticize something about what he's doing, which is mainly caused like in the case of like I don't think he purposefully decided to sprint, for instance, right? Like that's something that happens to myself, that's something that happens to the other guy, and usually like if you say, okay, you're not supposed to do that right now because we are running low on resources, then it's fine, and we stop it, right?
Yeah.
But
So you
I'm
would
not saying
expect
that
sort of like an answer like, oh shit, sorry.
in this scenario, I don't need a sorry. I just need that behavior to stop, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what I mean is that I wouldn't say that he's doing it on purpose in the first place, right?
Okay.
He's just doubling down on it in this situation.
Okay.
So the situation isn't caused by him on purpose, more or less,
Mm-hmm.
right?
I have a question.
Yes,
My first question is, how much time do you have?
today.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or like how
technically
much time do
unlimited.
you want to spend still talking about this?
Oh, yeah, you can just kick me out of the voice chat. I don't mind.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean like I sort of rather mean like how deep can I go into this before you have to go? Because I don't want to start something with like a schedule of like, okay, we first do this, this, and this, and then we never have time for the last two things, you know?
Yeah, so technically, I want to eat something sooner or later, but like that's basic. That's not something that's coming up for the next 2 or 3 hours, I guess.
Okay, that's good. You can also, by the way, just say like, I feel like I don't have energy to talk more than like another hour about this. Yeah, like you can also say this, right? Like you don't need to have like an official reason why you seriously need to go. You can also just say like, I'm like, I sort of already noticed I'm like emotionally drained and I don't want to keep like adding too long into this.
Yeah.
So does that change the time you sort of have in mind?
No.
Okay. So
It's
there's three different things I would sort of suggest. So one thing is I want to sort of say a little bit about, or like go into depth about you and your feelings about this. The second thing is I want to go in depth about him and what his perspective is, sort of like low-key, like understand him. Because I feel like there's a lot I see there which might just sort of like, to me, it always helps to sort of think about the other person and what they are stuck in, to then feel and sort of find out how I can optimize the conversation with them to get the outcome I want. Which, for example, would be like make him understand my point without blowing up. And then the third thing would actually be like, okay, like what to actually do now. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Because we start with you because we talked a lot about this. And we talked a lot about situations. Like we talked a lot about how where you sort of explained in which direction you think you have the right to be mad or whatever, and like how this is not like balanced. And there was a lot of like explaining situations with like very specific evidence to sort of make your feelings valid, which I just wanted to point out, you don't need that. Like, I don't know if you have noticed that about yourself, but you really do your best to find evidence to make your feelings valid instead of just stating your feeling.
Okay.
Because, you know, like you don't need to explain to me the whole situation about the game. You can actually
Honestly,
just tell me like this was unreasonable or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's just that like as I said, I'm autistic, and I sometimes struggle with
Okay, yeah.
with understanding what someone else feels and or why someone else feels a certain way. So it just is
yeah, okay, I get you. So it's sort of
kind of
like
helpful.
see the
It's helpful.
situation like I'm not crazy, am I? Like this is what's happening, right? Sort of like that?
For some part, yes, and it's just like if you say you are mad that I don't know what can we take as an example? Like the thing that you said recently with you have an issue that if you talk to men about sexism, it often gets like kind of belittled or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. And you were very descriptive about it, why that is and stuff like that. Right. And that helps me understand why you are mad because of this.
Yeah.
Right. If you just say you are mad at men because of sexism, then I kind of require a bit more context, right? Because
yeah, it's sort of like it's ambiguous. It's like okay, but like
it's hard for
why
me to
now
grasp.
specifically? Like, what do you specifically want to tell me? So you
Yeah,
add more context for like the chances of better understanding.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's just because I sometimes need more context, and then I kind of
Okay.
want to provide more context.
I think this is a good point to sort of like go into at a like give a tip sort of from my side. Because what I noticed and what I've had actually like talked about in therapy for me as well is that while for autistic minds this works really well and makes a lot of sense to do, we usually only state or like oftentimes rather state the situation than our feelings to this, which for other people makes it actually harder sort of to actually understand our emotions. While we don't understand our emotions ourselves, I definitely get why we describe the situation, because we usually look for society for like a guideline on how to feel about something. So we like watch series, for example, and series are like a social study for us for in that situation, you probably feel like shit because you're probably offended. Like this is how we sort of like find out what our emotions are, because we feel like shit. We don't have a clue why. So we look for, okay, the situation looks like this sort of matches this, so it's probably offense. It can really help to sort of try to get to the bottom of why we personally feel a certain way, which we can do not by you don't have to like actually like specifically feel your feelings, because this is really fucking hard. And like low-key, I don't even know how possible it is or whatever, but what really helped me is to find out what situation I'm most annoyed at in that moment. So like for any situation which happens, there's like a few words which tick me off especially. And then there's like maybe like a few situations I align that to in my head. And this is not always obvious, because sometimes this has to do like more with childhood and is more like suppressed sort of. But I can still find that out if I think about situations back then, which are sort of in the same ballpark, and then try to find the like actively find the situation where I think this aligns with most. And usually I find that out because it makes me angry the most, because anger is one of those emotions which is like easy to spot, because it makes you loud and I don't know.
Yeah, I get that.
And this can help to see, because wait, where is that thing? Give me a second. Ah, here. With this like thing I drew with like you and him, whatever.
No, wait a second. I need to.
This
I
like
have
8.
quite a bit of delay.
This like 8 forever symbol. I mean, there's not really something on there. It's just this like 8.
Okay.
But the thing I was explaining before with this, can be, I feel like, especially for autistic people, especially hard to understand, because we are not really aware of what's going on like below the surface for us as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it can like doing this can really help to find out what's going on below the surface. Mm-hmm. Because we won't feel better until we get these needs met. And if we're not aware of these needs, well, we're not going to get the reactions we want to, because we behave a different way and then get reactions to that different way and not to the thing we actually want to get reactions to.
Mm-hmm.
What we also a lot of the time believe is that we need validation for our feelings. Because we think feelings are logical. Like that, like everything like should be logical and like reasonable and stuff like this. Where because of this, like the world looks different for everybody. And this happens between psychologists because it's seriously something which is this is just how humans work. Like we were designed to have like feelings we don't show and we more suppress and which are like underlying in our conscious. And then we have things we do show, which is helpful for a lot of the situations we go through, right? So for example, I don't know, like fight or flight, like then we also like we have emotions we suppress to then, for example, fight, which is helpful because we shouldn't be like crying from fear if there's like the tiger in front of us, right? Like we need to work in that moment.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things going on for the other person and a lot of things going on for us. And the more we understand about this and actually find out about this, the more we can actually do in that situation. So the more we sort of like ask for clarification, get more information, we can do more. And that's also for ourselves.
Yeah.
But that's why we always need to take it with a grain of salt, the assumptions we make about other people, because I feel like, I don't know if that's like exclusively for like more autistic people, but I, for one, felt really, really confident about these assumptions, where there is more explanations for certain behaviors. And yeah. And the other thing about in the U section is that and this is gonna be like maybe like low-key hard, but like how can you realize or like take a moment to feel how you feel about this? Like what like bodily symptoms do you have from this? Because there's a lot of symptoms where autistic people say like, oh yeah, I don't mind this. I don't really care about this. But our body does care. We just don't notice it.
I would quickly take a toilet break and think about it in the meantime, if that's fine.
That's actually amazing timing because I need water and also a toilet break.
Okay.
Okay, so see you in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Everybody hydrated? Hope you are.
Yes.
Very good.
I
feel like we should make a quick reset, actually. Like, sort of just like bodily reset. Because I noticed, like, when I was going into the kitchen, I noticed I have like a lot of tension actually in my body.
Okay.
And I think it would help to just sort of like move a little bit, like move the shoulders a little bit, or like, I don't know, for me it's the shoulders and neck where I have tension always. This is like the prime spot to me. There's definitely no better spot than my neck. And to just move it. Maybe make stretches. All right. And if we have done that, I would also add a few deep breaths, just sort of like 10 or something. But like really in the stomach. So try. Lay your hand on your stomach, sort of like settle in a little bit. Right. And I think now that we have done a few deep breaths, hydrated, or like hydrated ourselves again, did a few stretches, we're sort of a bit more in our body, hopefully. Set, calm. Continue. Hi, Loptoe. Welcome to the stream. We're sort of in the middle of mental health check-in right now. We're going a little bit in detail about, I guess, just a very common friendship problem of no transparent communication and sort of like, I don't know, unsafe attachment to each other. Good luck, Naradum, by the way. I do not know what that means, actually. So... think you need to phrase that differently. Hope so. Yeah. What mental I have? I think we'll actually go into depth about this a little bit later, because right now we're spending time with Panda and his experience. So if you have a little bit of time listening to that, then we can later on get into maybe your mental health check-in and mine too. I hope that's all right. So, Panda, now that you sort of had a little time to, I guess, collect yourself, do you think you have an answer to how your body or yourself feel about this?
I don't know.
It's hard.
Yeah, kind of.
Let me start with maybe something easier. Does it feel exhausting?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Do you feel stressed?
I don't know. Because I think that I'm currently rather stressed.
Is it because of talking about this? Because it has become
Due
like
to
sort of like
other reasons.
other reasons.
So I already have like this baseline stress, and I can't really say if this pushes me up higher or not.
I get it. If you try to remember the situation where sort of like today, when like this interaction came up, I remember you told us that you felt sort of like annoyed, angry maybe.
Yeah, angry. Frustrated could be, I guess.
And it's influencing you a little bit longer, right? Because that's sort of like how you came to the stream, wanted to talk about it. Like it is
Usually, like, things for me are like in most cases something bothers me for like one day until I like go to sleep, and afterwards it's like meh.
Which is definitely a bit longer. Like if this happens every once in a while, sort of, it's like an entire day, no?
I mean, this isn't happening more often in this context. It's just that it added up quite a bit.
So today, it would be like the day, but that's sort of just because there's like more frustration than usual.
Yeah, I guess.
Why is there more frustration than usual? Is it just because it added up, or maybe because you're also more stressed than usual or something?
I don't know.
What do you think? If you would have to guess.
I think that it could be because I'm more stressed, but if I'm being honest, I'm stressed since like, I don't know, 3 weeks or something,
Mm.
maybe 4, because like
Yeah.
certain things are not going the way they're supposed to. And in addition to that, yesterday was a like explicitly shitty day.
So maybe it's because yesterday was just especially shitty and you haven't like fully
Yeah,
recovered yet,
it
sort of.
could be, but regardless of whether yesterday was particularly shitty or not, it's just that I'm fed up with the general behavior a bit.
I'm
Like,
definitely
again,
not
probably
trying
not
to
not
like
going.
invalidate it or invalidate
Yeah.
how heavy it is or anything. But I think it's like it's important to acknowledge how we ourselves sort of feel different about certain things, to like make sure that we like stand behind what we say, right? Just sort of like make sure that the emotions we have towards something right now are representative, sort of, because sometimes like specific things can, I don't know, just blow out of proportion, and it's really important to know why. Because if it's something which is, for example, like always bothering us, then yeah, maybe now it only came up because there was like something bigger, but it's still like sort of like an entirely valid thing. But there's also these situations where we're like pissed up about something else, right? And then sort of like another person comes up and gets the blow for it. So I think it's good to recognize sort of like in which emotional states you are yourself in, to be able to just stand fully behind what you're doing. But I just sort of also wanted to clarify that I see how annoying the situation is, because it's like so unnecessary, right? And this is not something you sort of planned. It's like you wanted to have like a normal day, and this sort of came up. And this is also, I don't know, maybe a little bit like adding onto it that this is not how today should have looked like. And and it's also okay to be frustrated about that too, you know? So I'm sort of, I don't know, I'm glad that you shared everything here. And I don't know. I'm sorry sort of that this happened, because it's like really freaking annoying when stuff like this happens. Especially now that there's like sort of like, even if you're like, especially if you're stressed already, then like this adds to your workload. And I think it's also like sort of nice to recognize how this is maybe also for that reason, like especially annoying. And how we can maybe be there for ourselves in this moment where, I don't know, something like this sort of torpedoed our plan for the day. And how we had this like nice expectation maybe in the morning when you like planned with him how you were gonna watch the series and like stuff like this. And now there's maybe like a little bit disappointment. And sometimes this can even be a little bit of grief for the day or experience this would have like should have been, sort of. Do you recognize any of that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of tired of people like saying they will do something and then just changing their mind in general right now, I guess.
So has there
Which
maybe
is
been
fine
another person who did that too?
Oh yeah, basically every medical instance in terms of therapy and stuff. Like the first one basically said, yeah, okay, you have to go to the psychiatry first, and I was in the psychiatry, and then afterwards they said, yeah, no, we won't do that. Then the other one like promised me that they would like one person promised me that there was like a bigger institute that they would find a place for me, which this person obviously couldn't, because a little while later they just said no, we won't, and wouldn't give me an explanation for why they wouldn't. And like demanded that they want like specific documents first, which was like kind of a hassle for me to get. And then seemingly decided that no, they can't do it, or they don't want to do it, or whatever.
Oh,
and
so
then,
you got the documents for nothing.
Effectively, yes.
Nice.
I mean, I kind of have them for myself now, but like, so if I would need them again, I would have them already.
Yeah, but it's still just like if they told you
But it's
before, you would
basically
have.
like you are being sent on a fetch quest and get
Yeah.
nothing in return.
That sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. Then like my not anymore therapist basically kind of went back and forth on some things. Where she was like, yeah, I could do that, and then no, I won't do that, and stuff like this. And,
That's also annoying. So no clear answers, basically all around you.
yeah.
Hmm.
And then like I don't know what like I was in a pier, so like
You mean like a ship's pier?
no PIA, like Psychologische Instituts oder Psychiatrische Institutsambulanz. So basically you see a psychiatrist that is not like on his own, but it's like that's like linked to a bigger institution.
Yeah.
Right, and I basically told them about the trans issue and said them that I want to work towards that.
Yeah.
And they were basically like, yeah, you're too unstable.
Wait, what? What did he say?
She said that I'm too not stable enough.
Not stable enough with what, like mentally, or with knowing that you want to transition?
Yeah, mentally to consider transitioning at all.
Yeah, well, maybe a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which caused me to say that I won't get any more stable if that's not a thing that is prospectively being confronted.
Yeah.
And she was just like, yeah, no, you're too unstable, and like I'm not the most stable person, I admit that, but like these unstable situations were basically kind of linked to that situation.
Mm.
It's
it's not unstable with knowing you want to transition, right?
Yeah.
It's just like separate from that, mentally unstable.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the longer I wait, the bigger my current issues with my body will get. Right? Because like I have this classic what's it called? This classic male baldness pattern where you start having those Geheimratsecken, right?
Oh, yeah, I have them too.
Yeah, but like I see how they're for you, and they're like, I don't know, you have like a bit of hair there still,
Yeah, maybe.
kind of. Like, it doesn't look like I mean, you can somewhat see it, but for me it's like literally I think they're a bit bigger than yours.
There's like no
They
hair.
they keep growing, and there's like
Mm.
literally no hair that would somewhat cover it up.
Yeah.
It's getting worse. Like my dad has like decent hair, I think. Like I haven't seen him for quite a while, but
How
he
old
has
are you, by
like
the way?
25.
20.
25.
25. Oh, okay. Damn. Okay, happening is already a problem. Damn. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Huh? What is the problem?
I think actually about absolutely separate from all of that. I don't want to like invalidate anything, but to this specific issue, my dad also had like a lot of these issues. And when he once talked to my granddad about like, well, you don't have them, only I have them, then my granddad was like, this was sort of the first time my dad heard that my granddad was using this like special hair growth, not like this 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻, whatever, like shampoo the entire time since like years and years and years already. And my dad never knew and was then like, why didn't you tell me? Like, I'm getting bald here and you don't tell me to like use this, or like that I have to use this. So like maybe that could be an option to just like, because I institutions, like, I absolutely get it, hard. So to like not lose more time, I don't know, like maybe that's a possibility, which can be used till then or something, or it
Yeah.
needs to be used anyway. Like, who knows? Like, I don't know if that's something which is necessarily changing with.
Yeah, the thing, what I mean is just that like my dad has like black hair, I'm blonde, right? So I just don't think that we're particularly comparable in this case.
Yeah.
But that's like usually the first question that comes up, like that's genetically I mean, it's a genetic thing, right? So it's always, yeah, how does it look with your dad? And then I'm like, yeah, his hair is more or less fine. I think he also has the Geheimratsecken. But I have blonde hair, right? And I know how it looked at like my grandpa's, and he had like this classic you have hair on the sides but not on the top baldness pattern, right? And no, I'm not on hormones right now.
So basically the idea is you're coming after your granddad, sadly, with this.
Kind of, yeah, and that's like turning out to be an issue, and it's like it I don't know, it like the thing with the Geheimratsecken basically started when I was like, I don't know, 16, 17, right?
Damn. Okay, so you basically just got hair and then you lost it already. Sorry.
Kind of, but it gets progressively worse.
Yeah.
Right, and
so you feel like you're on a schedule and people don't really listen to you or take you seriously.
I am on a schedule in this regard.
Yeah.
It's just that that I kind of see how things get worse, like body hair, for instance, right? So yeah, like the classical issue with hair grows thin, it falls out on your head and decides to keep on growing on your back and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I'm not particularly hairy. But it is substantially more, at least like on the legs, etc., than for a woman, which is like fine. Like I can handle that to a certain degree. And I can also handle it on my arms, where I'm very happy that it's not like as it is with some other men I know that have like basically fur on their arms.
Yeah.
It's just that like I also noticed that it's getting worse on my arms, which is also like I epilate it, so it's also the more hair there is, the more pain I have. Effectively, but it's like still kind of manageable. What it's not going to be manageable is hair on my back, right? And like the whole back part, and that's like the thing that was fine over years, and now it starts growing there as well.
Yeah.
And the same thing, like I play handball, and I usually see what other men look like, and they have like literally hair everywhere, and that's like an end time scenario for me, kind of.
Yeah.
And that's also a thing where I feel like I'm on a timer, right?
Yeah.
And then another thing is that like or basically the same thing with my beard. I basically only for a very, very long time only had this Markus Söder Gedächtnisbart. So basically only the circle around the mouth.
Yeah.
Right. And now it's also starting to grow on my cheeks and stuff. Right. So that's also just getting worse.
Yeah.
And then I have like I don't know, like that's a person that generally means it good with me, that is helpful with this stuff. But then you kind of get something like, oh yeah, this isn't too bad, right? Like this general this isn't too bad. Like I know, like my shoulders are relatively broad, for instance. Like there's no way it's going to change somehow, some matter, right? And I'm a little bit self-conscious, I guess, regarding my physical appearance, right? Because like I'm not very tall. I'm 177. So I think 177 centimeters or 5'10". And that's not super tall for men. There are men that are of way worse. Trans women who are of way worse in this regard.
Yeah.
Because if they are unlucky, they are trans, and they are like 190 centimeters or even bigger, right? And then it's that doesn't have to be an issue, but it can be a pain in the ass if you want to buy female clothing and stuff, right? And I'm like exactly at the higher end of the table. Like my shoe size is 42, which seems to be like the upper end for women's shoes.
Yeah. I have two friends or three friends who have that shoe size. Female
yeah,
friends,
but
of
the point I'm trying to make is like I'm still rather lucky on this regard. But I still kind of like, yes, there are clothes that fit me, but I feel like my shoulders are broader than probably like 95% of women's shoulders, right? my, like, as I said, I'm not super tall, but I'm like, I think like women average is like what, something between 160 and 165, right? So again, I'm quite a bit taller, and generally speaking, I'm not particularly passing, and I feel like this is part this is part like my general physical appearance is part of that. So I have an issue with it, and then sometimes you have a person that means it good with you that will come along and is like, oh yeah, that issue is not too bad. Like I know a woman that has shoulders that are as broad as yours. Like look, and she has like a Geheimratsecken as well, and they are like basically they are worse than yours, right? Like somewhat comparable to mine.
Yeah.
And she's like she's like yeah, look, I have them myself, right? And then
Mm.
I'm like, yeah, okay, but you have like really thick hair, like she can cover them up with no issue, right? And regardless of that, like it's a problem to me. Like you can say, oh, it's not as bad as much as you want. Like I won't feel different about it.
Yeah.
At this moment, and that's kind of not helpful. And then you have people that would just say, yeah, you're not stable enough. Like, okay, but I won't get any more stable if these problems keep growing and growing.
Yeah.
And I won't get any more stable by not confronting this issue. And yeah, it basically ended that I said, yeah, okay, I won't come another time here, because like you're not going to help me with my issue. You're prospectively not going to help me with my issue, because I will stay unstable in your opinion. Like I don't know if like yesterday I would have had an appointment with her, like that was the planned appointment, and I already said, yeah, I won't get there, and she said, yeah, I will keep it in there if you in the schedule if you decide to change your opinion on that matter. And then yesterday I had kind of a meltdown because like my classes started again, and I don't know anyone, and it was like I was comparatively early, like 20 minutes before the lesson, and the room was stuffed, like there were no seats left.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is something I don't know, because like it's one of the smallest rooms in the entire building, and they use it for one of the bigger classes. And
Nice.
yeah, I just don't get who's behind the planning, but I hope they will get fired. No, not really, but I think the planning for that is terrible, but that's another issue. And she would probably, if I would still be working with her and would have told her about it, she would add that to you're not stable enough. But that has nothing to do with the topic, right?
Yeah.
And like there's this as far as I'm aware, the idea behind someone having to be stable enough is that you can have like serious depression mood swings from taking hormones in the first couple months, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which gets to the point that you can become seriously suicidal.
Okay.
And that's like I think that's one of the reasons why they put so much weight in you have to be stable to start it.
Mm.
But like effectively, me being unstable is not because I like I'm already super depressed or something, and not because I'm like already suicidal, but two completely different reasons that are not like really connected to the topic, right? and she was just categorically like, okay, you're unstable, we won't do that, and I don't want to talk about it. And like she isn't particularly well read on the topic in general. Like she said that herself. That's not like me saying, okay, she doesn't know what she's doing. She just doesn't have that much experience on it. And yet still she's like, no, you have to be stable. She defines what stable is. She defines how long I would have to be stable. It's basically like that's kind of again like I need I kind of need like this security for myself with direct communication, right? And in this scenario, there simply isn't really any, because she just is like, yeah, we won't do that now. That is very direct communication, yes. But there is nothing where I have like something to measure it, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just I'm basically completely at her mercy in this regard.
Oh, this is such a sucky situation.
Yeah. It's basically not a smart goal, kind of, right? I don't know if you know it from project management. From my perspective, it's not.
Yeah, it's just so. This is exactly why I always say like about like therapy as well. Like you need to start therapy early before it's like a serious issue. Because it's like it's sort of like comparably similar to the like it's not actually similar or anything, but it's the same pattern I had when I first started therapy, that there's no like you would expect that these people see in which position you are and like take responsibility sort of for a person with that position coming to them, but it's not really like that. Like they're still sort of like just humans, and while I guess good for them and like work-life balance whatever, it's you then sort of like are bound to take responsibility for the outcome still, and they don't do that, which was to me at least like seriously annoying and like seriously exhausting. And I think like this is like sort of the same. Like I genuinely like I don't know our system well enough to be like, oh yeah, just go to another therapist, it's gonna be better. I seriously don't know. Like maybe you just need to like handle that person. Like maybe the angle is to like make like a whole fucking presentation about why her opinion is actually stupid and why she should change it, and hope that as a therapist she's like self-reflected enough to like then like change her opinion. But this is just not the way things should be. And that's really, really, really annoying. Oh. I'm so sorry you're like stuck in that situation, because that sucks ass. Like I absolutely get that it's like oh, like on one hand you get what they're thinking, right? And you're like, yeah, like I do understand like blah 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 with like you can become suicidal, so you need to be low-key stable. I get it. But at the same time, you live in the wrong body. Like having some type of like and you're also autistic possibly. So like putting the expectation of being normal person stable on you is unreasonable. Like it's so hard to achieve. because like being autistic is already like hard to sort of like be stable in like this society for, and then being trans also, it's really hard to be stable in this society, especially if you can't, or if you're not on the way, or if it seems to be like that there's some person in the way of your transition. I'm really sorry for you, love. I honestly think you should say all those things to the psychiatrist. Like, I don't know, write them all down, make a fucking PowerPoint presentation and like shove it in her face. Like maybe she's actually doing something with it, you know? Maybe she's actually seeing the point that what you need is not necessarily that she's like giving up her position, but what you need is that there's like a transparent and clear communication, and that there's like that you shouldn't like just believe her because she sees that you couldn't believe the industry so far. And like, I don't know, like maybe it makes her like take up a little bit of responsibility or something for this, and like cooperate with you on this.
Yeah, I guess.
And you know, like in worst case scenario, it at least just helps you to get it out of you, you know? Like you told your truth, and I mean, being honest is the thing you technically should be with therapists and psychiatrists. And I feel like at the very least, it really showcases how you do think about these things and how you do think this through, and how you are aware of the situation and the risks and stuff like this, you know? Like you don't just ask for the transition even though you're unstable. Like you know what she means, you understood the situation. But there's reasons to disagree. And like maybe she can just communicate with you more and like really explain where she's coming from, and maybe there's just space to have like to really talk through why she thinks what she thinks. And then you just have like more situation, you know? Hi Conrad. This is not a pay thing. the how you say this? The focus right now is on Panda. But welcome. But this is hard. Yeah. Like, I don't know, I feel like that's what I would do. I would, because it's like, it would sort of like at least help me to to discuss this out with a person. Like, I think I wouldn't accept like I don't discuss this, because it's not about forcing her to change her opinion, but it's like you deserve an explanation, you know? And I feel like, especially if you come from the autistic side, an explanation has, like, it can sometimes be misinterpreted to questioning somebody instead of just wanting like a proper explanation for things. So yeah, but this is definitely exhausting. And I really wish she would just like do that on her own and actually like give that explanation on her own, understanding your situation. Because I feel like technically that's what therapists like should do. Or like a good therapist who you click with should do. But yeah, I don't know. Like I don't know if a person like this is sort of like around you. Like you can definitely like still try to like switch or whatever, but maybe you need to path your own way. You know, like I think the system is low-key just trash in that sense still. And I mean that's it's sort of like low-key the same for autism, right? Like I've been in therapy for like 3 years, and like the question of autism only came up with my question. So it's, I don't know, I feel like you really need to advocate for yourself if you want the proper outcome, even though it's not necessarily how we expect the system to work. But I think you can advocate for yourself. Like, I think your reasoning and the way you explain things makes a lot of sense. And I think if you make like a few bullet points or or whatever, maybe a PowerPoint presentation, whatever, like fits your boot, it's like, I want to believe that you have good chances of getting more out of this conversation.
I don't know, honestly, because she was like, I mean, I kind of tried to tell her some of the things, and yeah, she was just like, yeah, I don't know. She was also like a little bit like, she said one thing, that like, another, like I have autism therapist.
Yeah.
And she was like part of one of the meetings where I told the psychiatrist about the topic. And she was like, I don't even quite remember it, but somehow she must have said something in between the lines in regards of the psychiatrist might not be too familiar in regards with trans identity and autism.
Yeah, I bet she isn't.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Like they I think they are comparatively proficient with autism because like they have somewhat of like the reason why I ended up there in the first place is because they kind of have a cooperation with the institution where the autism therapist is working, which is an institution that only treats people with autism.
Mm.
And like they are really like that's not they don't make like the diagnosis, they require the diagnosis, and then they like they are not psychiatrists and doctors, they are like pedagogues. No, I don't think that's right. Pädagogen in German.
But
So
this is
they
exactly what I mean. Like, I think in this day and age, where low-key, like, even the best are still at the beginning to understand.
yeah, I mean the thing is that those topics are comparatively new. Like
yeah, exactly.
autism in general isn't new, obviously.
But better
being
understanding of
trans.
autism is.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you look at the numbers, right? You have a steady increase.
Yeah.
In Western countries, everywhere else not so much. A Western culturally Western, like I don't know. Australia, New Zealand. I just
but that's why I think like you might just need to give her like an infomercial, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, or just find a person which you think, okay, maybe they don't know enough, but they're gonna take the infomercial and actually do something with it. Like, you need to find some person which at least seems low, or like will cooperate low-key at least, you know? And if it's only cooperation in a sense of like them giving you like transparent and clear, like what you need to achieve in like a clear path, even though it's like hard to achieve, that's already something, right? That's like less uncertainty. Because I feel like a lot of stress is from uncertainty.
Yeah, I guess.
But that would be at least something.
Yeah.
So I feel like, maybe just like write down like what you specifically need at like at the bare minimum sort of for this to like properly work. And then, you will get some answers. And then you might already know like, okay, with this person it will for sure not work.
Yeah.
For example, just like, is there like can we have like really like transparent, clear steps towards something, or like transparent expectations as to how mentally stable I should be, and stuff like this. But this definitely sucks. Like, and we should be better as a society. Like we
Yeah, I don't have that much of. I mean, it's probably going to be a bigger issue in the future. But my like, I don't mind that she might not know as much about it as she could.
Well, not
my
knowing
issue
and
is,
ignorance is like close to each other,
yeah, but
especially
like
a client authority sort of perspective.
yeah, my issue in this regard is that like the autism therapist said she might not be experienced enough in this regard with autism and trans identity, because like a big thing with autism is that you kind of have issues with things changing, right? Especially if they are changing in a way that you don't like.
Yeah.
And like my body is changing in a way I don't like, so that's like a big issue, and that's like an omnipresent issue, and that's not going away anytime soon. And if it's going to away anytime soon, then that's because it has like reached a point where the damage is done. And like that was basically like kind of her the way where she was going with it, that it is somewhat different with people who are autistic, and she was kind of referring that it might not get better anyways, regardless if we wait for 6 months or not. And the psychiatrist, like, I didn't notice when she said, because as I said, I don't really remember when she said it and stuff like that. But when I had the argument with the psychiatrist regarding it, so the last appointment, she basically said like that she didn't took it well that the autism therapist said what she said, in regards of her experience, and that she is very clearly experienced enough to know if someone is stable or not. So yeah, I don't know. She took that personally. So I think if I'm going to write her
Is there like
an email,
can you set up a meeting between the two of them? Is that like a thing or something?
No, I don't think so. At least not anytime soon, because the autism therapist is gone now for a while.
For like vacation or
and like work wise. Like she
can you
has
still
to
reach
go
her
to,
via like email or something to tell her what is actually transpiring, and for her to send the psychiatrist an email?
Yeah, I probably could.
I feel like that's maybe a good step. Like, let those people figure it out. I don't know. Like, hopefully. Annoying.
Yeah, the thing is, in my opinion, like I would probably just write her an email when we stop talking, just for like the sake of I told you so. No, kidding. But I would probably write her an email, because like she wrote me an email yesterday and I wasn't sure how to respond to it, and So not the autism therapist, the psychiatrist wrote me an email.
If you can, try to write the psychiatrist how you understand her perspective. Sort of like, I get that this is like a difficult situation, or like this is a difficult situation, and I get that it's a difficult situation for you too. And that it must be like hard to sort of like figure this out, and that it's like a new thing, whatever. But I really need more transparent communication about this. I need to be able to ask more questions and get more answers to really understand what's going on. Like actually understanding what's happening is like helping me a lot, or something like this. Because I don't know, like therapists are not, they're not like the holy grail, you know, like they don't not have ego or something like this. And there's a lot of shitty psychiatrists, therapists as well, which are like even further from like having no ego. So I would try to sort of shape that conversation in a way where it's handling that person, even though it's not really responsibility you should take, or like you should need to take with a therapist or psychiatrist. I feel like it might just give you the fastest, like the best and fastest way to through your transition. Because I feel like maybe it's gonna help that psychiatrist to, I don't know, to apparently get out of this like head-butting, I don't know, like I'm right, and I won't be questioned state. If you sort of tell her that you get where she's like coming from, and you can understand her perspective, sort of. Like at least apparently that should help. Like apparently mentalizing with a person invites them and sort of makes them mentalize with you. So this is sort of like the angle we're going with this. And then we hope and we cope. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
But this sucks.
I guess. It's just I don't know. I have like I basically like I'm running on a schedule for another reason, because I basically have an appointment for an endocrinologist. So basically the people who do the hormone stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's next year, because like my general doctor basically told me like, okay, look, you will have long waiting times there. Might as well just get an appointment now.
Yeah.
And
so till then you need the clearance sort of to.
Yeah. And at the clinic I told them that I still need this indication that is required to start. Like they are by law required just to only give it out to someone who has this indication. So it's not just a money thing, right? Like if I could go there and say, okay, look, I will pay it out of my own pocket. And that would be another thing, because then it would be like, okay, I could just start doing it. And in theory, I could start taking hormones, because you can get them on the gray market, and it's not as expensive as you might think. But I kind of don't want to do this on my own, because like there's some serious medical issues that will
hormones are
occur.
Scary. Yeah, hormones are complicated and scary, definitely.
Like the depression and being suicidal is one thing, but it's a completely other thing that you can literally just drop dead because you have a brain aneurysma from it or something like that.
Oh fuck! Okay.
Right.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, let's try to go with the legal way.
Yeah.
Like with the safe way. hopefully safe way.
Yeah, and the doctor can't treat you if you don't have this indication.
Yeah.
Like he's just not allowed to, even if he would want to. Another thing, side story, basically. This doctor, or generally speaking, these doctors aren't particularly well seen. Like, they're basically like, I live in Mainz, right? I
Yeah.
think I told you already. And basically, here's one doctor, one single doctor that is specialized for trans people.
Yeah.
And then there are more endocrinologists, but usually they just aren't specialized in this regard. Like,
So you're
I
sort
could
of
try and
dependent
get
on
an
getting that
appointment.
appointment, otherwise you have to wait like really long again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's always the possibility that you just can somehow move into a gap or something. Like they basically offered me an earlier appointment, and then I said, yeah, okay.
I wish I could.
probably won't
Yeah.
have an indication until then, so just give me the later one. And then they said, yeah, if you somehow get the indication earlier, you can still contact us and we might find something sooner. Like they were very cooperative in this regard.
Okay.
Which is an upside. The downside is that like a said doctor is a complicated person, as it seems to be.
Okay.
Like on Reddit, like I'm a lot on Reddit, generally speaking, and like there are helpful subreddits in this regard. And one thing was like when I was initially looking for an endocrinologist, was basically okay. There's basically a Reddit for every major city and minor city in Germany, right? And someone already asked the question if there is an endocrinologist in Mainz that is somewhat specialized. And then said doctor came up, and then there was a big discussion about the doctor being a good doctor or not. And someone even went as far as saying that said doctor is a butcher. And then I had an appointment with a person from the DGTI, so I think Deutsche Gesellschaft für Transidentität, so German Society of Trans Identity. And she basically said that he is like very, very straightforward, but not in a look, these things are how they are way, but rather in a shitty asshole way. So I'm not looking forward to this.
Nice. More and more good
then,
news.
Yeah, that's like I'm kind of concerned about that, because especially because I read that this, like, I don't know how deep you are into the whole topic of taking hormones, but there are basically 3.5 major ways. One of them is monotherapy, or well, 3.5 major ways I'm aware of, at least. One of them is monotherapy. That's basically you just take estrogen, and you basically take so much estrogen that the amount of testosterone becomes irrelevant.
Okay.
Right, so you don't take any testosterone blocker. That's why it's called monotherapy, because you only take like one thing.
Yeah.
And I don't really want that. I would prefer if I would have like there is like gel. What's it in English? Jelly sounds more like something to eat, right? But there's like that's basically you put it on your arms or on your legs, and you wait until it's dried up, and that's like not as efficient as the pills are, right? Because if you take a pill, then you are 100% sure that you will take you have taken like a certain amount of estrogen or testosterone
Yeah.
blockers or whatever. And if you take it via your skin, then you always have this issue that you can't really, like, sometimes you will put on a little bit more, sometimes you will put on a little bit less, so your
Yeah.
hormone levels are not as
Stable.
not as stable, right? But if you take pills, and even if you take like if you get the estrogen over your skin, you still have to take pills, because in this case you have to take testosterone blockers no matter what, right? But if you take pills, they will and if you just swallow them, they will be damaging your liver, because that's like it will get your metabolism will dissolve them through the liver, and then it goes into your hormone circle, right? And it will over time damage your liver no matter what you do. And that's something I'm not too keen on, right?
So what is the
So I
third
heard
way?
the third way is basically injections.
Okay, yeah.
So you have let me just look up the proper
It's
term.
not too important. Like the details are not too important. So like the doctor is harsh, but like in what way? How does this have to do with the injections? Or like direct?
So first of all, the injections are basically only for do-it-yourself, as far as I'm aware. At least I've talked with a couple other trans femmes about it.
Yeah.
Because,
but then
like,
the doctor will still tell you like how much and stuff, right?
In theory, you could talk to your doctor that you want to use injections.
Yeah.
You would still have to buy them on your own. Like, that's something for some reason it doesn't seem to be a thing in Germany that the health insurance is paying for injections, and somehow you like, as I said, you can get them, but you have to buy them on the gray market.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why it is that way, because like from what I've heard, it's like most likely one of the least damaging ways of taking said hormones.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I don't know why it is this way. In theory, I could probably talk to him and ask him, yeah, listen, is there a possibility that I just take that I see to it myself, that I buy it myself? Because currently I probably could, because like I know someone else who does it, do it yourself completely. And she said that she pays like I think about 60 euros for like 50 milligram, and it lasts like a longest time.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's not expensive, yeah.
That's not expensive. That would be something where I would be willing to say, okay, I pay 60 euros for it each month, right?
Yeah.
Like, and she said, like, obviously you still need stuff, like you need needles, you need a syringe, you need disinfection stuff, etc., etc. So obviously it's not only the 60 euros, right?
Yeah.
But if it would be 100 euros at the end of the month, I would still be okay. I'm more than willing to make certain budget cuts. I'm more than willing to make certain budget cuts to make this work, right?
Yeah.
But Yeah, well, it is how it is. That's like you have to pay it for yourself. From experience of other people, it seems to be that this whole do-it-yourself hormone therapy is not well regarded by professionals.
Okay.
I don't have an answer for it why. I assume because it's more or less irregular. And like from what I've heard about this specific doctor, it seems to be that he has like this way of doing it, and that he doesn't really want to change it, right? That's why he's only doing this. And like I what I can understand is that like maybe he has like good experiences with it. What I
Yeah,
also
and it's
heard is
just
that
like
like
really
with
good at it one way, sort of. Yeah.
that he's very specialized. But what I also heard is that like monotherapy can be, at least in theory, or well, I don't think only in theory, but some people just don't react too well to hormone therapy, right? And what I'm also not too sure about is like if you don't have testosterone blockers, and like the whole like that's just something I would have to ask him. If I don't have testosterone blockers, so I would still have testosterone in there, how it would be like, do I still have like testosterone, but the level is different, or is it like basically negating each other? Like that would also be a possibility. I'm not too aware about because like I haven't really read into this yet.
I think usually with hormones, it's the balance, not the amount.
Okay.
So
Yeah, well then
like
that's something that
that's
we
what I
already
know about female hormones. Like I know that I made like a hormone test once, which well turns out I have too much estrogen. Or actually I don't have too much estrogen, I have too little progesterone. But yeah, it's about like the balance thing is like the most important aspect of it. But yeah.
So zombie, as far as I'm aware, the healthcare system is set up in a way that it's just not providing the this form of injection therapy. Like the shops that I'm aware of, some are outside of the EU. I know of one that is in France, which would be my preferred go-to because like there is a possibility that border control will
Seize them, and from France there's no border control or like little.
seize them. Yeah, exactly. Like you always have like a lucky day where you get your parcel, right? Because they are not checking every single parcel. But sometimes they have sometimes they would just get it, and if it's like let's assume like because the issue with getting them yourself is you have to pay in cryptocurrency. At least at all shops that I'm aware of. So you also have to pay a certain fee for cryptocurrency. If it's outside the EU, you will likely have to pay quite a bit for shipping. And at the end of the day, let's just say you end up at 100 euros, which, as I said, would be fine. But if your parcel is intercepted, then you lose 100 euros.
You don't only lose 100 euros. I think like till the next one arrives, it's
then it might be 2 weeks or something, and you have to basically plan ahead. And like my
have like
first impulse would be like you always order 2 parcels, because as far as I know, like the stuff is relatively resilient as long as it's closed properly and is not in direct sunlight. Then
but I think that's an issue which is going to come up later.
Yeah.
So the first thing is definitely like dealing with the psychiatrist, getting the
indication, yes.
The indication to actually do the transition.
Yeah, that would be the first. language.
Yeah.
The first step. Sorry, I kind of like get from one topic to another. But that's I think the where I wanted to go in the first place is basically that's what I'm already fed up about this doctor. Although I haven't seen him and haven't experienced him in any kind. Just from what I've heard, and it's I don't know. I probably had too many bad experiences with medical staff recently.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. I think just focusing on the sort of the problem at hand is maybe the most useful, to not feel too much stress, sort of. I mean, it's not gonna get better by worrying about it now, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Sadly. And maybe you can, I also thought about maybe you can get more support on this. Like you said, there's this German, how was it called? This, what club, but I don't know the other word for it, organization for like trans people in Germany.
Yeah.
Maybe they can actually help you with your psychiatrist as well. Like maybe you can ask them if they have any, you know, like any solution to this, if they can like set up a meeting where they join, where they can
Like they like the person that is doing that already like I from what I understood that that's not something they would do in this in my specific scenario, because the psychiatrist was very clear. Like I mean maybe it develops in this direction. It could be, but like they basically provided information on where to ask next.
Okay, I guess that's also already like a good idea.
Yeah.
And that's help. I'm glad that you have the support as well, because I think finding these names and making all of these appointments is already stressful enough.
Yeah.
Is it okay when we come back to the original topic?
Sure.
Because like I don't want to take away from this, but I just feel like with the original topic we can maybe like find a solution, and then this can help you as well, because then you have like a friend more to sort of like rely on, right?
You kind of gotta contain me in the topics, otherwise I would just go completely bonkers with everything.
So I think it's gonna be fine, you know. I think like some things
honestly,
are hard.
I don't think it will be a bigger issue. It was more like I needed to vent a bit.
Well, I think you should talk to him, you know, like I think he might be like, so for him and his perspective, like I think he could, like the theme could still be like a lot of insecurity. Because I feel like that he's like so easily sort of like triggered by critique or anything which could be seen as critique. Tells me there's like something in the bush, you know, like there's some type of like, why is he like that easily sort of like blowing up? Like there's some type of insecurity about something. And the other thing is that he doesn't speak up in the beginning, maybe, and that he's like sort of touchy about people asking questions. It sort of gives me an indication of that he's like struggling with boundaries, you know, and like setting proper boundaries.
Yeah.
So I think just maybe having like an open talk with him, and sort of like being like honest that maybe you like, you know, that it's like really bothering you that these situations come up, and then it's sort of like always the same, and you didn't even mean to, I don't know, like push him into a corner or like make fun of him, but he then acts offensively or like offended. And that this is like, he's punishing for something you essentially never intended or did, you know? Yeah. And this is also not really fine, right? Because he's not giving you a chance to say sorry. He's not giving you a chance to clarify or to say it wasn't meant like that or like any of that, right? Like there's no chance to actually solve the solution if he's just like having anything like suppressed, but then like from time to time the resentment pops up. And I feel like this is a boundary that you can make, you know? Like you can tell him that you need transparent communication. And that having like intransparent communication is really frustrating to you and really hard for you. And then it's just also that doesn't seem fair to you. That you just really, you need transparent communication from him. If he doesn't like something you do, he should tell you. You should speak up. And you in turn will sort of, you will listen, you know, and you will take him seriously. And but that you need to know if he's bothered by, for example, not playing Baldur's Gate, and that you also need him to understand your side of the coin as well. That like you thought it's going to be early and now it's like super late, and this is not what you thought you were signing up for, so this is why you cancelled. Because canceling something like this, you know, like you have reasons, and I feel like for him to like understanding those reasons is like they're like, it seems like he's painting a picture about you, which isn't necessarily true. Like he's painting that picture that maybe you now just say no because to punish him, you know? Like maybe he thinks that you just like ask him about this other game because he says no or something, you know? Like there's some kind of story going on and you're not involved, and that how like none of this conversation makes any sense, sort of, in this communication. And there's no way to like resolve this, but you don't want to be angry at him and you don't want to be frustrated like this. You just want to play games with him and have fun. And if he doesn't want to play some game, that's fine. And if he wants to play a game differently than you do, that's fine. But he needs to speak up so you know what's going on, so you are part of the reality which is sort of happening around you.
Yeah.
Because if you did something wrong, you at least want to know what you did wrong so you can improve. Because you don't try to like offend him, right? And like go like do it again and again and again. He should tell you what is offending and then you don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But you just need like transparent communication to know what he wants from you, what he expects from you, and how you can be a good friend to him. And this is sort of like how he can be a good friend to you.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this is what autistic people actually need. Like we need rules, we need guidelines. Like you want to be a good friend. You don't want to push him about a game he doesn't want to play. You just want to play it, and you feel like maybe today he wants to play it, you know? And maybe, I don't know, he will then say something like, I don't know, like, please don't ask me about playing this game or whatever, but I will tell you when I want to play this game or something. Or, you know, like something like this. Or maybe he can explain to you why he was like touchy when you ask him. Like maybe there's something going on in his life why he's that touchy about it. And just that there needs like that you need more context. You need to be sure of what's happening and what's going on to know that like you guys are going to be fine, and that there's like nothing hiding, that there's no sort of like punch in the guts hiding around the corner where he's like giving you another comment and stuff like this.
Yeah.
And you know, if he then answers with like, well, but you're not transparent as well, then it's like, okay, how can I be more transparent then? Like, how can we both be more transparent? Like, don't let him like sort of get away with it with like, well, but you do it too, so I'm allowed to do it. Or just be like, okay, then let's do better, both of us.
Yeah.
And if it's just like, if he's just trying to get away from a topic, you don't need to add new information because he didn't see old information. If you said what you said, and his argument is not saying anything against it, but sort of like picking at like a specific word or something which doesn't have anything to do with the topic, You can just literally repeat what you said.
Yeah.
There's like, you don't, because this is at least something I do a lot. Like if somebody didn't see my point and is picking on like something specific, I make up more points, and then at some point I run out of points and I feel like I'm losing the conversation, even though I had like 1,000 bullet points which all got dismissed. And that doesn't, you don't need to make new points if they're trying to dismiss points. Just don't let them dismiss them, just say them again. And if it sort of helps, just don't try to like tell him what he can or can't do, or what is wrong to do, or something like this, and how he should behave, and how it's good to behave, and how it's not good to behave. But sort of concentrate on what you need. You need transparent communication, because that's how you feel best. That's how you feel safe. Because then you know what's going on. And when he's pissed off and he tells you he's really pissed off by what you did just now, even though it may sound harsh, that's better for you than if he doesn't say that and it's just like low-key acting like he's pissed off. Because you know there's something, but you don't know what, and you don't know how to bring it up. But you you really want to resolve it, but you can't if he's not trusting you and in your connection that you can resolve it, and that it wasn't meant actively and on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I don't know, just sort of like sometimes it can also just be like, you can just ask him like, as like if you don't want to say like this, you can also just ask him sort of like be honest, like what do you actually think about this? Like what do you actually think why I answered like this and stuff like this, and sort of ask for his perspective. Because like the main thing about this is that you guys are not on the same page. At least not like openly. Where to sort of solve this and to find a way how to make it like better in the future and how to not have this pattern anymore is you guys need to be aware of each other's pages. And then you can find a compromise which actually works. Because you like him and you just want this friendship to be easier. Because I don't think he's acting like with this like punishing and like saying those questions of like, if you ask me again, I'm just gonna say no because you said so. Like the way he's acting is really threatened. Like he's acting like somebody who needs to like fight for their boundaries. He's like feels pushed in a corner. And this is like also for him, it's not nice. So I feel like it would be really nice to just sort of resolve this position. Because you guys are not really against each other. And I feel like, I don't know, it's just really hard as a human to say what you really mean and really advocate for yourself. So maybe you can have a talk about what you like and what you don't like. And that, for example, for him to be a good friend to you, he needs to try to stick to his word. And if he doesn't, he needs to explain transparently why he doesn't.
Yeah.
And maybe for you to be a good friend to him, I don't know, maybe he needs you to actually like sort of like do the same and like tell him that if you are saying you don't mind, you actually don't mind. Because maybe he feels like maybe he's insecure if he's like a good enough friend, or if he's like, you know, like funnily enough, usually the people who do stuff which they are not liked for because they behave like an asshole are the people who are scared of being perceived as an asshole. And because they think people think they're an asshole, they behave like an asshole because it's already like they project this onto the other person already.
Yeah.
And maybe he just needs like a little bit of like, you know, like an extra sentence or two to like tell him like, hey, I don't hate you right now, but like let's not do this, you know? But I think in any case, there is something which needs to be talked about. And you guys need to change the conversation in some shape or form. Because the conversation like it is right now leaves you both hanging. Like, it's not helping each of you. And you should feel both safe in this friendship. You know?
Yeah.
So. And I don't know, like other people, like especially to autistic people, it's sometimes really hard to understand how other people don't make sense and don't know how they're not making sense. But normal people actually are doing a real huge amount of stuff unknowingly. And low-key we do too, we're just not as aware of it. And well, they aren't either, so like it's not like anybody's aware of it really. But it really helps if friends know what we like and how they can help us in these moments.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he really wants to hurt you. I think he, in the first sort of second, wants to protect himself. And
yeah, just that his idea of protection is rather irrational.
It's feelings are never and always irrational. Like it's how you define it, it's one or the other. But his feelings, like there's a logic to them for him. Like that's what you need to know. Like he's not acting this way trying to be irrational. He's acting this way because for him it makes sense. Which gives you an idea how his story of what's going on must be really different from your story. Because you think it's irrational. You can't relate to it. This is why you are not on the same page. Because if you were on the same page, you could relate to it. Like, seriously, like you believing his reaction is irrational is showing how far apart you are. Because his reality, like how far apart his reality and your reality is.
I mean, that mainly comes from, I mean, I get that he has certain points where we disagree and stuff. But in my opinion, this, I would take Reddit as an example again because I'm a lot of on Reddit.
All right.
This whole internet, I always need to press the last word into it. Is, in my opinion, irrational. Like,
our way of needing transparency is also irrational. But it makes sense to us. It's our reality. Still. How hard change is for us is irrational to other people. Doesn't change the fact that it's our reality. The things he's doing are irrational to us, but it is his reality, and his reality, it makes sense. He has very good reasons to act this way. You can be sure of that. People are not. It's the biggest misconception to believe that some people don't have good reasons. Murderers have good reasons.
Sometimes.
Doesn't make it that it's like excusable, the behavior. But there's reasons behind it. There's logic behind it.
I mean, I would argue about that, but in this case, we would probably sit here tomorrow. I mean, at least about the good part. Like, there always is a reason behind everything, but like, I don't know.
It doesn't need to be like a really like, I don't know, like the reason, like I said, it's not an excuse. Doing stuff because of an addiction is a really good reason. Doesn't excuse it. But they do have reasons. Like, if you're addicted, but you have so many
like,
reasons to lie. Like, it makes sense to those people.
But that is somewhat rational, I'd argue.
Funnily enough, most people you talk to who behave irrational have reasonable reason.
Yeah.
For example, my mom, who's like lashing out at my dad because he has like the weaponized incompetence. It happened for the 10,000th time. He's her husband. He should know better. He told him this 100 times already. She has good reasons to be really mad. For him to use weaponized incompetence, he has good reason. Like, she always does those things. It's only like a little thing. Only like a slight inconvenience. And it's probably get cleaner if like she tells him how to do it right. Like, she knows best, right? Like, why should he Google and like spend time of it on it to like find out how to properly clean it? Like, she's right here. She can answer in a second.
Yeah.
Both of them have really good reasons. And why they don't talk to each other is because they think they don't. They portray a picture on the other person like the other person could just change. Like, they don't want to change. Like, they want to be an issue. Like, they just blow things up irrationally. Like, they just mad on something else, not even on me. Like, I can't do anything for this. Like, they're just behaving irrational. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to have a good connection with the other person, whoever that may is, you need to... You have responsibility in that attachment. And everybody is really weird. And there's some people we can't take that responsibility with. Because for us to respect their boundaries, like every tiny little boundary, would mean that we wouldn't be ourselves. But for the people we do choose to do that, we hope that we actually can do all of those things and respect all of those boundaries without giving up us. So, like, all of this is a compromise. Like, there's, like, something you do or some way of how you act is triggering this response for him. Doesn't mean that you need to change or that you hurt, like, you're the toxic person or anything. But anybody grew up somehow, and we all have really weird triggers, like all of us. Basically, everybody is like a little bit autistic, sort of. Like, for us, it's like transparency and like change, and for other people, it's like the way someone talks or I don't know, like so many little things. And we might never properly understand why that is. I really doubt that Zach can like really actually relate to how change is really hard for me and how I really need transparency, and I really like transparency. Because it doesn't actually have anything to do with him. It has to do with my childhood he didn't live through. And, well, with my brain, because of autism, which he doesn't have.
Mm.
But he does respect it. And this is how he's a good friend to me. Well, good husband. And I try to respect the things where he's particular and needs help. That, for example, he is sometimes really unclear about his own emotions. And that the more I ask him, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
And the thing is to have like a really nice and safe attachment style or attachment with somebody, you need to find some type of solution to this where everybody is happy and where everybody is not only happy but can actually do the thing which is asked of them.
Mhm.
And where everybody's working towards like a better thing. Like me, just all of a sudden not needing transparency anymore. Yikes. Or all of a sudden being like this super spontaneous person who can do anything and is not overstimulated at all. This is not gonna happen. Like, this is part of my nature. Like, it's so ingrained in me that I can't change it. Doesn't
Yeah.
mean Zeg would have to be fine with it, you know? Like, he could choose to leave me if this is something he just can't do without losing himself.
Mm.
And this is why we're not friends with anybody. We pick our friends.
Yeah, I guess.
So this thinking of like, oh, but they just behave irrational and they should just switch is not something which is gonna help you find the compromise and actually solve it with the other person, because this is a question of blame.
Mm.
And blame is not gonna solve the issue. Because I can't do anything for being autistic. If Zach would blame me for not being spontaneous, yikes.
Yeah.
But it would be common to do so. Like, oh, my wife, like, I got her this like really nice holiday and she wasn't even grateful. Like the first few days, she didn't enjoy it at all. Like, he could be like that. Well, he would be miserable with me because I am like that. Like, I need to know I'm going on holidays 2 weeks, 3 weeks prior. Like, he surprised me with this Egypt trip in the first 2 days. I was not feeling good. I was seriously unhappy, especially because it was such a nice trip. Because I'm like, I am here and I really want to enjoy it, but I planned rest time and now I don't have rest. My body needs rest. I am already programmed to rest. But now I see all of these things I want to do and I can't, like, now I'm mad that I'm resting because I want to do all of these things. And it makes it so hard to care for myself properly. I was so sad in that moment. I was annoyed, I was irritated, and I was sad. I was mostly sad and frustrated with myself. And he could have entirely taken it personal. And he would have also had reason to think like that. But there's like, we sort of need to pick the reasons we really want to believe in. And so we can't really change somebody to, like, we can only change people if we give them better reasons. Having better attachment, safer attachment, that's a good reason. You know?
Mhm.
And I'm pretty sure he won't be able to cooperate if you try to dismiss his feelings on this end. And you don't need to be vulnerable like this. My parents also choose to not be vulnerable like this to each other. I just continue the circle. And with some situations, that's fine. Like, I don't know, like with this head psychologist, I like don't really click with. It's fine. He won't get me. It's fine. We're not like, I don't know, like this like I think he should be better in his position of like taking responsibility for communication, but whatever. Like I don't like I'm sure he's not a bad person. He probably does his job really well. He's just not the right match for me. Like we choose which people are worth the effort to figure this out, because figuring this out is not easy. It definitely maintains a lot of talking. A lot of self-reflection.
Yeah.
And sometimes we don't even like, I don't know, I'm not mad on this head psychologist. This is just how we roll. We just don't really, we roll like the first wheel which was ever done, and that's fine. With some people you don't need to roll better than this. But if you acknowledge this, then you can be fine with rolling like the first wheel which has ever been built. Because you don't expect to roll better than this. And like every time that comes above, you're like, yep, this is how we roll. And now it goes, the old pattern again, hell yeah. But if you want to roll like a smooth wheel, real nice, it takes adjustment. It takes cooperation. And the annoying part is, you might actually want to cooperate like this, and then he decides he doesn't. And that's fair too.
Mm.
I just know for myself that I really, I don't know, like I wouldn't be in this relationship with Zach if I couldn't have this proper transparency. And that's why I started, like we also went to couples therapy, or like system therapy, which then sort of turned into couples therapy anyways.
Yeah.
And it was a thing I said, like even though we bought the apartment here together, I was really clear that if we don't actually fix this and get better than this and cooperate properly and like work on building like a proper nice connection, attachment, whatever you may call it, then I'm out of here, because that's not what I'm looking for.
I don't know. I guess you're right, probably.
Just think about what you want with this relationship with him. If you're like fine with it, then you're just every few whatever, when this happens again, then you just rant to someone about it and it's fine.
Hmm.
And you live with like expecting the next thing, whatever, and having 2 servers because you can't cooperate for shit. And that's why you need to have 2 different servers, one for actually tryharding and the other one for playing with him. And that's fine. But yeah, like don't blame him entirely for not having like a better connection than this, because it's a 2-man job. Two people job.
Yeah.
And it's okay to not sort of figure that out right now. It's okay to sit with this. Today was a lot already, I think. We talked about a lot of different things. And it's you probably might be exhausted or just need some like emotional, you know, just a break.
Mm.
That's alright because this doesn't like run away. Thankfully, it's a pattern which always returns. You're gonna get reminders. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked a long time. Fluffy was going to the store and went grocery shopping essentially and is done with cooking now. So a lot of talking. And yeah, like some people also just like can't offer this. They just like some don't want to, but actually can't. And it can also be a thing where you just accept them with all of this. It can still be a thing where you're like, oh, this is fine. Like, if I could pick, I would choose it differently, but it's still worth having the connection. But it sometimes just helps sort of to adjust expectations around this and not feel like this uncertainty, but actually know that, well, this is just a pattern which is going on.
Hmm.
You don't like this answer?
No, it's just I don't know.
You know, you can be honest. Like, you can say,
No,
I think
I
that's
just really
bullshit.
don't know. It's I mean, I guess you're right, but I just kind of how do I say this? I assess the possibility of him changing as rather low.
People might surprise you because it's a circle for a reason. Like, it's how you guys influence each other. And that's usually why there's a good chance of changing it. because it doesn't need only him changing. You actually can do. You participate. You also have power over this. It's also fine to sort of like try softly to sort of like talk in theoreticals, you know? It's fine to test the ground. It's also fine to not feel, oh, somebody's drilling. To not feel safe to sort of have that conversation. It's like I sort of said, like with this head psychologist, I'm not gonna like. I gave it a go, but he did not really change or whatever. So it's like, yeah, he's just like that, whatever. I don't have much interactions with him anyway, so I don't really care. There's actually people just drilling the entire time. Oh my god. Oh, is that annoying? You can also sort of like test the ground if you just pick out like one of the situations where you guys.
Yeah. I was just about to say I might just like wait for the next time this might occur, and then.
Yeah, you can sort of just like also ask like, hey, like the other day, you know, like you really like, I don't know, like I don't know why you like you still sprinted, or like you made this comment, like, you know, like I really didn't mean it offensive, like is everything fine between us? Like, should I, you know, like if there's a better way to like phrase it, like this was sort of like nothing personal, you know? Like, should I say something different next time, or how should I say it differently that it comes across in the right way for you? Like sometimes this can help to just try to like to focus on like trying to be a better friend for them, to bring them in the position of like taking time or like spending effort to be more aware of like the relationship between you guys. If you don't really want this whole like deep talk, but you do want to state the boundary, you can still also just state the boundary. Hey, I need clear communication. I can't have this thing of like you acting offended without having ever said that something offended you.
Yeah.
But sort of like all of these answers just sort of depend how much effort you want to spend on this. But I think you have stuff to think about, right?
Yeah, I'm a bit sorry that I'm.
No, it's
might be a
fine.
bit
I just think like maybe we just, you know, I just release you from this voice chat and give you sort of like the official space to just think about it, you know. Maybe take a walk outside.
Nah, I'm in my I don't leave the house goblin mode.
Okay. I mean, maybe you can just make yourself some food, and while you cook, you can sort of think about it. But I think maybe having some time for yourself now, turning off the stream might help, you know? to just not get more input, but have space for this.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for talking.
Fine. I really enjoyed the
Bye-bye.
talk.
Yes. Bye bye.
All right. Bye. Oh, this was a long talk. We talked for like 3 hours, 50 minutes. And before that, we were chatting already. Yes, it was a long talk. Oh, 6 hours and 40 minutes already for the stream. It's fine, pandas. I like your voice. Yes, I definitely do. I think we're gonna have sort of like 5 to 10 minutes of a break. I'm gonna warm up my tea. I'm gonna drink something. I'm gonna do a little bit of yoga. I'm gonna breathe a little bit. I think I'm gonna air out the room here. I'm also gonna stand a little bit in the sun, I think, just on a balcony. To just sort of look outside, listen to the birds, sort of get back into like the here and now, ground myself, breathe. And I invite you all to do the same.